to run for a fourth term as president, they felt that this could give them an opening. Their chosen narrative, which surely came out of Washington, was that after 14 years, the people of Bolivia were tired of Evo Morales. They just wanted him out. He had been in power too long. So the Blancos contested the outcome of the election, saying that there had been massive voter fraud. Gee, why is that familiar? They offered no proof whatsoever, by the way. They just kept claiming over and over again that there had been voter fraud. Because why would anyone not want the white elite back in charge? The primary rhetorical justification the Bolivian coup plotters used to justify overthrowing the government was a so-called report put out by the Organization of American States. The so-called OAS proclaims itself to be only interested in peace and justice among member states, but the U.S. is a member of this group, and the organization is headquartered in Washington, D.C. And for an organization that's only interested in peace and justice in its member states, where the hell have they been out the last 120 years as black people have been systematically brutalized here? I hadn't heard of this group before the coup in Bolivia, and yet this previously unknown organization put out a single report claiming widespread election irregularities, and that became the basis for overthrowing the Bolivian government. And this isn't simply my opinion. Even the New York Times had to admit that the OAS report was the main propaganda tool used to question Morales' election victory, and that the OAS report had serious flaws. But of course, the coup plotters had long since already driven Morales from office by then. Alright then, so how did they do it? How did they overthrow the government? The Blanco racists then used their money to pay AstroTurf protesters to whine and complain in the streets on their behalf. But it's who was in the streets that's important. Now, as I mentioned before, Evo Morales happens to be Indio, that's part of the indigenous Indio, and they've been historically locked out of politics in that region. Ever since he won office, his very presence in the presidency has infuriated the white elites, who had long said that they would get him out no matter what, because they wouldn't suffer the humiliation of allowing a non-white to be in control of their country. Second thing to remember, Bolivia has almost 12 million people. So when you see a rally with 25,000 people on the street, that's nothing, especially not when it's in the capital. But the white media didn't say anything about the unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud in Bolivia. Instead, they said the opposite, that it was proof that Morales was just another banana dictator. The white media took the side of the Blanco insurrectionists. They said absolutely nothing about the blatantly AstroTurf nature of the protest against Morales, or how much smaller those fake protests were compared to Morales' own supporters' rallies. The white media wasn't reporting the news, they were pushing a narrative because they wanted Morales out. Take NPR, for example. What NPR wrote is a pack of lies. This is literally government propaganda, but then again, what do you expect from a white media outlet called National Public Radio? The protests that this Penoranda character wrote about were not about the will of the people at all. They were deliberate acts of political violence meant to create chaos and disrupt the political process. In Latin America, they have protests the same way people in the U.S. have music concerts. It's part of the culture there. People can be induced to take to the streets for anything, or nothing at all. What matters is how many of them take to the streets. In the days following the invasion of Iraq, the white media tried to make it seem like every Iraqi in that country was celebrating Saddam Hussein's ouster. But as we found out in the days following, that wasn't true at all. In Latin America, it's easy to get 5 or 10,000 people to march for something, especially when it's the Blanco elites who are paying people to do so. Keep in mind, those countries down there have all had various wars and civil conflicts. Their militias and paramilitary groups are still very much active. And who do you think paid for those militias and paramilitaries? Not the poor peasants who Evo Morales represented, but the Blanco ruling class of Latin America could, especially with the financial backing of the United States. The question nobody thought to ask is, how many of those alleged protesters in Bolivia who the white media constantly talked about were in fact members of those Latin American death squads? How many were members of those militias and paramilitaries? We've seen this in the United States, from the storming of the U.S. Capitol to the takeover of the Michigan State House in 2020. These protesters were in fact militias. The authorities did nothing to stop them. They in fact went out of their way not to impede them. So these criminals were being protected by the government and allowed to run wild, threatening the lives of law-abiding citizens. The government made it clear they weren't going to do anything, and the citizens would have to fend for themselves. The Blanco elites also had a few military individuals who were going to be backing them as well. So between the violence in the streets and the intimations of violence from the military, Morales fled the country and took refuge in Mexico because the white ruling class, who had misruled Bolivia like they did in Venezuela before Chavez took over, were attacking and even murdering Morales' supporters, threatening the lives of Morales' political allies and members of his political party. They were trying to purge Morales' party out of existence, scare people into disavowing being part of the party, and kill the ones who refused to be intimidated. And these coup plotters wanted to make it clear that their overthrow of the government was purely racial. They put out all kinds of racist and anti-indigenous language, according to Harvard Law School's own International Human Rights Clinic and the University Network for Human Rights. The woman who the CIA, the Bolivian coup plotters, chose to be their front person was Janine Áñez, who at that time had been the vice president of the Bolivian Senate. She wasn't even vice president of the country or speaker of the assembly. She was the fifth person down from the president, but Áñez was the highest ranking Blanco they could find and politically reliable to U.S. power, so that's how she got put at the front of the pack. She didn't get elected, and she didn't even pretend as if she had. She just got on TV and declared that she was proclaiming herself to be president of Bolivia. No vice president or anything. She didn't need to have any of those people in the way. She was going to have herself a unitary executive. She would just rule by fiat. She just put on her presidential sash and declared that she was officially in charge. And of course, the United States immediately recognized her as Bolivia's rightful leader. Nothing about being concerned about the fall of democracy, about how she seized power. Nothing about how the U.S. needed to wait and see what happened. None of the usual denunciations that the U.S. throws at governments that it doesn't like. The self-appointed dictator Áñez immediately had the police and military begin persecuting and even killing people who disagreed with her. The people of Bolivia saw the same repression and violence that had been going on before Morales come back with a vengeance. But the white media didn't say anything about it. The same white media that was celebrating the end of Morales' rule didn't say anything about the violence that had followed, because the coup plotters' campaign of terror and violence serves white supremacy's interests. Now, some of you may say that's a totalitarian takeover, but the white media said democracy had finally come to Bolivia. Who needs to listen to the voters? They don't know what's good for them, otherwise they would never have elected that indigenous guy so many times. Who needs the ballot box, right? Well, as it turned out, just like with the coup against Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, which happened much the same way, the people of Bolivia also made it clear they needed democracy, because only a year after the coup, Janine Áñez had to run for re-election. I guess she was thinking that the power of incumbency would keep her in there, at least get her enough votes where they could lie and claim that they won, but instead she got blown out, losing by 20 percentage points to Luis Arce, who had been Evo Morales' finance minister. And not only did Morales' party retake the presidency, but his party gained seats in the Bolivian Congress. Morales by this time was no longer in Mexico, he was now in Argentina, which is right on the border with Bolivia, and Morales was among the first people to celebrate his finance minister's victory. And a few weeks later, almost exactly a year after leaving the country, Evo Morales came back in November 2020. But while he was treated to a hero's welcome at home, the white media in the U.S. haven't been so eager to report that. They gave the occasional passing mention to it, but whereas it was practically front-page news 3 years ago, now it's being treated as just another international news snippet. Maybe that's because the coup plotters have found themselves forced to flee. Well, the ones who could anyway. And what has become of the coup plotters? Janine Áñez was arrested, along with a number of her co-conspirators. She's been charged with genocide due to the dozens of Bolivians who were killed on her orders by the police after the coup she carried out. She and her pals were trying to solidify their grip on power, and the people who refused to accept the reimposition of Blanco rule were being gunned down. At that last report, Janine Áñez made a suicide attempt. The New York Slimes puts their spin on it to justify the coup and claim this is nothing more than settling old scores. Gee, is that what they said about Iraq after the U.S. knocked off that government? They start off by saying that Áñez is accused of terrorism and sedition. The Washington Post, where the Organization of American States is based, basically cuts and pastes the exact same talking points. But even they had to admit that the OAS reported evidence of massacres, systematic torture, and summary executions by security forces under Áñez's interim government. They also admit that Áñez herself signed a decree giving the police and military amnesty for whatever actions they take. Giving these guys a license to kill is what it was. So she was telling them to kill, torture, rape, brutalize whoever you want, and you won't be prosecuted. And considering that so many in the police and military are Blancos or Blanco collaborators, she was basically giving her fellow coup plotters permission to kill, which they did. People didn't simply die following the coup like the white media says. They were being murdered on the government's orders. And don't let it surprise you that the OAS admitted to the atrocities carried out by the Blanco dictators in Bolivia. They didn't have any real support for that coup. The people of Bolivia had made it clear they were with Morales. Latin countries like Mexico and Argentina had given Morales refuge, so the U.S. couldn't have him killed like they did Hugo Chavez. The white media had to change their reporting on police murders as public sentiment changed, and these juries started convicting these cops, and these white power control apparatuses like the OAS were forced to change their tune as well. When one of their lies falls, they'll bust a 180 fast to try to maintain some semblance of credibility. Same way the white media said that stop and frisk hadn't hurt Bloomberg's standing among black voters when he was running for president. And then when black voters in Alabama literally turned their backs on him, that same white media didn't about face so fast you get whiplash just reading the articles. White supremacy believes in adapting, folks. So don't think the Washington Post wanted to report these facts. They didn't. But at least the Post did mention it right before they give Áñez's supporters tons of page space to offer excuses and rationalizations and pretend that this is just Morales' political pals settling old scores. They quote one guy from Human Rights Watch, of all places, who literally said they were afraid RC would selectively use the report to strengthen his political interests while ignoring abuses by his own supporters. Human Rights Watch's own spokesperson said, "But what about them?" It wasn't until almost the bottom of the article that the Post gives a blink and you'll miss it mention to the fact that when Janine Áñez was dictator of Bolivia, she had her regime's prosecutors pursuing terrorism charges against Morales, even though he was in exile. Don't remember the white media or Human Rights Watch or OAS or anyone else complaining about that. No mention of that being revenge by the group in power. The New York Times piece doesn't mention the genocide charge at all. No mention of the 20 people murdered by the police as the coup plotters wanted to solidify their grip on power. They simply make one vague mention of deadly protests and one vague mention of violence after the election, but the New York Times doesn't give any information. They word it in a way to lead the reader to think it was just angry people fighting each other and it wasn't directed, orchestrated political racial violence being carried out by Áñez and her coup plotters against the people of Bolivia. This is the New York Times, all the lies that are fit to print. The Times mentions the word coup only once in their entire propaganda piece, and even then they try to sanitize it by saying that people called it a coup. Yeah, that's just what people called it. Because apparently the Times doesn't know what a coup is. Unless someone tries it in the US, then they suddenly are able to determine exactly what it is. Both the Times and the Post are pushing a narrative meant to justify the coup, but they go beyond that and claim that there was no reason to have Áñez arrested. The Times just came straight out and began advocating for her, saying that she was no longer a political threat, that since the coup she had run for governor of some state and she had lost that election too, and that newly installed President RC was only prosecuting Áñez because his party had lost a mayoral race in some town somewhere, and they also wanted to distract the public from how poorly their government was handling the coronavirus outbreak. So the white media is recycling the same talking points they used against Evo Morales. RC's government is ineffective, corrupt, using the judiciary to go after political adversaries. Apparently, they never mentioned what Janine Anez and her cohorts were doing. The U.S. wanted Morales out, and they wanted him out badly. And why is that? What makes Bolivia so important to the United States? The country doesn't have oil or gold or natural reserves. They're not strategically located. So why put all this effort into capturing it? Because Bolivia sits on the world's largest lithium reserves. There's so much of it, it looks like the North Pole down there. Lithium, as you know, is the primary component for rechargeable batteries. You're not going to have any kind of green revolution without lithium. Now, every tech company from Apple to Google uses it, but there's one person in particular who needs lithium more than anyone else just to survive. Elon Musk, who was not at all bashful about wanting to control Bolivia's lithium reserves. This is a real tweet, by the way, which I bet 99% of you hadn't even heard of it. First of all, it's asinine for a billionaire who makes his money off of the fact that the government usually invests in the stuff that he wants to do. He deals in highly government-regulated industries, which gives him a leg up. And first he's complaining, saying that a stimulus package isn't in the best interest of the people. Somebody points out, hey, the coups that guys like you are helping to organize so you can get your hands on people's lithium and steal it, that's not in anyone's best interest either. And what does Elon Musk say? He says we will coup whoever we want. Deal with it. Family, you can't make this up. That lets you know exactly how secure this little scumbag thinks his position is. He thinks his position is so secure he can come right out and tell you, heck yeah, I'm behind it. What you gonna do about it? Typically, these clowns who organize these coups just stay in the background. But in the case of Elon Musk, he's sitting here thinking to himself, heck, the world's going to be depending on what it is that I'm doing. I'm going to be the richest man in history. I can just go ahead and tweet what I'm doing. I can go ahead and say, heck yeah, we're cool people with overthrowing governments, and you can't do nothing about it. So you see how that event way down there in Bolivia is directly connected to the United States. The point that I'm trying to impress upon you is that white supremacy is a global system, and it uses the same tricks all over the world. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all solution. Malcolm talked about that, because what the white supremacist sees as a solution, we understand to be a problem. White supremacy is about creating power imbalances where previously none existed. It's about using lies, manipulation, and most of all, overwhelming violence to manufacture a condition that advantages. In a circumstance like that, you cannot have justice. You cannot have democracy for a single moment of its existence, which is why you got these clowns from the Congressional Black Talkers and the NAACP who make themselves look like total idiots talking about we almost lost our democracy. Democracy hangs in the balance. You can't lose what you never had, stupid. You want to talk about balance? Justice is balance. Balance is an immutable law of the universe. Nature abhors a vacuum. Every scientist knows that. But under white supremacy, you must create power vacuums. This gives white supremacy an opening so they can take over, but it also creates conditions and circumstances of deprivation and lack of resources meant to keep the people they're oppressing from being able to oppose them. It's a self-perpetuating machine. That's why I selected Bolivia as a little case study, just to show you yet another example of how you have the enforcement arm of white supremacy, the military and the police, working hand in hand with the administrative arm of white supremacy, that is a corrupt government, whether they overthrew the current regime or not, and of course the propaganda arm of white supremacy, the white media, who decides what they will and will not report on, and then how they're going to cover it. And let's not forget about the white corporations that are making a killing off of all of this murder. Doesn't matter where white supremacy operates, doesn't matter what language it chooses. Morality can come in 1,000 different forms, but evil always looks exactly the same. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Bobby Williams, John Harvin, Gregory Franklin, Starlet Thompson, and Deep Eye 904. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
just as well as what Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and all the rest of y'all was down there in that lobby that day. I ain't gonna say nothing else about that, boy. But you ain't gonna force nothing in when you heard about it. And right now, that'd be like picking on a child how fat and out of shape you is. So you better watch your goddamn mouth. But let's play the video of you saying you knew I wasn't about no smoke. Let's see. Let's see if I wasn't about no smoke. Fat boy. Let's see. Here we go. Something like this here, because that's all you do is foul, fat boy. Oh, I might have to. I'm gonna have to mute the sound real quick. Let me mute my screen.
Bobby Brown gets the rebound, and strong, and draws the back again, and gets to the face of Kendrick Perkins. And a typical foul on Bobby Brown. I'll get Kendrick Perkins over the water. He just said, I'm going to let this happen. I like it, Kwame. I like the aggression. I didn't know you there. I thought he got fouled on that play right there. Look at him go back. It's my ball coming right back at you, big fella. And did not like how Perkins came down with that right arm across his face. And Mark Wyatt's pretty quick to.
See, big fat boy, see what you didn't know, boy. That switch almost got flipped on you, boy. You almost got put in that limit. See, that's what you didn't know. And see, what I was telling you was, as they were pushing me back, I said, you got one more time, and then I'm on your ass. And you know what I told you. I said, you got one more motherfucking time, and I'm on your ass. And guess what, Kurt? I walked back around just to see if you heard what I said, and if you was going to do any goddamn thing. There wasn't nobody holding you back, Kurt. And guess what you did? You walked your big, silly, soft-looking ass over there to the box, and you didn't look at me no more that day. And you didn't know it, Kurt. So I don't know what Percocets or Atlantic Xanax or Caesar that you've been sipping on. I don't know what that happened to you, Kurt, but you already know. Fake ass enforcer. Look at that boy. Hey, look, Kurt. Hey, I ain't nobody standing by you, and everybody making sure I don't get over your ass. Hey, let me rewind it. Ain't nobody standing by you, and everybody making sure I don't get on your ass. And see, I can't stand niggas like you. See, because you know just as well as I know. In Charlotte, I was on a 1-year contract. So that means any fight, anything, any problems, I'll be out the league. This is later on in my career. I've even calling me a bust all my goddamn career. So I'm on a thin road. And see, bitch ass niggas like you know that. So you ain't tried me not one time in no video, nowhere, when it's a 3, 4, 5-year deal. You ain't do none of that on a 1-year deal. On a time where I got to be, Mr. Nice Guy. It's like I'm on probation. So you niggas get tough with a nigga on probation or a nigga on house arrest or something. You niggas get real tough. You ain't never. I've seen you all plenty of times. You ain't never disrespect me. I ain't never disrespect you, but now you get tough. Talking about you know I didn't want no smoke. Them boxing classes won't help you, boy. I'm trying to tell you. I told you I ain't no motherfucking boxing. Them goddamn boxing classes will not help you, especially with a fat body like you. Especially with a fat body like you, boy. Better find you a goddamn treadmill to walk on. Now let's rewind this tape. Because it ain't nobody in front of Big Perk. I'm talking about not one solitary soul in front of Perk. He could have got loose. He could have made any aggressive step forward, and then we could have saw something. He ain't do none of it.
just said, I don't know what this happened. I like it, Carl. I like it, Carl. The aggression. I didn't know you there. Before you got fouled on that. But you go back. It's my ball. I'm coming right at you, little fella. Like my first game down.
Hey, no,
no, shoot a chicken door at one end, and then two pop shots for two shots from the other. We did not like how Perkins came down with that radar.
Hey, Gerald Henderson, you a good teammate, boy. I'm glad I got that right on. I want it. But Big Perk, I don't promote violence, but Big Perk, you better stop, boy. Fat boy. You better stop that, boy. You need to cut it out, Perk. You should not be on these white folks' airways promoting violence, Perk. Perk, it looks like you sip scissor before the show. It looked like you eat a big old plate of chitlins and hog balls, and you sit out there and you sweat, and you can't breathe while you talking. Please, Kurt, leave all that enforcer talk. If you was an enforcer, that was in your past. I've never seen you fight anyone. You ran from Jason Maxiel. I was on Detroit Pistons when that happened, so I don't know what you talking about, Nate. So, and you know how you niggas be mad at me, man, because everything I be saying be true. Now, watch this. I told a story about Brendan Haywood. I said the reason why I said Oak wanted to whip Brendan Haywood ass because Oak and PJ Brown got into a fight when he came to the Washington Wizards and when PJ Brown played for the Hornets, New Orleans Pelicans. And I said Brendan Haywood was nowhere around when the scuffle started. He walked to the bench. Now, here go the video. Hold up. This is why you never be mad at me. With lies. Watch this. Hold on.
BW flashback 10 days ago.
Salute to LFK. I found this on LFK's page. I want to play this video. This video was a flashback from January the 22nd, 2003. 2003, January the 22nd. Here we go. Let me go back. Make it full screen. You're going to see a young Kwame Brown go get a rebound. And I know if I turn around, there's a melee start. I ran in to go help the melee. I wish I could find the full video where you can see when Jamal Murray pushed me. Yeah, everything I said happened. You will see Brendan Haywood walking his punk ass to the bench. So that's why these guys be mad. So,
New Orleans, PJ Brown, and Charles Oakley getting physical. Is the Big Easy right here. And amazingly, it did not result.
y'all see the bus with his head in the pocket right there? Yeah, that's the bus right there. Just in the melee, grabbing his arm. They hold up. Can't hit my teammate. See, that's the bus. I don't see Brendan Haywood nowhere in the foul. Nowhere. So hold up. Didn't play it.
And Charles Oakley getting physical. Is the Big Easy right here. Basically, it did not result in any action. Just taking my lead.
So that's why these guys be mad at me, man. That's why these guys be mad at me. I ain't got a lot. You know, they can say whatever. That rebound came down. Everything I said was true. I turned around. They got into a fight. PJ flipped him over. He had his arm cocked back. I came in. I grabbed his arm. Everything I said, you can go back and look at that video. Then was nowhere in sight. He flew to Chicago. We saw him chase his ass outside of the club. These guys don't like real life, so these guys know how to be media trained liars. So they can be mad all they want to, but the truth is the truth. Fuck you. Now let's end this Tammy Sotomayor thing. I like this video, self-talk. So let's play it. I think Carcino did a video too. Damn, I need to get it all out in one day. Just go ahead and bury this chirping nut. But yeah, I might need to play that video. But let me play this one by self-talk. We're gonna put this bomb to bed unless he get beat up again. Both you and Tommy, good people, y'all could do better. Well, that's your opinion that he's a good person. That ain't my opinion. I wouldn't have took it this far over an interview that didn't happen and started calling people mother out their name. That ain't no good person. That's a broken, weak reason. All right. I just don't agree with the behavior, but if you wouldn't do that behavior and you don't agree, how the fuck it just don't make sense. The guy gained 10,000 subscribers after he got into a fight with a black woman. Make that make sense. He got into a fight with a black woman on video, and he gained 10,000 subscribers. And then he wants to blame everybody else for him losing his channel. They are all-time thieves, just as a way of progress. Oh yeah, that's all it is. I think I'm gonna play that video too, Carcino. Salute to you, because this is sick. The guy gained. They tell me probably stay positive. Don't mean that. Don't do that. So the guy who fought on him or tried to fight a woman on him gained 10,000 subscribers. Imagine how weak that is. And then this guy has zero accountability. You signed up for your partnership with YouTube. You signed up for your personal community guidelines. You know about the community guidelines, and then you can't need people not being able to do what you're supposed to do. I'm a good person, I don't get it. As soon as it's a black woman, he want to fight. So I don't get it. They said that in front of Stephen A. That was an international. He's a bad guy. This is crazy. I'm telling you, they go on national TV, say things, and then when I say something back, oh, I'm just a negative guy. Perk said on national TV, he knew I was the guy that wasn't going to smoke. When it's on video, I'm telling him, boy, you got one more time, I'm going to dive in your shit. One more motherfucking time. And he knew it. I'm on a one. Go look up Charlotte. I'm on a 1-year contract. That year was like a make or break year. Like, nigga, you finna be out the door. And it just so happened, I started kicking draws and asses when I got healthy and they had to play. And then they started saying, oh shit, he's going too good. Let's play him only in the first quarter. In the third quarter, we're going to sit him the entire second. And we're going to sit him the entire fourth quarter. If you're a journalist, go look it up. Y'all want to talk about overall numbers, but they can get all the information so they can get it how they want. Ain't that what John Mayer told me? That boy put so many jewels in that song. He said when they own the information, oh, they can bend it all they want, but we keep on waiting. That man put facts in that song. They control the narrative. They keep throwing out this overall number. They control the narrative. But y'all can believe as you want to believe. But all you gotta do is do a bit of digging. Kwame Brown wore Tyson Chandler's shoes. Steve's shoes.
It's not one thing. I haven't heard coding and trades in like about a month now.
They always got talking about what people say about them.
Grandma says, stop worrying about what people think you're saying, supposed to be saying. She didn't believe me when I was like, my uncle was a rich boy. Fanny pack wearing ass back. Nigga should have been on the chitlin circuit for sucking dick.
over here. And I guess that's my thing over here making noise. Tweaking it.
Yeah.
Just run that one.
No, I forgot I had it. Haven't even driven it once. Had it since, let's say, 2017. I don't even remember.
Juanita,
Yeah.
can you come up and help me? I'm having trouble dialing.
What's the matter with?
She won't let me help me out. I really need to get a match pad or something on this video. That she's destroying.
We mean destroying it. Tell her to stop because I don't want to come up there.
Move
Well,
here. This is Rio's wife.
who is it? What are you giving me, Angela?
He's taking an application for a mama's life insurance policy. He needs your question.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is medicine. Mhm. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. 5/15/1972. 9794. Madison, New York. Okay, for us. Angela. Yeah.
Didn't tell him.
Yeah, I've been trying to do her video. That's her fault. It wasn't easy for her. She hollering and she could have ended up with real shit on the video. Look, all when she took the pen, shit still came out on the video. So she fussing. She wouldn't let me go to bed. I've been trying to do her bed ever since before these doctors started. They put them straps on me. I got the straps on me that night and I go to the store. Trying to do it. Make a picture. But the cars are all different. Yeah.
What we gonna eat?
I gotta get out this schedule. Off the schedule. But the grandma's. I'm stuck on the schedule. I'm just sick of it. You got both of the old iPhones over there and your new iPhone over there. I figured. I feel there's something over here. Vibrating shit. Like I was sleeping. Yeah. I'm laying on there. I'm wondering, I was like, I'm feeling something. I know it's as you got your phone. That basket that's by the dryer is not very close. I knew we should keep putting stuff in there. about the new video. That's why I was supposed to give you some white shirts.
Shut the hell up.
But that's one car.
Welcome to another edition of the Sunday. At the same time, we have service the way you need it. So when you have all the glass damage in Grand Detroit, safe flight,
We hustle daily. What's going on, Hustle Nation? Welcome back to the second flashback video. Today's video is a flashback video. Y'all already know I showed y'all the first. I released the first flashback video on Honda Accord. So this is the second flashback video I have off this Malibu. Man, this Malibu gave me. Y'all can watch the video. Gave me a little problem. You know what I'm saying? And this is the reason why I do not work on cars, y'all about to see, because it's always some BS with these cars. I know some of y'all be getting on me saying I should fix certain stuff, but man, I ain't fixing nothing just because of some experiences that I had. I got way more experiences. This is just, flashbacks. But make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, join the Hustle Nation. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to the whole entire Hustle Nation, man. Make sure y'all follow me on all social media platforms, TikTok and Instagram, in the link in the description below. And make sure y'all go to FBA.com. On the side of the road, I don't practice these fake cars. I got you, because I've been doing it for a long time. I don't care what nobody say. Big play, man. Gonna be riding down the street like this right here. If you want to learn how to do this, make sure you come to But anyway, man, we're gonna get right into it. This is the second flashback video. I hope y'all enjoyed it, man. Let's get it. What's going on, YouTube? We finally got another vehicle in. This is a 2008 Chevy Malibu. Got 100 in it. We're about to hit the E-way. Just like I just bought this bad boy. My phone wasn't recording. I thought it was recording, but it wasn't. Since she still got the thing. Zip top. We did not come on the radio, so I'm going to have to put a radio in here. But I have no complaints. This bad boy is running and driving pretty good. Alright guys, here we go. This is the Malibu. Just got done vacuuming it. Still gotta do some touch-ups. Took this cup holder out. Like I said, we need a radio. Let me turn this AC on so I'm not getting in. Back. Do a full walk around real quick. All the tires are good. Got some hubcaps coming off though. All the tires is good. Let's see if we can get them seats, those things out the seats. Get us some radio in. I do need emissions, so it has emissions, but it's about to expire in a couple of days, so I'm getting this bad boy cleaned up. Actually think I need some more quarters. Get this stuff off the windows. Bad boy cleaned up. This bad boy's on, but we had no problem driving. Let's see. Gotta find somewhere to take pictures in my little spot over here. But let me see if I can get the rest of this cleaned up. What's going on, YouTube? Next morning. I'm not sure if you guys seen my Infinity. I'll get quick with this real quick. Custom painted, brandy wine. There's the closest garage. My girlfriend's car. We still got the Malibu and Accord. This is my daily. Let's hit the road, Jack.
order of my used to be daily. Like I say, I think I'm going to be selling the Civic and keeping the Accord just for something to drive every day. I'm going to sell the Infinity too. We're going to see. But I think I'm going to keep that Accord because I just like the Accord. It's like the driver. It's cool, but true. Like gas. You guys did. What's up, Nation? This video has been sponsored to you by FBA Is, an online course that's going to teach you everything you need to know about the auction game, all my tips on how to properly inspect cars, and most importantly, how to make money. As you can see, I've been doing this for a while, and as you can also see, I have plenty of testimonials on how to help others gain success in this business. So if you're interested in learning, be sure to click the link in the description below. About to hook the radio up. I bought this from Walmart. Got the 3 stereo replacement interface. I just wanted the wiring harness, but you have to get the little whatever this is. I guess this would be maybe the interface. That stop check engine light and all like the check engine light won't come on because you just can't use like a wiring harness. That's what he said. Well, that's what he said when I called the an audio shop. But I got this from Walmart. It was $66. Came out to like 70 something. Did not want to spend $70.
Expense life insurance.
That's
It's something I've never really thought about before. Do I need it?
All of us leave final expenses to be paid for when we pass away. Funeral costs, medical bills, and many other debts. Did you know the average cost of a funeral is over $9,000? Without final expense life insurance, your family may be left to cover that cost, and no one.
Wire harnesses too, but I only needed this one. I was looking all day just for this one with 2 heads on it. Two females, these are the 2 males here. So I already have a little antenna here. So I'm about to put the radio. Probably about to do this one. Right here. So I'm probably about to put this up. This is my best looking one. I'm about to hook this up. And I'm about to do this in the house because I can just attach these wires in the house. Then I'm gonna get back to you guys to show you how it looks. And as a matter of fact, let me show you guys how the car looks when it's gonna work. So this is how it looks. Sorry, I got some stuff in the back, but I'll show y'all the front. That's the front. Nice car. Nice car. So let me get to hooking this radio up, and I'll show you guys how it looks. All my kids today. Alright guys, we at a standstill, so I might end up taking all this back because I got everything hooked up. So we can just some lights come on the dash, like the ABS light, the brake light, all type of lights. This light would take the battery terminal off real quick. That's with a factory radio. I don't know what's going on. Radio's not even cutting on. And then when I hook these up, it does some weird. So, thanks for I guess I just don't know what I'm doing. I have to get somebody expertise on it. So we'll see. Alright guys, another day, another job. I'll get a radio out of junkyard. Basically it was already loose, but it was the first one. First car I went to. Good to go. So, this is a 2012. Mine is actually a 2008. But, oh man, it's gonna be a hard time. But yeah, 2012. So let's see if this is gonna do us right. We are in a famous junkyard. This junkyard. It's on my way. So I can actually get in this bad boy. I'm not even sure if this one fit because if it says that's the program, they charge $130 to program it. So probably just going to put it in and take it off the price of the car. Let's see what we got. Yep, that's what we need. So we're gonna take this one and get up out of here. Alright guys, we're in the Malibu again, and this car's really getting on my nerves. I hooked it up, got everything put back together, it was working. It's just you couldn't see the screen. I was gonna run with that until now the radio is not working at all. It's lighting up, but now the speakers are not playing. So this is actually getting on my nerves. Like, I might end up selling the car just like this because this is really hurting me. I'm gonna try one more time and go get another radio from the junkyard again. So I'm gonna try one more time, go get another one from there, and we'll see. This is really irritating because it was just playing, it just didn't have a screen. Now I don't have no sound at all, but I had sound. So I'll catch you guys later. Hopefully I sell this car just like this. This is really irritating me. But tomorrow, if I feel like it, I'll head that way again. I think I might have to go that way tomorrow anyway. So, alright, that's it for this video. We still trying to hook up the Malibu. I'll catch you guys later. Alright, y'all, just like that, it's gonna be a wrap for today's video. What do y'all think about today's flashback video? Do y'all think that I should have gave up on trying to fix the radio because I did end up giving up? I just put another radio in here just to make it look good, but man, get that radio, get that car, bro. I'll be getting rid of the car. Y'all know how I do it, man. I don't be feeling like fixing the radio is gonna bring the price up. Dude, when I saw the dude that car, he didn't even care about the radio. For real, for real. He thought he was gonna get it fixed when I tried to get it fixed. But anyway, well, you could call the dealer. I don't know what you gotta do to get a radio. But anyway, appreciate y'all watching the second flashback video. Y'all let me know if y'all think your boy should have fixed it. If I should have fixed it then sold it, or should have just sold it like, you know what I'm saying, like I ended up doing. So appreciate y'all. Catch y'all on the third flashback video. This was the second. So we're ready to play right now. I'm out.
Guys, maybe.
عبارة عن جرة غاز منزلية نستخدمها لتفجير الدبابات. بنشيل محل الساعة هذول بعد ما نعبيه السماء 72 قادر على يشيلها أنا.
School teachers and construction contractor, and his fighters are famous for their love for shooting down serial freshly dug graves. Where you face more violence, he knows the cost. Civilians will die before the last fight ends. His nephew is buried here.
اتصل هذا الخندق هون رجعنا فوق غير وجهزوا لقطوا هيك بالتسلسل كان كل واحد منا نحن كان نستسلم
Station is
We've experienced it. When you're surprised by something you never really knew you needed, well, our editors certainly did. The very first time they encountered the Genesis GV70.
the entire Motor Trend team was blown away while test driving this car, and that's simply because the GV70 does comes standard with an all-wheel drive
It really makes
news to tell you about this morning. A Chicago teenager is dead, and this is following a shooting near the Mad Mile.
Yeah, let's get right to Joni. She's in River North. Joni, we say good morning. What's the latest there?
A 16-year-old boy has been shot near the CTA station at Grandin State. Police are still looking for the shooter. Multiple police here on the scene because there was a disturbance a couple of hours after the shooting. Family members came to the scene very upset. They were stopped at the police line on Grand Avenue. The shooting happened at 2 a.m. Police say the 16-year-old was shot by someone who ran away. The boy was shot 3 times, twice in the chest, once in the knee. Here in River North, there are numerous businesses with surveillance cameras. It happened right across the street from the hotel. Police have no description of the shooter. No one is in custody. As I said, there are multiple surveillance cameras in the area. In River North, Joni Love, Fox 3, Chicago.
Selección más grande de teléfono.
I'm pretty sure most of you have looking at this following each other. And, you know, on a world stage, there's a for white supremacists. So white supremacists, you can't be having all this crime, you can't be having all this black people dying like that.
We're going to do something completely different. We're not going to fix anything or drive anything. We're going to tear down this core LS7. Part of my business, we put out a lot of LS-based engines. I've got a whole wall of them, probably a few hundred of these engines a year. This is the very first and likely the very last LS7 I'll ever have the chance to buy. I don't know much about it like most of the cores I get in here. I don't really get a story with it. I usually get them stripped down about like this, and all I know about this is that it is completely locked up, can't lift.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds.
I'm going to take this apart and we're going to see what we find. I don't know if it's like totally blown up or if it's something simple that might come out kind of like a diamond here, or well, it might be a whole bunch of scrap. There's really nothing alarming on the outside of it. I mean, I've seen how these engines are kind of broke here from trying to make an exit. The plug's not in it, which is pretty much normal for when I get cores in. That's kind of kind of a good news thing. The low pressure sending units stay when those are gone, I know it's usually a low pressure related issue or something like it. Outside of that, there's no telling signs, so we're going to start popping the nullifiers off and put a valve train and see what we can find. Let's get started. Oh, sorry. Alright, that looks stock. That's not a good sign. So that marker's loose. Okay, so let's see if we can track it out here. Push rods. They look like they're stock push rods. And that shoot up. And they look pretty decent. Let's get to the other side. Don't see anything awry yet. They look pretty decent so far. We got a little debris in the end of it, so that's not good. Okay, still very much mystery. Let's get these head bolts out. Those are not tight enough, so we'll have to them off. Yep, we're just going to use the impact on this. And the head bolts in the front of the head are missing already, so someone's already had this head off, most likely. Wouldn't be surprised if they had a missing head gasket or something. Just slapped it back together when they realized it was junk. See how it go. Alright. See what we can do. Nope. I don't think this has a head gasket on it. Head gasket and wow. That was really nice. I don't see any weld issues. That looks to be alright. So there's not any tone damage per se. Like contact marks, damage to the board. I did notice that one of the lifter trays is not bolted in, so we're going to go ahead and pull the trays out, pull the lifters out, see what we can find. That's likely where we're going to find a problem. Looks alright to me. It's got more of a milkshake. That has some damage. Not terrible. I've definitely seen worse with the DOD stuff before we start. Nothing like, oh, well, this is really fucked up. Something like that anyway. Yeah, that doesn't look too terrible. So, let's go to the other side and maybe we'll find the culprit over there. So, as soon as these head bolts are loose, like the other side. Yep. my milkshake. I don't see any valve damage. It's disgusting. I don't see any actual damage. So that's good. Maybe I get a couple good heads on it. Well, I think I found a problem. This beer has a crack in it, and the block has a crack in it. Well, that's not good. So there's the crack in the block and the bumper. So that's not too happy about that. It still doesn't really explain what's locked up. That could be something that happened maybe ingested water. Who knows? But that is a big problem. So now the ground trail and heads off. We're gonna see if we can spin this over. And no, we can really kill that. It does turn. Cool play up the revolution. Let's find out. Nope, that is coming loose. So there's likely something wrong with this, besides the fact that the block is most likely jam. So let's keep on turning it down. I got the other lifters out. We're gonna pull that cover off. See if it's got an aftermarket cam, which it probably doesn't. But it will. And then we're gonna crack the panels and pull the other apart, and hopefully all of the damage is just a block. But I have a feeling that the way this is going, we're gonna find all kinds of stuff. Let's back it off. That is a factory can, it appears. Full milkshake still. Be too bad in dragging it off. Nice oil filter. It says Filtro DSC. On the back of the oil covered pill boxes, some of the gasoline. That's disgusting. It's pretty rough, but nothing's popped there. There's what's hanging out of the furnace tray. So I'll go and get the furnace tray. Looks like someone's got that behind here. I remember this during assembly. good, really. Everything looks pretty decent. I don't see any signs of damage. A little scoring on the skirts, but let's go ahead and get some out. 4, 3 here. Pretty decent, really. Nothing's thrown out yet. I'll get you a couple more before. Maybe we'll unlock the mystery of why this doesn't turn over. Because cracking the block is one thing, but I have a feeling that because it's for whatever reason. As you can see, this area looks like this corner. And we're probably going to do a serious amount of that drawing is not going to be too bad. We'll move this kind of stuff. And move this kind of stuff. So enough at this point. So let's keep trying. The edge of the ring. It's quite enough to get this to come over and kind of finish this. Let's see on this cat. So that's where that cap is pretty piece here at the shop. So the crank actually looks pretty decent. I can't feel any super deep grooves in it. It's gonna need some work at the edge of the drive. This is not bad. Looks actually disgusting. Could a huge mess here, but you know, that's what I'm good at. It's a sample pan, hopefully a crank and some other pistons. And it might be salvageable for the right person, but definitely not what I was hoping for. Let's just get with my course. So I could go a little further, probably can and crank out of it, but I think I'm good on surprises for now. I don't think there's anything left in this that would surprise me. You know, I've got and cracked back a lot. Not that big of a deal, but the cracked back, man, that hard's the old kicker. I'm trying to pop the glasses apart and run like a 6 liter or 6 tubes blow up. It is not that big of a deal. If the blast bad, it sucks, but you move on. But a 7 liter, yeah. Anyway, if you guys like the video, I'll probably end up shooting some of the other cores I get. I've got a couple 6.1 Hemis to take apart, a Viper engine, some Cummins engines. I mean, I have no idea what I'm going to find. That's kind of one of the exciting things when you get an engine that's supposed to be better, it's obviously bad. Taking it apart and finding all the carnage and all the damage and trying to put together the story as to why it is no longer a functioning piece. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video and enjoy your day. Welcome to my 100,000th.
Yeah, we explore. Bird poop, I just look at what you've done before. And there are many forgotten legends you're about to see in this video. Oh! Alright. Welcome to another special episode where we're going on a road trip to explore warehouses full of amazing abandoned classic cars. Some time ago, a nice subscriber Fernando reached out and told me about the BMW dealership in Tarragona, Spain that was closed down around 10 years ago. The owner collected all sorts of cars over the years, and when the dealership stopped operating, he moved the road to one location that we're going to see now. But
most of them were already there. We have cars that haven't seen daylight on the road in 15, 20, and some even 30 years. The owner has decided to sell the majority of them, and Fernando, the nice fella that's going to give us a tour of the place, is in charge of the collection. He's recommissioning some of the cars and putting them up for sale, along with the spare parts that was scattered around all over the place. With that short intro over, let's dive in. So it's starting to look good. We have 2038. That's after 38. So this used to be a body shop. This used to be the body shop for 3 dealerships, BMW dealerships in the zone. And there were more than 10 people working on here only 10 years ago. But then it was stopped, and it's been stored like this for, around 10 years. It was full of birds, and birds, pigeons, aromas. And that means bird shit. So, when I got here 4 months ago, it didn't look like this. It looked way worse. It doesn't look good now, but it was way worse.
It looked really
And I've been trying to put it up to date a little bit to work on it. And been 4 interesting months.
Yeah, I mean, this is really nice quality in this place as well. And you can see it's definitely a workshop at one point. And we're over there. This is
318 IS M41 in 42. Interesting car. Like after M3, E30, and 325E, this is like the most valuable one. Because this is 18 valve engine, 16 valve engine, and it's got 142 horsepower. And this one has the M Technique steering wheel, also the kind of BBS wheels, and it's a low mileage car. It only has, I think, 70,000.
Oh yeah, 74,000.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Great.
It's got the original paint and everything, so
Original paint.
yeah.
What's about bolster? Alpine white or something? Yep. Alpine white
Yep.
too.
But it's been stopped for some years.
Yeah. So, TV. Yeah, 2006.
Yeah.
After since
It's
2006.
got some months of being store and everything, but overall, a very.
So this is essentially what Fernando does. He's like picking cars one by one, refreshing them, and then putting them out for sale. Because I guess that's what Yellow wants. He wants to sell some of the cars. There's a potential of selling some of the cars today because there are a couple of guys that are staying.
And you didn't see them yet.
I didn't see them yet. That's true. So here.
Put in your resolution to join a community that knows cars. Gather with more friends, experience new places unknown, and become part of a family that lives the best adventures of the lives we share. Embrace each day. Shop and buy online with GP Shop. Right now, no qualified return estimate and a CT's 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee for $319.
That's kind of special.
That's a bumper. This one, it's only used once a year to be the first car in the Tarragona Carnival. I don't know if that's the name in English.
Yeah.
And he just likes to drive this car around with some kids in the back, and they put a lot of, attrezzo on the car, and it goes right before the Kings. So just like that for 20 years, once a year. And it had an electrical problem this year, so it couldn't go, and that's why it's here. We've been trying to.
Electrical issues instead of?
Yeah, it was a relay, actually.
196,000 kilometers. And over there we have the special tools, the original BMW ones. Those are missing though.
Nope,
They're stored.
They're stored.
They're stored in boxes with numbers and
That's
everything.
awesome.
So this is also for sale. So
maybe I want to buy that.
yeah, you should buy it. It's not looking good now because it's full of dust, but it's in good condition. There's the new one in the back. This is like the old one, which is the interesting one for someone like you. And there should be all the tools. I didn't check yet, but with the cleanup and putting the tools in it will look great.
Yeah, for sure. It looks really, really nice. And very old school as well.
Yeah.
The font and everything, I like it. When you read the repair manual, it tells you use the tool, whatever, that's the number, you can pick it up and you do whatever work you need. Oh, yeah, I love to have this in the manual. This takes a lot of space and
yeah,
I don't really have a lot of space. So this is the first floor, we have the rest and stuff, and now we're going to walk over there into the darkness. So you're going to be here for the next 10 days.
Okay, so should we put lights up?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There is a little storage thing in the lab.
That's all.
Yeah. Want to see?
Yeah, why not?
I want to see. And some tools too. That's OBD thing.
For like reading for diagnostics and stuff?
Yeah.
That's some really old school stuff.
Yeah, that's for E30s basically.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Look how cool that is. And those, and those.
You can find grills in every single place here. They're spread everywhere.
Look how many tools and stuff.
Yeah, welders.
This is for the front gears, for the bumpers and stuff.
Yeah, as this was the body shop, this has like the cosmetic part, let's say.
But this thing is so impressive.
Yeah, that's cool.
It would be interesting to see if it actually works.
I never tried it. There are so many things that I should try. But
Yeah.
Time is time.
So this is what I want to do. So we gotta start somewhere. What's under the cover there?
Just regular engine E36. I think it was
316 or 318?
318.
318. Condition?
And you can even see it. You're the first one to open it.
So right here. Yeah, just base E36 model, I guess. But
Nothing.
given that this is a Spanish car, it's probably rust free.
Absolutely rust free for sure. I can tell you that now.
That's what for sale as well.
Yeah, sure. The tools are here. Tools for the things in there. So you see panel M1 and 2. I don't know how long it will take to put them in there.
Very long time.
Everything is in here.
Then we have
Shitty car?
Citroen or something. What is that?
Nothing.
That's not interesting. Nice.
That's okay. That's Malachute. How do you say that in German? Malachute. Malachute green with cream interior. It's 318. Yeah, it's green. The first day that I saw it, I didn't believe it when I saw the color, like in the bin. I was like, "Is this a green car?" Because it was so full of dust. It's green. It's absolutely covered in dust. And the interior is green, so it's a nice color combination.
Very nice. So we have
Like 200,000.
200, yeah, 211,000 kilometers.
But overall, it's a good condition car. Only some dust and so on, but
So this is what, 140?
yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm really dusty. This is beautiful.
See, they don't need to clean this one.
Yeah, I think this or any garage pretty beautiful. I like it. And this one has been sitting since 2008.
Yeah.
So that's the last one. Means we're driving it back on the street. Again, Spanish car, it's going to be a rust. Then over there we have
Some Alfa and Lancia.
These are beautiful cars as well. What kind of Lancia is this?
I don't.
Lancia. That's how you pronounce that.
Yeah, I had Italian people yesterday here, but they said Lancia. So, and that's a GT something. Alfa Romeo.
GTV6 German Force. We'll put that in the end, but this is so cool to see as well. You want to see this on the channel? I don't know how to fix Italian cars, but it looks really cool.
at that seat. Oh, that's comfy. I gotta sit. Here's me stepping into entire ownership. No couch. That's something you don't want to step on. No. If you think BMW are not reliable, speed, we have electric windows, electronic. I didn't even open this car. You were the first one doing so many things. No, but this is also cool. It's not only about BMW. This is a very cool old cars. Last year, do we have ETV on it? No stickers or anything. Who knows how long this has been off the road? Not even one? Wow, that's impressive. I mean, ETV has been around for 25 years. Look at that dent. That's some tin sheet metal. Oh wow. Look at that. So, good luck fixing that up, huh? I imagine this is a 4-cylinder of some sort. This is very cool. So this is Alpha GTV6. Yep. Clarkson has one of these. Beautiful car. Beautiful car. These haven't gone up in price yet, as far as I know. But then again, I don't know anything about Alpha, so they're beautiful cars. That's the V6. You saw it is the guy that built this engine. It's one of the best sounding basics in the ever. So give them questions for me. Yeah, that sounds amazing. He's selling this as well? Sure. So GTV6. If someone are brave enough, and maybe I would be brave enough as well. A turbo Santa Tarragona. This is going to be a loss-free car, right? For sure. And here, what do we have? So, 33. But again, I don't know how you read these. Because it looks you cannot fit 100K in there. So maybe it has one lamp. Oh, the seats are beautiful. Decent shape. Collapse in there. Okay. So nice little car. I imagine this wouldn't be terribly expensive. Or something like that. Apparently unreliable. Yeah. That's in the back. How cool is that? There's a project. And that machine over there, this is for straightening the chassis, right? Yeah, we have 2 of those actually. So you can see it was a fully working body shop. Wow. This guy spent money when he was doing workshops. Like he wouldn't ask. Yeah, so he's going to work by tools, and this is. Yeah, he only bought good tools and like good brands, reliable stuff. All right, then we have over there. Let's not skip that, but I don't know what that is. That's a Seat 124. Yeah. Seat 124, I think, or 133. Not really sure. Road since 2000. Crack open that as well. This is Spanish history. Yeah, it looks like I care more about the German history than on cars. What is this? Is it a brand new car or what? Why? With the foil on the door? No, I think they kept those here. Huh. I'm in decent shape for an old car. I don't know what year this is. Very nice. And then we have another E30. Yep, that's a very special one, in my opinion. That's a 325. 325. 325 V8 engine, and it's a cabriolet, as you can see. But the most special thing is in the odometer, so you can show the kilometers. Sport seats, and the Tahoe original 25,000 kilometers. Yep. Now that's rare. I don't think you find those. That's very often. The grids are probably, you know. But look at that seat. Sport seat in mint condition. That's so rare with E30. Real rare. You see the clutch pedal looks great, not worn or anything like that. Manual, of course. So this is a very, very nice car. The paint in nice condition. Probably just needs cleaning and polishing. This was a lady car. Yeah, for its 25,000 kilometers, and it's been kept here for so many years. This is not in great shape. This will be changed. Roof is easy enough to replace. And
the engine is
No, we did a sticker anymore. Original BMW battery. I've never seen that in military.
crazy.
Ridiculous.
And he told me, when I saw the car the first time, he told me it was a 320. And I was like, okay, it's good, not great, but good. But then I checked the chassis number, and it was a 325. And I was like, okay, that's interesting with this mileage.
So Dolphin metallic, same as mine.
Yep.
324. So just needs to be cleaned up and put back on the road.
Sure.
So this one is for sale as well. Are you planning to recondition it first, or?
Yeah. This will be fully restored.
And it's a pre-faces as well. I mean, look how clean those headlights are. They look mint. Michelin tires, the old school ones. No rust, the seal looks perfect. So we have it NSU.
You know how what is this? No, this is before Audi. So this has a rotary engine, and it was the thing before Audi. I don't know much about it, but I've been told about this. And yep, rotary engine. Put more rotors in it, and you have unlimited power.
Wow, that's crazy.
And unlimited oil consumption. Yeah, that's impressive. I don't know the value of these cars, but
I mean, this is definitely not something
you see this often.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's an interesting entry. It's a McLaren.
That's thick, and the steering wheel is thin. Interesting car. Interesting car. This is the E21 that I'm considering getting for my Project Castellon. Just for parts, I mean, I need a lot of parts for it, and this looks like a perfect candidate for it. You had a small accident there?
Yeah. Do you remember in your video that you say that this Rust is common in E21s?
Yeah, there was Rust there as well. Yeah.
You were right.
There. The one is here. I'm going more over there.
Oh, okay.
So it's been off the road since 2002.
Does not want?
It doesn't matter. It's a 4-cylinder, 260. There's rust in the windows here. But this is kind of coolish color, some sort of green.
That's nice.
4-cylinder, 222,000 kilometers. Is it good for parts? I don't know. This is something that I have to say need to let me know. Because I need a lot of trim this on this the dashboard, this one. Well, it's cracks. So not really, moving down the line.
That's for the French people.
Here? Yeah. What's that?
Citroën Miari. That's a beach car for California.
What is that? What is this thing?
That's old. That's from the 60s. That's a, we say Dos Caballos in Spain. Yeah. It's based on that. This was restored at some point. That's why it has this color. It was working, good condition. The engine was restored. You take this thing out like nothing.
So it works, runs and drives.
Yeah. Look at the engine. It looks good. It was just stopped for years, but it was restored before putting it here. So this would work. I have
plastic one?
Yeah, it's ABS. The full car is ABS. Nothing is metal. These cars have so many versions. So this one has the roof and so on, that you can remove it and you have a full cabrio car. They go from 8,000 for the last valuable one to 15K. So yeah, I was kind of impressed by the value of those cars.
Yeah,
everything has its market.
Yeah, this is not something that you can buy brand new anymore. So this is E90.
E90 diesel.
320 diesel tractor.
I think it has no engine.
No, I think it's see here, just basic diesel car. So there is. That's more interesting.
Far more.
E23.
Yeah, 735 with the M30. And if I can recall, that's a
gearbox. That is a lovely color with the pinstripe as well.
And the color is good.
So step inside.
What kind of luxury?
And it has not many miles.
So manual gearbox, 5-speed, I presume.
Oh, sure.
Seat has a little bit of wear, and we have 163,000 kilometers. It's not a lot.
It's more comfy than the sofa.
Oh yeah, that's comfy. Wood trim, lots of wood trim.
For sure.
Very spacious. Yeah.
It's a good car.
It smells like an old car. I like it.
Smells like.
That radio. Yeah, I like this car.
This one will probably be put back to life himself.
So you condition it?
Yes.
With a push?
Because it's not that bad. It shouldn't take that much work.
Very nice and spacious inside. The dashboard looks in great condition.
That's a proper engine.
Great sound. The rear seat looks in great shape. Oh, you can see feathers and stuff. See, that's good. Okay, I will show you. This is the real deal, man. Feels nice. I like this car. Is that a scratch? Yes. What is that? It's like a concept or something? Yeah, so it's crashed pretty much all along the side, unfortunately. Very nice, Mickey. Why did they hold it on? This is probably why I was here in the first place.
There is hate in the world.
So this is the M30?
M30 B35. The Big 6.
Big 6.
Big 6. That's. He has one boat with this engine. And he has one of those engines new in box. Absolutely new in box.
Look at the battery. Original BMW battery.
Again,
Unbelievable.
I keep surprising you.
That's really cool. So I think this is not going to take a while.
It's gonna take the kind of work that you do with the full system and so on.
These have a little fuel tank. So it's been selling since 1995.
I think this was the first to build it. The Intel system. I don't think they. I think it started something around here.
95.
Something like that.
Oh,
Not much old.
27 years off the road. Yeah, this is going to take a lot of work to bring back on the road. But everything is there. I mean, you can see the bumper.
You just need to make a nice offer. I never think about it.
So this is something that I could potentially buy more. Another big scratch here. The three quarters is on there.
Yeah, paint is a little bit sharp.
Yeah, the paint is sharp, unfortunately. The stripes though, that's probably original.
No.
Yeah,
The stripes?
maybe.
Sure.
I think they maybe, I don't know. So the tires, really old school Michelin.
It's over the paint.
It's over the paint, yeah, but that's how you have to do it from the factory. I don't know how it is rust wise. Clean, really clean.
Yeah.
And not only either. A little bit of surface rust here, but like nothing. And then over there you can see it's really clean. The floor, the frame rail. Even the exhaust looks good. This is a car good bones for restoration.
And that's the one thing.
Yeah, it'll definitely need respray because scratches all over the place.
There was some underguy, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I was here. We were painted or something. So 735 badge in the back. But this is definitely not one of those cars in the other picture. So we're going to talk about this later. So maybe this is something for me after all because they never have a 23.
You know,
What is it, C32?
that's a 530, if I can recall. Yeah, sure, but I thought that I had a E34 out.
Yeah, this is E32 for sure.
It's the auto, and it's the same. I can recall that I checked, and it had the 3.0 engine. Yeah.
So 3-liter engine.
The E30 with the 3.0.
Oh no, it's leaky.
I'm not gonna sell it then.
But this is a really nice color combo. So this is what color is that? It's gonna fall in the check somewhere.
I didn't check this car yet. So it's like the E30, but in a big version. Oh, it has sunroof.
Sunroof here, that's a shame, but wood trim, some proper wood trim. I love that. And the only have tan interior. But this one looks actually really good because you have black dashboard. I hate when they have tan dashboard. Cameras, you won't be able to tell because the battery's dead. All the original broken stereo. I love that. This is actually a really nice car for somebody. Like a beginner's project or something. This is not very complicated to work on. And just
the box, the automatic box.
Yeah, true, but still. I mean, really nice spec. The price seems in good condition for the dental and for production. If you pull that, the paint's not cracked.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult.
All the car.
The paint looks better than the other one.
And then we have a very weird spec.
Yeah, that's the weirdest car that I have around. And it's a diesel car, and they blow up the engine, and they put engine from the 524 diesel car. It has no turbo. It's just atmospheric.
So it's was a 324.
324. They put a new engine, like almost new engine from a 5 Series.
Oh wow!
And it's been stopped since then. But these fenders are not the originals from the car because they had this crush. And they, I guess, they broke the M Technique bumper, and they put this fender one because they found it easier. But the skirts and the rear bumper had the spoiler, and I guess they had even the steering wheel, which is not anymore.
So this
It's original. Only one and original.
How weird spec is that on the diesel, huh?
Yeah. 4 doors.
Definitely gonna need a history. But look at that. Selling it as this complete will be quite interesting. Definitely the paint job. So some weird steering wheel. Kind of like one bit, but 5-speed, 211,000 kilometers. Next to the weird E30 is the car that I'm interested in, but I'm not sure if I should be. This one is the U6, or better known as BMW E3. So this is when BMW went back into its sport and luxury sedan segment, and this is the chassis that's shared with the E3, the coupe, and that exploded in price. These not so much, and you just don't see them anymore whatsoever. And this is kind of, I don't know what it is actually, because the trunk of the car says 2.8 on the paper. And the papers as well, but when I ran, but the VIN tag actually says 3 liter. And it's a manual car, and when I put this into the real OEM, it says it's 2.8 liter automatic. So it's really strange.
It's the M30 engine as the 7 Series.
Only with
carburetors. Yeah.
So that's the thing, I don't know what. I don't know anything about carburetors. There you can see the VIN tag. It says 3 liter.
Yeah, this one was sitting in the entry where the birds are. That's why it's
And how long has it been sitting? You guys want to use this back, so this is just sitting.
so long. So long for you.
So the bumper looks pretty good. Or it looks bent.
Yeah.
Bent over there. And imagine finding a bumper for this car is going to be mission impossible, but maybe it can be bent back into shape. And this is another thing with these cars, they're so prone to rust. And even this one, Spanish car, I can already see rust. And you can see there, because they were not protected well from the factory. And I've seen people restore E3 coupe, and they usually just strip the entire chassis. But the engine bay looks complete, I guess. Now this has been very, you can see loads of rust. And we're starting to come through there as well. I can see over there, doors. Are the open, but this is not the original one for sure. This is from something else.
There's some parts in the front.
The back, you can't even see it, but that tail end is smashed. More rust. Big boot. Let's see what do we have here.
This is the weekly. Okay. So you do have the VWAP crossing right back up to the zero line, so we could see this pop back over the zero line. You know, we might have just come down for air here a little bit, and we could see, you know, this flip a little bullish.
Go down for air, not up for air.
Down for air, yeah. Technically, in this case, down for air. Not your usual, you know, breathing situation, but you know, it wouldn't be impossible to see this money flow curve back up and stay in the green for a little bit longer as we come higher. But we will have to keep a look. We will have to keep an eye on this weekly chart, and we will be watching it closely. So moving down into the 3-day, you do have your 3-day VWAP coming up. Probably going to be printing a green dot here pretty soon. Coming down to the 2-day, we are currently printing a green dot on the momentum wave. This is pretty bullish as the VWAP is crossing over the zero line. We could see some more upward price action based off of this. And let's go over 12-hour, I believe. Yeah, printing a green dot on the 12-hour. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And this is, you know, I do like to kind of bring up, I try as hard as I can to bring up things that you guys can see on the charts that can help you enter good trades. I'm currently in a long right now, up about 17%. But this 3-hour money flow crossover into the green, this red money flow wave coming up and crossing over the green, is very bullish. You know, I think this could definitely bring us up to at least this spider line right here, this next spider line at about 44.3. So I think we could get there, you know, in the near future. But you do have to remember we are coming down to, I don't want to take up too much time here, but if we come over and grab our Fibonacci retracement and we'll take this out of the way, and you pull it from this high right about here down to this low, we are approaching the golden pocket right here, so you could expect at least a little bit of resistance here. We might bounce back down before crossing over.
What price point is that?
The golden pocket right now is coming in at about 41,455. So might see a little bit of resistance there. Might make for a good scalp short, but just be careful because you're up pumping. So it might you want to be careful with your shorts here, but you know, might get a little bounce off that golden pocket. But you know, definitely looking a lot better than we have in the past. Want to remember that weekly looking a little bit bearish, but you know, that 3-hour money flow crossover. Last time we had something like that, you know, right over here, we did come up quite a bit. So yeah, keep an eye on that. I think this was about 25% last time we crossed over from red to green on the money flow. So if you know, we could see something similar like that play out here very soon.
Yeah, looking at the Bitcoin to dollar on Coinbase on the 4-hour, it looks like it has gone right up to 41,348. Started to retrace. I think I saw it. Didn't it hit 41.4 on pretty much on TradingView?
Yeah.
Is that by the chart you're looking at?
This is currently this is Coinbase chart.
Does Fibonacci have a chart on TradingView?
I believe so.
Yes. I know that was a big thing when it launched. It didn't have a chart. Hard to trade if you don't have that chart to look at.
Yeah, you do. You do if you are trading with leverage. You do. I like to. You know, I typically look at the Coinbase charts, but I do always have my you know, whether it's Bybit or Phoenix professional contract charts up just in case. You know, sometimes they have slight discrepancies.
Now, do you use the test net and show real pay trades?
Yes. So we Phoenix does have a test net. We will. Yeah, we'll be over that.
That's a joke because everybody said Carl was doing that, but he wasn't really. Like, Carl doesn't. You'll see the dynamic numbers rise on those trades. You can't really fake that. So Carl really has that much money, and he really trades that much. By the way, for a lot of you guys that saw a lot of that flood, if I'm wrong, that's what we face with influencers sometimes. You just see stuff that isn't really accurate representation, and then people run with it, and it's a lot of conjecture. Well, Frank, thanks so much for coming on. You guys make sure to subscribe to Frank Candles. Let's have our XRP band. All right, guys, if you're in the XRP army, make sure to smash those like buttons. We got 6.5 thousand viewers right now here on the YouTube. So make sure to get those likes up to 4,000 today. I know we can do it. Here we go. We got the experts on, guys. We got the experts. If you're in the XRP army, throw your X up. We got John Deaton, Jeremy Hogan,
in the chat. So glad to have you on the chat for the first time, Jeremy. So glad to have you back, John. I guess let's start here, and we'll just start with John. What are the latest developments going on? Of course, also if you guys want to subscribe to their socials, we'll put their Twitter handles up. Tell us what's going on. The latest news about the XRP case. I think today, I'm not sure if there was a delay. Maybe today's not still an important day. Maybe we can lead in talking about what's going on today in the case.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for having me back. And I'm glad to be on with Jeremy as well. Well, today is a day discovery is closed. So basically, all fact discovery, all expert, which means expert depositions, all of that concludes today. Normally, from here, we would start moving into the motions for summary judgment. We're waiting on Judge Torres to rule on the motion to strike Ripple's fair notice.
So wait, what happened to Judge Network? She's still got, do we have two judges now? I was confused on that.
Yeah, Judge Network is the magistrate judge, and she basically has been handling all the discovery.
Okay.
Dispositive motions like summary judgment, motions to dismiss, that will be handled by the judge herself.
So she's the actual judge, so she's higher than the magistrate.
Judge Torres is the actual judge assigned to the case, and Judge Netburn is basically the magistrate judge who is helping her handle all of the discovery issues. But we're still waiting on the motion for reconsideration, which I would expect possibly at the end of this week, if not certainly next week, where Judge Netburn is ruling whether or not the Hinman email, the 63 emails, she previously ruled that was discoverable and needed to be turned over to Ripple. The SEC filed a motion to reconsider. They flip-flop their arguments, and they're trying to keep that not discoverable to Ripple. I think that the motion for the strike fair notice, I think that's not that big because I really don't see it's huge if you deny it. I mean, if she grants it. Right? The real issue right now for me is this deliberative process privilege because the SEC does not want those 63 emails. Because imagine this, 63 emails went around talking about this Hinman speech. What are the chances, Ben or Jeremy, that XRP was not raised? Now, one person said, hey, what about XRP? How does that fit into the mix? So when we get that ruling, that's going to just proceeds, I believe.
Now, just to follow up on that, John, before I go to Jeremy here, when you have a lot of this stuff that is being struck down as evidence, I mean, the fact that the SEC has had so many fails in this area in terms of a lot of losses for things that have been struck down or things that Ripple wanted in, have made it in. Even though this stuff doesn't necessarily make it in, does this have a compound effect on the judge? Like the judge can't put it out of her mind that this existed, right?
I already told him to leave it at the door.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if I could just jump in on that one.
Sure.
A judge is supposed to be able to put it out of her mind. So a judge is supposed to be able to do evidence in camera, which isn't really evidence yet, and then say, okay, this isn't really evidence that's supposed to be involved in the case. Now, whether the judge is really able to do that or not, I think it does affect her thinking no matter what. So yeah, once the cat's out of the bag, the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, that's the way I would probably see it. It's negligible. It's not really a big impact, but some of these things have been big deals. So Jeremy, so we talked about what's going on today in the case where the expert discovery is over. In your view, what is like the biggest development, since November? Because it seems like we haven't got a lot of news since then. What's the biggest development that people should be paying attention to?
Well, I think the next big ruling is going to be on the motion to strike the fair notice defense. Whether that stays or goes is the big motion that's pending. In discovery, what John just touched on is the big issue. Whether those 63 emails come out or not. You have to understand that what the SEC has done in this case, as far as those emails up to this point, is extraordinary. I mean, in essence, they were supposed to turn these emails over about 9 or 10 months ago, and they just refused. And then they were ordered again, and they refused. And then they were ordered the third time a couple weeks ago, and they said, you know what, Judge, we're going to ask you to reconsider your opinion, which I've only done once in 20 years of practice. And then after that, they're going to ask Judge Torres to reconsider what Judge Netflix said. So it's really extraordinary what's going on with these emails. It's not normal. And that's why at first I wasn't quite on board with John, but now I'm 100% on. There's something in those emails they do not want us to see.
I think there's a lot of and I think that's why, even when this happens, even when this comes out and the settlement happens, I think majority of anything that was integral in making decisions are probably going to be, struck from the public eye, going to be redacted. I just don't know how much precedent is going to come out of this. I think that's part of the whole play here. So, John, let's talk about where this is going to. So, we know where it is today. We know what, the expert discovery is over. Doesn't look like we're going to get a delay on that, so that's really, really good. But where do you see all this going from here? Kind of, timeline on, when you think it'll be over and big dates people should be watching out for. Like, where do we go from here?
Well, to me, the SEC, until they're forced to face reality, which means and they have to turn over those documents. If that happens, and the judge does not strike the fair notice defense, that's when the SEC has too much to risk. Because a ruling on fair notice that Ripple didn't have fair notice basically is a ruling for all altcoins, in my opinion, that have existed for the last 5-6 years. And that puts Gary Gensler out of the crypto business. That would limit him then to ICOs only as far as jurisdiction. And until he faces that issue, I don't see it settling. Now, I think it will settle as long as those things come into play. And they have to they are forced to turn over the emails and everything that's included, and they're facing a dispositive motion that could put them out of the crypto business, then I think it settles, but I don't think that happens until the summer.
Okay, so the summer, I think I can vibe with that. I think I think it'll be over in September. I'll just leave it at that. Jeremy, what about you? Where do you think all this is heading to?
Well, I agree with you. I think this is over in September. And what I did is, right now we still have some pending motions. So we have the motions to strike the individual defendants' cases. We have the motion to strike the fair notice defense. We have to get rid of those motions first. Once those are done, what the judge is going to do is she's going to set a briefing calendar for summary judgment. That's the next big thing that's going to happen. Once we get that briefing schedule, we're going to know when the case has to be over, because I think the case is going to be over at summary judgment. So we'll know that soon. I think that based upon how she said things previously on other cases, I think it's a 4 or 5 month process to get everything briefed and heard. So that's why I put it out into September as well.
So how rare is it? I'll stick with you here, Jeremy. How rare is it for a case like this with the SEC to actually go to completion where there's a judgment and not a settlement?
Well, we know statistically that like 95% of these cases resolve at some level.
95%? Say that again?
It's something like 95%. I don't know the exact. It's over 90% settled. Now that's for a lot of different reasons. A lot of these companies that are sued by the SEC just don't have the money to defend themselves. Obviously, Ripple has the money to defend themselves, so that's one reason it might go the distance. Also, not a lot of companies have the ammunition that Ripple has developed in this case over the last couple of months to defend themselves. So this gives all the signs of a case that could go all the way, but statistically speaking, most of these cases do settle.
And that's what leads me to believe maybe we'll see it end a little sooner. But of course, when it comes to the SEC, they're always running the clock out to the last possible second. So even if we get a settlement, maybe it comes, the day before the summary of judgment or whatever the case may be there.
It could happen
anytime. Today. It's over today. That's what I'm doing.
It could be today. It could be the day before the hearing.
Yeah.
Sometimes during the hearing, right, John? I saw cases in the middle of a trial.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So, John, let me ask you this: when it comes to XRP and this lawsuit, and let's assume that it does settle or Ripple wins, I think there's very few people out there that think at this point the SEC has the ammunition to completely outright win the case. I don't think there's any, a less than 1% possibility of that. I think it really comes down to whether it's settled or whether Ripple wins. I tend to believe a settlement, just because, we've used the comparison, if you're in trouble for, breaking a law, you don't want to have to go to the jury trial. If you had anything to do where you're not 100% innocent, let's say it's a car accident, it was definitely the other guy's fault, but whatever case, if it's going to go to a jury trial, it's just the unknown. So it's always better to just do the settlement and get it over with. So let's assume it does settle. or XRP wins, what effect do you think this will have on the overall crypto market, John?
Well, I think that, well, first let me address that. Let me cite somebody that knows a lot more than me, and that's Brian Brooks, who used to be the Office of Comptroller. He's Bitfury's CEO. I sent a tweet out that said it would take Brian Brooks 15 minutes or less to settle this case. He would basically say Ripple pays a fine for early sales, for marketing or whatnot, on how they marketed XRP from 2013 to 2017. Declare that XRP, today's XRP, is not a security, and spend more time deciding what to eat for lunch. He actually responded to that, Ben, and he said, one correction, I don't eat lunch, right? So that just shows you how right this case is for settlement. And I think that, I think it's going to have I think it may be the final driving point for momentum. I think XRP will ultimately, and I'm not financial advice or anything like that, but I think it would probably be the best asset in 2022, just like it was the best performing asset in the 2017, early 2018 bull run.
Yeah, absolutely. People forget how much it crushed it. It would be pretty interesting is that, people are, famous for making some end of the year predictions last year that didn't come true based on what should be good things.
I'm with
you. I still think a lot of it was good info. It did turn out. It would be crazy if it still plays out on that timeline just 1 year later. Case ends in September, makes the whole crypto market run. Bitcoin hits 100K by the end of the year. Not what we predicted, but we would take it at this point for sure. So let me, Jeremy, when it comes to clarity about this and the settlement, if we get a settlement, is clarity therefore included in that? Right? Like if they settle, we know for sure going forward that XRP is not going to be deemed a security, correct?
Right. So Ripple would make sure that happens. A settlement is completely within the control of the parties. They craft the settlement agreement, right? So Ripple would never enter into any settlement agreement where continuing and future sales of XRP are deemed securities. They'd be, shooting themselves in the foot. So absolutely, if we see a settlement, guarantee that Ripple's legal team is going to make sure it includes that language that XRP sales are not securities.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really big. Here's just a kind of off the wall question here. Somebody in the chat asked this. Once this case is settled, we'll start with you, John. Where do you see the SEC turning to next? Like, do you see a project or a kind of project they might be looking at? Because this is obviously a lot of their resources on this case.
I think we have to take Gary Gensler at his word, and he's targeting the exchanges. And I think that's why this case is so important, because of its impact potentially on all the other altcoins. But they want to find Gary Gensler keeps telling the exchanges, come in and register, which means they have to come in and register that they're offering securities, but the SEC won't help them in any guidance in which specific assets are securities. And so I believe we're going to see an exchange soon within the next several months.
Well, I can tell you that there's some stuff going on behind the scenes with some different exchanges, and I can tell you that there's already movement on that. Will it result in a notice or a lawsuit? Not 100% sure at this point, but I know there's a lot of moving parts going on kind of behind the scenes right now. Jeremy, what about you? Where do you see the SEC turn its attention to?
I agree. I think that the exchanges are next in the line of fire, and I also think that if things don't go well, and so far as we can see, things are not going well for the SEC in this litigation, I think they're going to back off. The next lawsuit will not be a big player; it'll be a small player that they can kind of bully around and force into a settlement that they can trade on their website and say, "Look how good a job we did."
Yeah, I would tend to agree there. You're moving on from facing one of the biggest companies in crypto, or maybe the biggest. I'm not sure what the numbers say. I guess Binance would probably be number one, but one of the biggest companies in crypto. Definitely, I don't know how the overall valuation of Ripple compares to the overall valuation of Coinbase. Maybe pretty close there, but definitely, the SEC, picking this fight. I tend to go back to some. I still kind of believe they're all in cahoots together with all this, but I digress there. Let's talk about XRP in general, just real quick. I kind of want to get. I don't know. I've never asked either one of you guys this. What's your personal involvement in XRP and understanding of it? Like, are you both invested in it? Is this something that, let me just ask this question. Are you invested in XRP and so on?
So, yeah, I first heard the word, sorry, John, go ahead. I first heard XRP when I read the lawsuit. That was the first time I might have seen it on an exchange because I own, Bitcoin and some Ethereum. But I looked at the lawsuit, and really my first involvement was because I looked at the lawsuit and I saw online that people were just like gloom and doom. Oh my God, Ripple got sued. I saw the price go down. I looked into what it is, and I said, this lawsuit is not a surefire win. Everyone thinks that the SEC is some regulatory god that they've decreed it to be a security, and therefore Ripple's going to lose, and it's all going to go to zero. And I said that's not the case at all, and that's when I started making videos about it. And that is the first time I bought it, about a month after I read the lawsuit. And I think I even did it online. I said I'm going to just buy some just to get invested. And since then, I have gone deep into that well, the XRP well. Maybe way too deep, but here I am, and that's how I got involved.
Love it. How about you, John?
Yeah, I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole in 2016, owned Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. Those were my only 3 holdings when the lawsuit was filed. And I've continued to buy XRP, so I don't give financial advice, but if you ask me what I do, I'll tell you. I know I filed a writ of mandamus just because I was a pissed off investor, to be honest with you, and angry that the SEC would actually make these kind of claims, where they're claiming the token itself is a security. I knew what that meant. If you read the complaint, and it literally says things that apply to Bitcoin, Ether, that applies to gold. They claim that all XRP holders are in a common enterprise with each other and Ripple, and because we all benefit if the price goes up, therefore it's a security. You can apply that to everything. So that's how I got involved. But that's it, I guess.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I also invested in XRP, as a lot of people know, I'm sure. Last question for both of you. Who do you see legislating crypto going forward? Like, what government agency is it? The SEC, CFTC, something that hasn't been created yet? Where do you think ultimately, all the crypto regulation ends up running?
I think ultimately it's going to have to be the CFTC, and I think that the SEC should only be involved in a pure ICO scenario. Other than a pure ICO scenario, or obviously if there's fraud and dump speeds and all of those things, they certainly should be involved. But as far as existing cryptos that have been, let's say the top 50, I believe those should be treated as commodities at this point.
I agree. But yeah, it's a commodity. XRP is a commodity. The legislature is going to have to come up with some framework in which this is going to all happen, but it really should be the CFTC, and maybe a certain subcategory of crypto should be regulated by the SEC. But I think what Ripple and what the other players in the field are saying is we just need to know. And that's what's, I think, the most frustrating thing is we just need to know who's going to regulate us and what the rules are, and we'll play within the rules if you could just let us know. No one's let them know so far.
Yeah, I agree. I believe definitely Bitcoin is a commodity for sure. It should move over to that today. As far as everything else goes, I still tend to believe that eventually we're going to get a new commission. We're going to get a new digital asset or crypto, at least a crypto subset under another organization like the CFTC. But people who understand crypto regulating crypto, which isn't necessarily the government motto. Let's just elect people that are popular, and then we'll have them run everything. So, John, Jeremy, this has been a very fascinating conversation. I would definitely love to get you guys back on again the next time we have a development. So I'll stay in touch. Thank you guys so much for coming on. Can we make sure that we drop their Twitter handles in the chat? Yes. So we'll drop your Twitter handles in the chat if people want to stay updated with what you guys are doing. Thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thanks, Ben. Peace, neighbor.
I really want these. Yeah, I love fun. It was fun for sure. Guys, we got 10,000 viewers. People love XRP. We might just turn it into XRP. We had 2,800 likes. Somebody said Ben used to spread a lot of fun about XRP. XRP. I used to not like XRP. That is true. You will find older clips of me saying things stuff about it. But really, what galvanized me is the SEC case.
That's what I was gonna say. It wasn't necessarily FUD.
Right.
Like there's a big difference between FUD and information. When things change, yeah, I know you guys. When things change, you can change your opinion. So Ripple and XRP today, very different than Ripple and XRP 3 years ago. So
yeah,
or even
absolutely.
more than 3 years.
The fact they brought in RippleNet, change their products, make it where you're going to have to use XRP in the future with their user interface.
That's a big difference.
That's a huge difference. That's absolutely a huge difference. So can you move up over on the YouTube side just a little bit? Oh, never mind. I remember what it was. Who else are these doors open? That's what's talking about. 75. Yeah, at least crack them. Because if it gets back over 77, I can make past that. Asking hard questions. These are not the actual Ripple attorneys. Like, I'm not asking them hard questions because they're not pressed about anything. I'm asking them the questions that people want to know. When is this over? What does this look like? How is this going to affect crypto markets? So I hope you guys really enjoyed that. We should have BC back up here in a couple of weeks here. Got Daniel from Chart Champions coming tomorrow. I think we have Garrett Solway on Thursday, but still waiting to double check on timing for that. It may possibly be a lowercase case. I saw that. I didn't know we could even do that. I thought everything had to do that.
Well, I like that.
I can't count. Yeah, I do like that. But coming back on when something else happens. Today's a big day. Expert discovery's over, so the case is the big thing was there was no delay. That's really the biggest thing that came out of it. So, all right, let's go ahead and let's move into Ukraine update here. Bitcoin staggers after Putin's nuclear deterrent alert warning. What did you think about this? I'm saying, putting there. Basically, it goes up to DEFCON 1 to 5. 1 is the most serious. We put our DEFCON on 3. Russia put theirs on high alert, which would be equivalent to their DEFCON 2. What did you think about it? It was crazy, wasn't it, TJ?
Yeah, pretty wild. Crazy in the sense that it's crazy we're at this point in the world. I wouldn't say unexpected, unfortunately, given the current climate. It doesn't surprise me that they're showing very, very strong position. Yeah. But it's definitely disconcerting, to say the least.
Well, he did that. He's posturing. It's a lot of posturing that he does. He's posturing here, saying, "Hey, you want to take away our, ability to transact?" Which, they cut them off from the SWIFT system, but still, not all of the banks. So it's actually, I think, 5 banks. I actually got an email this morning from Signature Bank, who we do our banking with in New York City, a crypto-friendly bank. We love Signature. They've been a godsend after the traditional banks hate us so much. But I got an email from them that listed 5 Russian banks that, all assets were frozen or transactions were frozen with. This is definitely having an impact here on banks in America. They're having to alert customers.
Well, what's most interesting to me, you probably, if you've been watching the show, heard me mention it once or twice. You hear this all the time with smaller nations, less, economically included globally. But now we've got Canada and Russia, 2 major economic countries where we're seeing them literally get cut off from their banking. We're seeing banking as law enforcement. We're seeing money as a system of control playing out right in front of our eyes. It's one of my favorite Andreas clips. It's called Money as a System of Control on YouTube. Look it up, and he's talking about exactly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Antonopoulos. It's exactly this scenario. He's saying, look, banks are now the deputies of major government. And now we're seeing it. They're saying, look, he can't afford to do this war if we cut them off from the world, not just their local banks. They're talking about freezing assets of the central bank in Russia and basically making it incapable of connecting with the other central banks, which basically cuts it off from the world. So,
think about this. We're pretty much in control of the SWIFT system at this point because we have the reserve currency.
We being the United States.
Yeah. We have the biggest pull with it, obviously. The European Union also has a lot to say, but they had to get Germany's permission to cut Russia off. Germany and Russia still, even from World War II, both allies with one another. But, just like I say about all stuff, like when you're talking about privacy coins or using crypto and having privacy in your transactions, people are always like, well, I don't care if people see what I buy. So always remember this: what's legal today may be illegal tomorrow. So while we certainly don't support Russia, we certainly don't support what they're doing in Ukraine by any stretch of the imagination. I gave some bad numbers, by the way, yesterday on the video. I had heard that there were like 25 civilians and killed and 100 injured. I saw that's more like, at this point, 350 killed and maybe 1,000 injured. So it's gone up pretty tremendously. I did want to correct that on the latest numbers that I saw last night. But, at the same time, let's develop this a little bit, okay? What if America loses the reserve currency because of our inflation? And let's say the digital yuan becomes the world reserve currency. And let's say China and Russia don't like what America is doing. And they're the two biggest countries in control of SWIFT, or whatever the equivalent would be, XRP. Not XRP, it's decentralized. But let's say they want to cut us off. So when we're looking at Russia, we're saying bad actors right now. Yes, people, I believe probably 90% of people at least out there would say, hey, it's probably good that they're getting cut off from this. It still is a bigger problem of censorship, of being able to cut off entire countries, their entire banking system, because it's not the country is suffering per se. The people suffer. Remember that. Russia's got incredible propaganda. I don't know what they're telling their people, but most people in Russia, from what I've read and seen, believe this is good, that the Ukrainians are the ones that have put Russians in danger. And Russia's basically just trying to take it back from these people that, are dangerous to Russia. I don't know where that. What is that? Was stain on the shirt? Did I dribble?
Dribble it. And they were talking about your cup in the basement.
The cup, somebody made this for us. It's got that. Can you zoom in a little bit on the
Hold it higher.
There's my Tweety Bird monster. Can you focus on it?
I can't do that. You get it if you put it right in front of your face.
Hey, I get a Lamborghini magazine. Look up. See the Tweety Bird monster. So much cool stuff on it. Can't remember the person's name who made this for me. We love it. So, anyway, all this going on in Russia and Ukraine has definitely led us to pump. The price of Bitcoin has gone, parabolic today. But look at this. Look at this advertisement. Look at this. You can tell what I'm shopping for, guys. I'm shopping for plaid onesies. What do you call this?
A romper? Jumpsuit?
A romper? I guess. I don't know.
I don't think that's a romper. Maybe a jumpsuit.
Maybe a jumpsuit. A romper is.
It's basically like that, but I've never.
Yeah, but the rompers are tight like that.
Right. I'm sure there's a specific name for it. Fashion with Ben and TJ.
Fashion with Ben and TJ. By the way, 120 million XRP shifted by major exchanges. Price drop of XRP. So we did have some critical news to cover here today, but we've already, nailed through all this today. So, all right. The Irish Crypto Club. The Irish Crypto Club. Ripple is joining it. What is that? Can we join?
Oh, that was one thing.
Right here.
That was one thing I wanted to mention. I dropped.
It's a bug. I was.
About this Ukraine stuff and being cut off from SWIFT and the regulations and crypto and Bitcoin. We were talking about Friday on DZ and I were on the show, and I think they talked about it more on ATV also. Watch out for the narrative that using Bitcoin is anti-American.
I tweeted about this.
Yeah. Well, it's already
tweeted. I retweeted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's already coming out.
Remember this, guys. Here's the talking point. Bitcoin is alt-right. What do alt-right people do? Involve themselves in Russian collusion, as you guys know. If you're alt-right, you're involved in Russian collusion, you're pro-Russia, you're anti-Ukraine, if you own Bitcoin. Like 30% of America owns crypto. You're alt-right, which I line up what percentages on, but I don't know, maybe 20%, I don't know, maybe less than that, maybe 5%. I don't know what is really alt. What is alt-right? Where's the line? Is it if you're against abortion, or is it if you're for, if you love the movie? What was the movie? It was in black and white with Edward Norton. Yeah.
Old movie?
Yeah, where the curb stomped the guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the name of that movie? Y'all put it in there. People will know that movie. American History X. That's American History X. I've never actually seen it. this is the way that the media wants to portray you. They want to portray you. If you own crypto, it's alt-right. Remember that. We got to move away from that narrative. If you have, Democratic friends or politicians, make sure they're, honest on this situation and honest on this narrative. Democrats, if you are a Democrat and you vote that way, then you certainly do not want your party going down this line. Crypto, greatest redistribution of wealth ever in the history of the world. Liberal philosophies, I would say. But yeah, American History X, a lot of people saying, I think it got a lot of proof. Like, America is seizing all assets in U.S. and USD of Russia's central bank in an unprecedented move. The United States just announced it's making inaccessible all assets of the Russian central bank in the United States, including gold and anything else. So basically holding them hostage here. It's just hard to see Russia backing down at this point with all of the hate that they're, getting from, around the world. It seems very Putin-like to be like, okay, we'll just take this at face value, we'll leave. I don't see that happen. Do you think these peace talks are going to work today?
I think it's all. I think the major players in all parties know there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than they're all alluding to. So I think most of what we're seeing as a public is a show to keep us engaged.
Well, there's a lot. I don't know. Somebody sent me some stuff. It reminds me a little too much of like false flag claims and stuff like that. That it's very conspiratorial, and I don't get it. But basically, he was saying that let's see if this is true. Let me look it up real quick. Ukraine president.
I think I know.
Did Ukraine's president don the army uniform to fight against Russian troops? They're saying it is. Basically, what they're saying is that all these pictures that we're seeing are older pictures. I don't really see if I can find. I'm looking for dates. Yeah, so this one right here. This is from April 9th, 2021. They've been showing this everywhere.
Yeah, but I don't really understand why people freaked out about that. Like, I understand they like the idea.
No, they're presenting it like the media publications are presenting these pictures like they're current.
Right, but they do that constantly. They always recycle old B-roll and present it as if it's current. Probably somewhere on screen at the bottom of it, it says, basically this is B-roll or something. And that I've seen a lot of people complaining about that with media in general, but when things are breaking,
that's in wartime, that's propaganda. In wartime, this would definitely be considered propaganda. When you're saying the president is suiting up to fight Russia and you're showing a picture from a year ago, like, to me, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think sometimes it's appropriate. Like, if you're talking about a celebrity and it's a story about a celebrity and you use an older picture, as long as, like, the point of the story is not what the person's wearing or what they look like, then I think it's okay. But when you're using pictures, all these pictures we've been circulating and seeing are from a year ago, that's a little sketch. I don't know. I mean, to me, I'm not a fan of that. For other cases, I get it. During wartime, it certainly seems like they're trying to push that that's what he's doing. That's what it looks like right now.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying this is very consistent with media, especially when news is breaking fast. They're going to put a story together and pull whatever images they need to support the story. I mean, the same thing we saw with the pandemic. Basically, none of the images being used in any of those news stories were relevant to the actual thing they were talking about. Yeah. Now, I agree, it's definitely not good journalism. It's definitely not very honest. And it definitely misleads people into a narrative that they want. But I'm just saying it's not common.
I'm not spreading conspiracy theory. We just showed you it's true. So basically, like that was from Fact Checker. What is this? Well, this is India Today. They did a fact check on it, and they said, "Did Ukraine president don the army uniform to fight Russian troops?" And they got to the end. They show you all the evidence, and then they basically rated it 2 crows, which means mostly lies. So there might be one picture, there may be something that they talk about, or maybe they're just saying that all the pictures are false, but he is supposedly suiting up. But and we're not trying to. We showed you the stuff, like independent source here. I I tend more to believe, or maybe before I got in really deep in the last couple of years, I always tended to believe more like that stuff was all, false and conspiracies, but I learned that a lot of it is accurate, and the media definitely portray things to be a certain way. I saw it yesterday on the news. I was looking back and forth between CNN and Fox News, and of course, I hate them both, okay? But that's, only place you can really get the news on cable TV, just kind of see what's going on. And I heard people talk, did you know that the United States this week ended the crackdown on Chinese spies in America? Basically, there were all of these top. Do you remember when they invaded the consulate at Houston and kicked the Chinese out for stealing stuff from universities? Basically, they said they're no longer going to be investigating that stuff because it's racist. Stealing military secrets. That's going on right now. But then also, they were talking about, these people were talking about how professional the Russian invasion has been and how they're going to kill so many more civilians. But, it's very, polite the way that they're doing it. It's I don't know, they've been firing missiles at people everywhere. I just can't get in with, a polite, professional invasion. Me, when you're going on somebody else's filming. Of course, look, we have people in the chat. Some people will tell you they're from Russia, that Ukraine took this land over and it's not theirs. And there's definitely another viewpoint here. We do know Russia took Crimea, which Crimea is basically kind of almost an island at the bottom of Ukraine. This is where Russia came down through Belarus. And then up over the top. But very interesting, and people are talking about cybercrime, cyber warfare here. That was what we were discussing yesterday. People are really going after Biden for saying that he's, not going to launch cyber attacks against Russia during this time. Yeah, that's actually a good move. Good job, President. I don't think the job, President, very much. Yeah, we don't want to get into a cyber war. No one wins. It's like a nuclear war. Nobody wins. We don't want to start going after them cyberly. Is that cyberly? We don't want to cyber attack them. Now we're trying to other people to come cyber attack us. And our business infrastructure in the United States is way more vulnerable than Russia. So we lose in that situation. So we got to give the president credit for that.
Whichever one is
Russian banks at risk of collapse. You got to see what's going on, not only in Ukraine but also in Russia. Ukraine issued legal demands on crypto exchanges to freeze Russian accounts. What exchanges are really big? Kraken can't freeze accounts. Binance was not going to freeze millions of users' accounts. So I don't know if there are any strictly Ukrainian exchanges. I'm sure they would. So, Binance committed $10 million to Ukraine. Overall donations near $20 million. Russia has seized 60 trillion rubles from citizens if the sanctions are tightened. We know they've already confirmed that. So that's what's going on in Russia so much. We could certainly get much more into it, but for the sake of brevity on the show, USDT reports do all-time highs against Russian ruble as inflation hits. Russian central bank doubled key interest rate from 9.5%.
You get a chance to do me on to go up there.
I don't know, what would you consider Russia? They're not. I mean, there is capitalism in Russia. What would you consider that?
A lot of people say fascist.
No,
But it's
as soon as
It's hard to defend Putin for a long time after all this stuff.
that's cheap.
I think ultimately there's a good chance this ends with Putin gone. In my ultimately, now this year or 10 years from now, I don't know, but I think this will begin the unraveling of this
Does he give up power without
Well, you can do it.
Well, if you look,
Right now. Well, not right
you
now,
look traditionally in the history of Russia, they've had a lot of turnover of types of governments. Go back to the Bolshevik Revolution, I believe there was some other stuff, maybe around time of Napoleon as well. But if you look back on the way that they, the Russian people, right now Putin's got everybody under their thumb, but we already know they're protesting, they're getting arrested. A lot of people do not feel like this is good for them to be doing. Look at Julius Caesar. All it took is two of his very closest guys getting him in the back. If you look, there were plans. There's a whole movie made about plans to take Hitler out. I think that there certainly probably will be plans internally to remove Putin at some point, depending on how this goes. But who knows? Maybe they want it. Maybe they say we do want to build the USSR. There's going to be people inside that government, people close to it. So I don't know whether it happens internally or externally, I don't think there's any way in 10 years from now we have a peaceful world with Putin still in charge. I think it's, he's going to get removed one way or the other, I believe. I'd be very curious to see what other people think about that. Nobody does everybody say, I think he's going to do this. Very few people, agree with me there. Very few people agree with me. I say he's going to try to rebuild the USSR, and then the president came out and said that's what he's trying to do. Anthony Blinken came out and said that's what he's trying to do. So, and also as a reminder, tonight we will have our third installment of our video series on our fund investing philosophies. Now we're talking about building a balanced portfolio. You're definitely going to want to check in. It's got some really good stuff. I was going to finish those last week. We did Monday and Tuesday, but then the Russia-Ukraine stuff started. I didn't feel it's appropriate to do those videos during that time, so definitely come back tonight and do that. Were you pointing at something? Okay. All right, so back to this. Look at this. The rubles were spiking against USDT. Part of the spike, the USDT ruble pair maintained a competitive steady market price of 80 rubles. However, the ruble's market price against USDT surged, exceeding 90 rubles. That means the value is going down of the ruble. Let's see. This is Ursula von der Leyen. She's in charge.
And then I was just on my period.
She is the president of the European Commission, mother of seven. She likes Brussels sprouts. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. It will stop them from operating worldwide and effectively block Russian exports.
What's going on?
Second, we will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank for free transactions and make it impossible for the central bank to liquidate its assets. So this does not look. This looks like a lady who would make you cookies, doesn't it? I don't know. She looks like a nice lady.
What?
Or also
America don't like missiles at Taiwan. That's China doing that shit. What are they talking about?
I would say she reminds me a lot of Carol from
Did you get it? I mean, shit. This big on say America on Ukraine close. So they also point missiles at them like they point missiles at Taiwan.
The SEC comes after Ada.
Taiwan, USA. What the fuck they talking about?
What's that?
I was going to say, you heard two legal experts give their opinion. They didn't say
China is not
other altcoins. They think the exchanges probably what makes sense.
Not if
you much more likely to go after someone except for
plus Ukraine.
I was going to say, they said they need an easy win, too, which I tend to agree with. It's very much optics and politics when you get to this level.
I look like the guy who eat them.
And Ada, another IOHK, another very well-funded entity at this point that would fight them tooth and nail to prove their point. They need to pick off somebody small and, like he said, easy to get under the thumb and get an easy win, which I would think that's going to be some.
You sound like Ukraine.
Carol's done that. I know. That's what I was talking about. She was pretending to be a homemaker with her. They said Putin would never invade if Dick Lloyd was president. That is a fact. That is a factual statement. I may run. I don't.
Also, they were talking earlier the headquarters for SWIFT in Belgium, so it's Germany a lot of
Brussels is Belgium also, right?
I Google it. I get mixed up where they do town.
That's what I thought. That's where the European, so interesting stuff there. I can't wait for our World Economic Forum special to come out.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting. The more you pull that thread of global politics, the more you'll find yourself back in Ukraine, which is really interesting. World Economic Forum. The political leaders in the United States who have children, running energy companies. They just fun, good little topics.
A lot. She also said, talking about IOHK, they're incorporated in Japan, so they're registered. Yes, you can go after anyone. It doesn't matter where you are. If Americans were involved in buying when they get their security, they will go after it. See how these long arms? They're so armed. They can basically go to a free line, say Singapore, and say, hey, you don't turn over the information on this person or entity that we're investigating right now, that it's going to stop. Use money as leverage because that's why we get money all around the world. Use leverage. So, you know, lots of talks of raising military budgets. In Europe, you're in the United States, you have to print that money somewhere. You're going to have to print it somewhere. Look, Cardano is like, I can't remember what the number is, like 80 to 85%, I think, of Cardano is owned by the public. The argument cannot be made that a small group of people only benefit from the price going up, which is what they have to say according to the how we test and stuff like that. So arms so long, but not arms so strong.
Yeah, you said
long so arm.
Long so arm.
Yeah, long so arm. Strong so. It's funny when you say stuff like that, you don't even realize it. I mean, this shirt is showing sweat. This is not a good pick. Give me a time say. I'm trying to make it look terrible. I see what she's trying to do. She's trying to throw me under the bus so nobody will want to come after me. Take me from me. eBay on track to add crypto payments. They said, yeah, we're already prepared to do NFTs. E-commerce giant eBay is on track to add support for crypto payments as soon as this March. They said on March 10th, we're going to go deeper on all these things, payments, advertising, our focus categories. Slew of surveys shows that millennials tend to be the most crypto-friendly demographic, which explains eBay's upcoming pivot to crypto. The e-commerce platform has so far shied away from fully embracing cryptos, despite dabbling in NFTs last May. Trailblazing internet company, which was founded back in September 1995, first toyed with the idea of accepting Bitcoin all the way back in 2013 when the world's first crypto was still in its nascent. Online auction house eventually stated it was seriously considering enabling crypto payments. I certainly would not call eBay online auction house. Yes, that is what it is. So there you go. eBay getting into crypto. Look, I think that you're going to see a lot of companies that have. I don't know where eBay stands in the world at this point. I don't know how many people are still using it. There's some people using it. I believe eBay and Craigslist numbers have probably dropped dramatically in the last several years, five years especially. Maybe they could do something in crypto to become relevant. You know, NFT.
Well, I think that was I think eBay people really I mean, eBay owns PayPal. They own a lot of other e-commerce websites out there, so it's not just eBay, the website for
Okay, moving on here to quick hits. Solidly, $2 billion in 24 hours. Solidly, TVL, the Phantom is automated market makers emerged as one of the fastest growing DeFi projects. We need to get it up. If going solidly for DeFi for Phantom, yeah, I mean that's came out of nowhere. I will make a prediction here. I believe this will be a major player, and people wish they were in this one. I believe so. Phantom is just continuing to move and boom. Could be the next tier. It's always number 7. Solid offers something different. Got several features. It has the token Solid, the Solid token. It gives governance powers, yada yada yada. So stuff there. New code showing top regions where workers are taking crypto salaries. Let's see where
we're gonna have a problem with this one.
I'm taking that piece of paper with me.
Shows that Latin America, Europe, Middle East, and Africa are on the top, where employees are taking a portion of their pay. Europe surprised me.
Is it on now?
I'm just surprised by that because they seem to have more regulations for places to do.
Still,
list, so maybe America's on there.
Looking like
7% North America, 7% Asia Pacific, Latin America 34%, 52% were from Latin America. 34%. So very interesting. Very interesting. Cardano flips Ether, XRP, and transaction volume. We know that the chain's continuing to move. We also keep buying Matic and Link while holding a large amount of SHIB. We don't hold SHIB, but we do own Matic and Link. South Korea invested $187 million in a national metaverse project. Let me tell you, we had a call with the guy who runs our sandbox.
2,972.
I can't wait.
just gonna go with it.
What is it? 29,000 and what?
Let's do some Q&A. Let's do it.
It's
We
on
have a
check
couple
stuff.
of questions. Q&A. Any thoughts
I think it's the
on
right amount. And when they get the check, they gonna see the right thing too. That's all it is. They check
Well,
the check
let me pull it up. Let me honestly ask you a
can't
question.
see it either.
I think I've heard
So
of
that
once.
computer generated
Maybe I
thing
covered
that
a
a
video
check.
a long time ago.
That's all it
Maybe I
was.
said
Couldn't
maybe
see.
it's newer. I mean, this is a very
Unless they get
I
the
think
check,
I
they
can
gonna
with
see
this
it.
ticker.
They
Bring
the right amount in there.
154. Price of the $1.44. Let's get the old chart. It's been around since
21st
But
of
see, I
July.
think I remember
We're gonna make
this in 2018.
safe.
Maybe I'm thinking of
1st of July?
Yeah, your birthday.
6th maybe?
Oh, 16.
Well, decentralized Web 3.0, next generation computational network. I will tell you this, after having a talk with Craig about Sandbox today, I will tell you, some people are saying that it will replace Sandbox.
I haven't got it yet.
I will tell you that decentralized storage is very possibly the next big thing, because it's going to be required for us to have
make sure you keep me
right. Quick question: are you afraid of scripts that try to guess wallet secret phrase 24/7, like brute force attacks? You wanna? No, it's never been broken. No, it's never been broken. So no, that's not a real thing. 24-word seed phrase never been broken.
Well, and in order for that to really be a thing of brute force, like with the computing power available today, would take millions of years or maybe thousands of years to crack. If we were to get a quantum computer on it, then there's some threat to it. But at that point, we would have evolved the difficulty would probably incorporate a quantum computing resistant algorithm.
Well, think about this. If you had a device that could brute force attack a crypto wallet address, let's just call it an Ethereum address, okay? You would spend years and years and years trying to crack one private key, and then the chance that that one private key has more than that one wallet has more than $10 of crypto in it, and even $1 of crypto, is extremely low compared to the total number of assets. So even if you spend all that time and crack one, chances are it's not going to have anything in it. You're not going to crack my address.
Well, you could make sure.
But you can't.
You look at the public address.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're not brute forcing. You're not brute force attacking an address, because the random keys or the private keys are totally random across all the addresses. You can't crack one specific private key. All you would go to is you would go to a site and just plug in the private key. You don't have to have that information, and that lets you in. Like my evil, you can get in with only a private key. You don't need any other information. So because of that, that means you would be cracking a random address. You can't. There's no pairing of trying to crack one address. No. Not even for a seed phrase. Seed phrase works the same way. You can't attack one specific address.
One that you want.
That makes sense.
That you want.
Yep.
I didn't know that was true. I thought you could.
No, you cannot attack a specific address.
Yeah, trade that shit in. Yeah,
What it is to crack. It's just a string of numbers and letters. You don't have to pair it to an address, and you still can't crack.
Stop playing.
So that shows you the protection.
And basically,
There's millions of addresses.
Yeah, I know.
quantum computing is really the only way you get there, but by the time those are common, the algorithm will have crashed. Network is definitely
get another one.
Now, it's not coming this year.
Not to mention all the other things you could hack with your quantum computer at your disposal. So that was a very long answer to say, no, we're not worried about that. Very good security. Also, any input or thoughts on Rabina? We know you guys liked it a while ago.
Yeah, still believe Kadena is going to be a top 20 to 40 project. What are bait ties? This is one where you try to swim with the whales. Definitely Kadena is going to be around, so I don't think that it's one to run away from. We're doing way too jabbing. I talked about it on video just now. We really need to consolidate our crypto holdings to like maybe 20 or less, something like that. So this is something we'll be doing here pretty soon. And I saw people asking about a portfolio update video. That's what we'll be doing when we consolidate our wallet to 20 main coins. And there's dust that exists that's into our wallet, so we'll never go to pure dust. But we're going to be consolidating a lot of projects. We're going to really come out real strong a lot.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Like this guy right here is like, ooh.
Last question, any insights on the portfolio or the investing mindset or mentality, what do we call it, the key
appointment to the DMV so I could do my car.
They were looking for insights on the investment philosophy that's launching tonight. Anything to look for?
Yeah, definitely. It is building a balanced portfolio. We're going to talk about 3 principles of how to build a balanced portfolio. And I really want to see you guys who watch these videos are really thinking about what we're saying. And I want you to really, especially during this time when we're going sideways right now, think about consolidating for some of you. And for others of you, it might be diversifying more. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about how you know when to get rid of a project. That's also really important as well. How can you stay from getting stuck to certain projects where you just watch them go down forever? I will tell you one little tidbit of information. I say in the video, this is a good principle. I think everybody needs to know it. We talk about buying in the red and selling in the green. That's not always possible if you want to get rid or unload a project completely off of your portfolio to invest in other things. Sometimes you just have to cut bait and you have to run. But here's the important thing about doing that. You have to cut bait with projects, not because the price is stacked. If there's something else that occurs that shakes your confidence in the project, you do that. You shouldn't be jumping in and out of projects. That means you should be taking profits. You shouldn't be jumping out of projects based on price action. That's bad. That's bad. Alright guys, that's all we got for today. Thank you so much for watching the SRP Bonanza today. I feel like there's way more to cover than we can get to. We're going to talk about the Fed tonight on Rock Blockchain to come back to hear our thoughts on interest rates. You guys go down.
We can go inside. Take something, find some noise around her. Right, this is 17 and I'm gonna get 2 tags.
Okay.
I know, but at least we get a bling bling one. A girl
Well, at least she won't get her damn shit caught up in it.
Yeah. We'll hook it up so that we can hear her. She's real stealthy. This one.
Oh, nice. That's only one pill, they say.
Yeah, you were about to give me the other thing so I can add it up to see what I got.
Oh, the other thing. Then I can get that 2 from her too. Put it in my account. We could go shopping.
Yeah.
You wanna go shopping, baby?
Yeah, we could.
Since you wanna go somewhere. No, we'll wait. You want to take your test tomorrow.
Alright.
So we'll go tomorrow. Everything done tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. I think I'm going to see the 2 today. He was talking about you probably watched your stuff already.
What?
He said, did you back up your phone? I said, well, I had no idea that it was going to do what it was doing. I didn't get a chance to back my phone, but everything that I know, I can log back in when I get back right. So it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck about shit not being able to retrieve my information. As long as I can log back into it, I know my it's bling games I play. Yeah.
Plus the 6,000 that I already spent on
You put that on there
Cadillac.
too? Well, that's what I told you, 76. Remember?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No, that's not it.
Oh, that ain't it.
No, that ain't it. You got, well, the one you just talked to them about, she said that's 800 right there. But then, I think she still got 2 more policies. That's just about it. And we gonna make that grow.
Yeah.
Then spend all of that is.
Gotta give her 20. Yeah, 20. And then I'm putting them in high interest accounts. Crypto. On Celsius. They all got a date in Celsius.
Must be nice to get someone like that.
Because that's called generational wealth. That I'm going to make it work for me, but I don't have no offspring. I ain't got no siblings I got to share it with.
I had everybody, and I don't have nothing.
You got this. I ain't going to spend this. It's going to grow so you can live right.
I am living right.
I know.
That's what I say. I don't understand. I'm telling you for real. I'm down. I know my spirits is down, but I know I don't have a reason for them to be. So it has to be something medical. It can't be. We're going a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, but not much. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff do get on my nerves, but not that bad. So when my spirits down like this, you know what I'm saying? So it has to be the menopause and all that other shit. You know, me coming on my menstrual and going through menopause. That's a double decker, I think. It should be. It's gonna get my dad. It looks like she ready to
shoot somebody.
Shoot? You think shoot? Kermit the Pup.
Everybody invites you out of the car.
I ain't keep kissing my leg. I'm not giving you nothing. So don't be whining to me. I watched it up again. I need to. Yeah, like those pine trees. Now, don't get the hell on. Let me take my pills. I didn't even take my blood pressure pills and stuff today. Alright. You got it low or something? I'm feeling it deep like it's deep. I'm going upstairs. Cut this hair off. Girl kissing me ain't gonna get you shit. Play the game. Ford GT Mustang. Shelby. Hey, Shelby, you can change the color. Yeah. Slap my chest. Oh yeah, wait till go chapter when I get money. Alright. I want to shop you. Jogging suits. Just gotta start back shopping. I gotta go in the morning. Start making me some money. That's no problem. $600 a month, or $500 a month. That ain't shit. I mean, I'm gonna be collecting disability. Shit. I get more than that though, because I have to get Social Security. I wonder if my kids will follow. What you think?
Probably.
Yo, think I gave her your last. I gave her your last. That'd be alright.
Sprayer.
Huh?
Sprayer.
You sprayed her?
No. It needs to be sprayed. Go over there in the mouth. Where's the shit?
Yeah. You itched her, that's what it was.
I didn't itch her.
You had made her die. She wants some jerky. How you keep racing and ain't shooting nobody yet? Get this out of the way. I've never been this way.
For sure.
The strap about the chair. This right. Screw all these things. stuff. I might just take a shot. I want to sit next stuff, but you think it's restored like they said? The restored. Now, I ain't no kind of ass to get root beer at all. Checking out all your cars. What's up there? But you know where I'm at. You good? Yeah. Exactly. I know you don't come up here.
Me. Yeah. Come here.
Before I get started with this content, before I get started with this content, I want to shout out to Tobias for telling the story inside of the Discord. And this is coming out of Austin, Texas. And hold on to your chairs while you hear about what I'm about to say. So this is an Austin comes, and not necessarily a business comes right here, but definitely in the same department. They said that back in 2020, that was, during the BLM protest over there, that had to be on George Floyd. That's when was pretty much was running around court. Shockingly, I still don't know if they basically were charged with excessive force, which I feel like is probably a very low charge. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that they were released on a as in singular bond. Not 100, not 1,000, not 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million. As in that bill that has George Washington's ugly name on it. Are you for real? That is a whole joke. I shouldn't even be surprised by that. Wow. Is that easy? Well, for some, it's not easy. But let me go ahead and get into it. Whether jail free or for just a luck. It is 8 Boston police officers who were indicted on federal charges for using excessive force during the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests in the city. Released on just one bail, according to the officer's attorneys. They also said that they were supposed to be bail for them. And and out. Attorney Ken Irving said in a press conference today. The 8 cops are part of a group of 19 Boston Police Department officers who have been charged with aggravated assault and public service for their interactions with the protesters in the aftermath of George Floyd's death at the hands of a police officer. The Austin District Attorney is looking into possible criminal actions taken out officers after protesters were shot with gun-powered rounds. Some protesters sustained serious injuries, including brain damage. If found guilty, the officers could face 5 years term in prison. How much you want to bet? They are found guilty. Not only will get the minimum of 5 years, but also them operate in this court system the other day. They will probably do what 5 months. If they can get out of the window of a person, I don't even see them even going to jail, honestly.
No.
Representing 8 of the indicted officers said the decision is up to the judge. Said all officers went through a special grand jury process and turned themselves in. The district attorney office should have presented a summons to help the judge make an appropriate decision. Restrictions such as travel limitations are turning on the felony cases. The indictments for the officers were announced last week by Travis County District Attorney Sheriff Delta. More officers could be charged. Because of the can rehabilitate from incidents that he believes are objectionable and allowing people to rest. So Attorney General another attorney representing officers. O'Connell said some of his clients are police supervisors who gave orders to their officers and didn't actually shoot their rounds. The charges surround a decision by the Austin Police Department to clear protesters from Interstate 35. Attorneys for the officers said the entire chain of command up to the chief of police supported the use of weapons such as being to hurt protesters in the interstate. These are officers never have been able to do so earlier. The city of Austin has settled with 2 injured protesters in a bonus totaling $10 million. The Austin Police Department has also banned the use of bean bag rounds. I guess they just replaced it with rubber rounds next time. $1 freaking dollar. That's why I said, what's the admission that they could possibly face 5 years to life in prison? But we know that like it happening. The 5 years most likely isn't happening either. They only got bonded out for $1. Like, who doesn't, in this day and age, who doesn't have $1? Hell, it's homeless people on the street who can screw up $1 somehow in some fashion. But like I said, it's that easy. Apparently, it's that easy. I think I'm gonna put that on the thumbnail. The last thing on the thumbnail. It's that easy. But only when it's a certain narrative. Look at where we're at. A Black Lives Matter protest and during George Floyd. Have you noticed that a lot of the times that this is when a lot of these PC, well, not even just the PC ones, but even the PC ones as well, cops get away with a lot of stuff that's during protests, especially when it comes to protests dealing with Black people. When it's protests dealing with others, then, you know, it is what it is. But when it comes to us, they are having free reign to whatever the hell they want. $1. Are you kidding me? That has got to be one of the lowest bonds ever. It's not just me doing these commentaries on YouTube, but just ever in general. That, I mean, this is what it's come to. But as far as them going to jail, I don't know they might get probation, honestly. And the thing is, I haven't seen anything in here that said they were hired or put on any type of leave, so apparently they're going to be back out there. And they didn't specify who the 8 cops were. Like I said, they probably most likely authorized in this picture. But they don't specify who they are. But yeah. Some people don't look, I guess. You can make sure to drop it down in the comments, like, share, subscribe if you like. Make sure you go ahead and hit that bell to the right.
Takes 4 hours.
I'm about to watch this short film. This new film.
Man, sure, cool as well. I'm cool, sure, I'm cool. I'm trying to cool with everybody. Yeah, I actually gotta be cool with Snoop. I just get that cool with him. I ain't gonna say cool shit. Did a lot of good shit, and I got to look trying to get I'll be less than legacy tree. I mean, something Snoop was big. That's huge, man. That's good to hear. You need to hear, man. You know, and the people need to hear. It's so bad. We talked about that on the record. It's a big record. Sure, so we can see. Definitely know that. Everyone wants to jump from. I did. Only helped build the motherfucker. So you know me. I took my shot at becoming CEO of Death Row Records.
What's up, Mike? Doing? Low T. You got a show later on later.
about to do right now.
Look at this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I climbed through.
That bitch right there. Bitch, give me a spot.
You think what I'm thinking?
I think the same thing you think, right? Come on, man.
That's a whole album, it sounds like. I can't believe they found them motherfuckers out of court.
We hustle daily. What's going on, you two?
You already didn't.
And
a big trial today, the first stemming from the January 6th Capitol riot. Defendant by Russia was Wiley. Prosecutors say he belongs to the 30% of militia member and he's accused of taking a rifle and pistol to the riot, fighting Capitol. Also learning that there is growing evidence that Ukraine has managed to inflict heavy casualties on Russia in advance, and that the lightning strike Russia hoped to carry out on Kyiv has been slowed by intense and popular resistance by the people. Now, videos like this one uploaded to social media show Ukrainian forces actually repelling Russia's advance into Kharkiv. The mayor that announced
Oh man.
Intro. So much love and appreciation to those of you who have been with me for the 2-year period plus that I've been doing this. Thank you for showing your love and support to the channel. Anybody else who's breaking to the platform,
Hey, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Real quick, you know how they do me. This is the second channel, and in the last few months, I've got 50,000 subscribers. Yep, they back. Since I've been covering Kwame Brown and reporting on Tammy Sotomayor has been flagged down on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube multiple in the last few months, and continues to throw subliminal shots at Kwame Brown, basically trying to blame Kwame or Kwame Brown supporters for his problems. The people who hate you around and just coming around to watch, and they're coming around to flag. So you have to ask yourself, why is it people who claim that they for the people, but they don't get flagged? Why do people who claim white folks who got more techniques and they think they're black, all that? Their stuff has never been flagged. Stinky Dinky Dinky Stinky or private all of his videos on Shay. Fresh and fit, MS504. And all the other videos that are talking about this shit about encouraging white people to kill black people and allegedly making fun of that rape. Well, I don't need, why do y'all do all this? I don't need the setup. Just ask me the question. Oh, you didn't ask what I needed? You say you didn't ask what I needed, right? That's what you said? Okay, and I don't need you up here, so Mark, can you leave? Mark, leave. Leave, Mark. Leave me alone. Go. 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 Disclaimer for YouTube. This is for educational purposes only. Self-talk is hate speech. Y'all, there's something wrong with y'all niggas. And this is when I say shit like, if white people, if y'all get a chance to cull the black herd, please do. Now cut that out and play it. I'm tired of you niggas. Y'all niggas are horrible people. You wake up to niggas are human gnats. Black people are human gnats. They wake up to irritate people. That's all they do. Who calls somebody and say, I didn't ask what you need? Ask you the fucking question. All you niggas is just like the black bitch who raised you. Dirty and mouthy and say nothing.
Now this problem is being I'm sorry.
Here's a clip of Skillet making fun of his 504 with, out of respect for his 504, black women and women in general won't play this full clip because it's quite disturbing to watch. I see a grown-ass 46-year-old monkey noises and that's the sound of great people do. Tammy just know I have the full video and I also screen recorded the entire chat out there making fun of his 504 and women being recorded, making great day jokes and finding everything he said in this video funny.
You should be talking about on your videos, the nigga who raped you, that great bait. You mean to tell me that great bait is worse to black people than me? Ma'am. If you would please let these black folks know, ma'am, why you believe that those people are worse than me, and why the colors in your face looking like a whole Benetton.
I knew this was going to be the top record viral for getting a snug box with a fresh and fit.
Hey, you stupid bitch. No, bitch, you fucking stupid. Nobody trying your
Skillet had 40,000 subscribers before the multiplication was jumped up to 50,000. I knew those new fans to subscribe to because of his interviews with Fresh and Fit would start flooding. The itty-bitty mistake down how to make Tammy you see from Fresh and Fit is a whole different character on the personal YouTube channels. Stinky Winky with their flag belt will continue to keep getting flags sir. There's plenty of people toes who stepped up over the years that's been flagging you for years. All these new fans that hate you continue to create are going to continue to keep getting flags sir. Don't blame Kwame Brown for the people. He went live today after getting flagged down for the same shit. Reporting on Kwame Brown again. If it was Kwame that got the flag sir, you better remove all the Kwame Brown videos from your YouTube channel, and you wouldn't be talking about it the next day after being 6 hours after his bill release. Kwame Brown, if you watch this video, please don't respond to Skillet anymore.
We're going to put this thing to bed with Tammy. Because Tammy, I know you watching. Hey, girl.
He's going to use you to go back and forth to build up his new channel again. This is a perfect time for you to put this Kenny in. He's starting from scratch again. So he's going to report on twice as much and twice as much, which is why he did that 6 hours ago. He's going to do his best to try to get you to react and respond. That's why he went about it yesterday and spent hours talking about it today. That's why Tammy was at Aton's on the shot today. Tammy is going to do everything right now to get people who go on his channels to the videos. Don't be surprised if Tammy tries to find likes or baby for his channels if you keep responding to it. This is my last video on a crispy cricket. Let's continue to go and put Tammy on this. For those of you watching, if you agree with me on Kwame Brown for the Tammy gets to rest, comment down below and let us know how you feel. Don't forget to subscribe and support the channel by hitting the Cash App and send back to the salute.
This is Mr. Skinny. I'm coming to you from MrSkinny.net to talk to y'all about the best beer juice in the game. That's right, I started my own line of Skinny Game Beer Juice. Skinny Game Beer Juice. That's right, and it's coming in 2 flavors starting off. Skin Lotto and Skinny Musk. You know what I mean? You can't go wrong. Not only does it have vitamin E, but it also has hemp seed oil as well as black castor oil. Look it up, Google it for those benefits. You know what I'm saying? Yo, all it takes is a little drop right there, and man, you're gonna have to beat the women off you with a stick, man. Yo, Skinny Game Beer Juice, because I'm nothing without the game. Get it on. Mr. Skinny.net. I'm just a cousin of a busty buzz. I'm just a cousin of a busty buzz. I didn't want to do this, man. I didn't want to do this, y'all. I got the ski mask on for a reason. For real. Salute. Salute to everybody. I had a fucked up day. But we're here, man. We're here. Salute if I wasn't able to get back to anybody today, but it is what it is. Oh man, I just got a message. It is going to be a good last part of the day. My grandbaby should be here tonight sometime. So salute for the grandbaby. Drop the Hennessy bottles for the grandbaby, ladies and gentlemen. Drop the Hennessy bottles for the grandbaby that will be here soon. Grandbaby Jordan. Yo, you know what I'm saying? I had a fucked up day today. And you wouldn't believe because of who? 2 black women. Yeah, 2 black women that everybody feels like black men should protect and all this good shit. One of them had me in a motherfucking holding cell, waiting to get indicted to Maryland. y'all hear what the fuck I said? This dirty bitch had me in a hole this day. Had me taken from work and in a holding cell until 6 o'clock over some bullshit internet shit. Then another bitch, black bitch, had my YouTube channel struck for copyright strike. Salute to the lead attorney who hit me up with a script, and I was able to get it back, or I wouldn't be going live with y'all tonight. And I got the proof for both of them, but allow me, I haven't really been able to get on my swagger dash and none of that. But these black bitches are bitches y'all know. And now I said that I was gonna let it go, but I'm tired of turning the other cheek. I am no longer holding back on these bitches, whether on the internet or off. As much as I love black women and stand up here and protect black women, if black women don't stand up and protect me after this, I don't know. I might just have to change my whole content around. Go my whole separate way.
You ain't gonna be call. When you call me on the message, my phone got a virus on it. I gotta do an extreme job to get that.
Let me shout out. The people,
Yeah, it's been out
MG.
It's been out since the other day.
Mike G, who hit me up on the Cash App. Called Playback.
Alright, cause I don't got nobody number, so I couldn't call nobody to say that. So call me on the messenger.
Salute to Bill. Bill say, for our most time sleeping, you go live, but I'm here. Salute to
Alright.
Cash App. Oh yeah? You'll have to bring him out when he get over here.
Phone fucked up. Yeah, no. I didn't even have my, I don't even have my laptop on. I'm waiting on these phones. No, my phone is fucked up. This is the, what is the, this is the grandma's phone or the auntie phone. My phone is not the insurance phone. And I didn't even know that shit.
What's up, Internet? This is Mike the instructor here. You know, ever since the Link billboard went up, I've tried to become a local celebrity. I decided to go ahead and start a YouTube channel. Great offers, great fire.
Actually, they're not making them no more already.
Modern ranges for people of all skill levels.
I just got showers. I ain't really been feeling good anyway. All the shit on because I
Come on in, shoot point blank, ask for instructor bike. I know you're
was feeling good. I just got showers.
Talking about she look like Janet Jackson. Oh, now she didn't go there. Yeah, bitch got a color looking more like Freddie Jackson.
Oh, she do? Damn right, man. I don't even care no more, man. For real, man.
Oh, we knew that.
I don't even know who that is.
But she ain't coming out here.
Man, fuck that nigga. Salute to J. Jones.
Talking about she look like Janet Jackson. Oh, now she didn't go there. Yeah, bitch got a color looking more like Freddie Jackson.
Yo, salute to
she's staring down there.
W Star.
So I said, you ain't got
They
to
say that on everything.
Just stay down there. Shit, what am I doing?
Appreciate you, Jill.
That's your decision. I ain't got to do with that. Turn that shit on.
I'm not doing nothing after this again. I was supposed to make Sunday to get in here today, but I'm so I'm doing it today.
Is Daddy John from work already?
She is probably in for today.
Oh, I thought she's. I'm sorry, I need to talk to her in a couple of days.
Yeah, no, she literally was like, oh, everybody.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. I was sitting up here. I said, let me download this messenger on this phone right quick. I'm mad because someone told me to cash out my Bitcoin off my game. I was playing the game when the bitch cut off. I was on the toilet. And the blue screen popped on as I got up. I ain't paying no attention. Come in here and it was dead almost. So I said I'm going to let it die because I'm about to cut my phone off. Maybe the blue screen will go off. So the blue screen never went nowhere. Then it went to the logo. And the phone would never come back on. So I was like, fuck it. When we took it to AT&T, they said it's a wrap. Yeah. Trying to find something. Oh no, I don't do club. Trying to find some watch on YouTube before I go to the news in a minute.
I heard they dropped the Bible.
Yeah, they been doing it, yeah. They ain't gonna make no difference though. They ain't gonna do shit. The United States and all of them ain't gonna get into it.
I know some scripts over there.
It ain't not where I don't know how to get into it. None of the damn thing. Not a damn thing. And if they just don't get into it, then they should have stopped him from doing what he was doing. If you ain't gonna do that, then what?
Be the person who like Trump did. It's the only thing I can agree with that man on. I don't understand how different countries want us to different countries want us to go protect them against Russia, but they're standing by it and doing all these different things to Russia, as far as like gas and all that. And then y'all wondering why, like y'all want our help, but y'all keep working and the money and stuff, and I mean, y'all want to have to protect them, but protect y'all from stuff from violence. I don't think that's fair. That's the only thing I can agree.
But the only thing is, Kuwait, UK, you know, we want that back under the USSR. And that's all he wants. He ain't worried about shit else. And everybody else, like I said, if they was gonna help them motherfuckers, sanctioning the money ain't gonna do shit. That he already got his money put up. Fuck what they talk about cutting off Swiss banks and all that shit. They'll be able to get fucking about that shit. What's wrong with Amy? He walking all the way. I was saying that I figured they was looking for me. I said let me download this messenger called up. I don't know nobody's number. Oh, he went to this TV. He's gonna start tripping. Hey, booty booty. I wasn't calling y'all. Oh. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, baby, baby. How much was this bed set?
I haven't looked, but I no longer actually have the spell on it right now.
I can't get it right now. Try to chew up the phone.
But yeah, I know they got the sale on them. That's why he was able to, he got that curse sheet on it. But I know they have a sale on it. I've been looking at it. Stuff like that. You're not making the same boat about my rent shit, right?
Yeah, I heard when you was telling me before.
Because I think you're paying me just about it. I told him not to do that. But I think
What he gonna get his last check or he got his taxes? What he gonna get his last check or got his taxes? How much did he get? It's all gone. And he couldn't pay rent.
Your rent, you hand me those papers over there, man. Oh my God, now that I know somebody, please say it yourself. I want to thank y'all for tuning in to Not Saying Anything, where you get unclassified documentation from your book. You know, crazy, but ain't nothing funny though. I know you read the title of the video. I'm not trying to say that Baby Single is on the DL, but every chicken head in America got a nickname like Superhead or
Somebody don't know his sister. That's crazy.
he looked me in my eyes and went, I guess we gotta look to you and we don't even have a word on the final. Why would you say that?
Who did his taxes? You did? Well, on the computer himself or he went and got it done? That's what they'll say. How you get more than I get? I ain't get nothing. So I know I gotta pay on that, but that ain't even that much money. Shit. That I get every month. Shit.
So now I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do. And I ain't gonna lie, my backup plan was for I just gonna show up over Georgia. But this bitch got moving out, so I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Still show up and work herself. Shit. So she ain't getting put out.
I thought she said she had to place.
Well, then they gonna help her find a place. If they gonna pay for her to move, she just gotta have the money up. What the fuck is you doing all that for? What the fuck is that?
It's a lip scrub.
Oh, I'm like, damn, what the fuck you scrubbing that shit all in your face for?
No, it's a lip scrub. I know it's not lips, it's real chocolate milk. So, make her happy.
That'll be your way to get rid of them. If that's what you're ready to do.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to start a KJ house.
He cared more. His sister would have waited. His sister would have waited for real if it meant for me to be homeless. That was stupid.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Jesus. We don't even know when I did it for money. Furthermore, you can listen to me saying that I was going to pay for her money. You can hear me say that I was going to pay her all my money. So let the man see.
Can you do an SCR or you just gonna let it go?
I can't do an SCR. They're going to ask me for some check stubs. I'm not working.
You don't have to be working to do an SCR.
Last time I did an SCR, they asked me for check stubs and the income. I don't have to type in.
And then
I had to be able to cover something. They told me they wasn't going to pay the whole thing.
well, now you could tell them that, oh boy, hey, what you, oh Lord, they will give you some cash.
Yep.
That's what you could do.
I'm traveling with classes. I'm waiting on the loan. That's going to get Section 8 was open.
Where?
I'm doing something. They're nearing it Washington.
Where they open? Tomorrow?
They're nearing open tomorrow. I think Washington don't open until the 6th or the 15th. Yeah, I'm on the Michigan website because I'm really tempted to apply for one of the ones open right now. It's so fucking low.
Yeah, all of them is far. Most be quicker to get somewhere further away than it is close.
Yeah, because I'm going to do my road for it's like an hour and some change away.
That's just from from here, but from the city it's not.
Oh.
Not from Detroit City, it's not an hour away.
Okay. I thought it was going to be.
No, that's just from here. It is. From no, it's not that far away. Oh yeah, you take all that. I should see you get Section 8 and see that type of shit. And she was talking about moving and didn't want to take you William Wood. William Wood somewhere else.
With you said no, the lie detector test determined.
Where they come with
You said no, the lie detector test determined.
Oh, you talking about William? You go home to his mama. Yeah, she can go home to his mama. One day I have my stuff up together.
You said no, the lie detector test determined. You're telling the truth.
She just doesn't do that. She just doesn't do that.
You were asked if you ever had sexual intercourse with a woman you introduced as your sister when you went to Michigan for Thanksgiving dinner. You said no, the lie detector determined. You're telling the truth.
The people don't get the cat.
She's on the brink of becoming a successful singer with a nice payday. You should know the lie detector test determined you're telling the truth.
Well, how do you get it?
During your relationship with Natasha, have you ever had any sexual contact of any kind with any other
From
woman?
his ear.
You said no. The lie detector test determined you're telling the truth.
That's a hole? It's a hole?
It looks like a hole, but look, yeah, it's fresh now.
Where you gonna take it?
Just proved that Cammy's man cheated on her. And that her best friend wants to be with her.
You like you gonna fall? School out late over there, yeah. Okay.
He looks more like that.
Sorry about that.
So you're I wanted to talk about insurance. I said I want you to talk about insurance. Well, most people know that bundling home and auto saves you money. Did you know that new customers who bundle and save at Progressive can save an average of $800?
Good.
Love you too.
They get comfortable anywhere and spread germs everywhere. Wherever they rest, protection. Services, including the COVID-19 virus, and more services than Lysol disinfectant spray. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Fight fleas and ticks with Seresto. 8 months continuous protection against fleas and ticks. It's effective and vet recommended. Seresto. Learn more at Seresto.com.
Western Green Valley Health Center. Testing. Since 2006, first to orthopedic, adult medicine, vaccination and testing. We take care of all your health and wellness needs in one place. For an appointment in Inkster, Taylor, Lincoln Park, or Carrollwood.
Every 3 seconds.
License in my name. They had actually purchased a $5,000 vehicle and drove it off the lot. I thought this only happened in the movies. I didn't know what to do, but thankfully I had my father.
You have a team of experts on your side. Every network gets identity theft detection and alerts. US-based restoration agents who fix issues and LifeLock's $1 million protection package, providing experts and lawyers to help you.
My membership included coverage from attorneys that I can't pay anything else. LifeLock provides the type of protection I need.
Help protect what's yours. Identity theft protection. Call the number on your screen or visit LifeLock.com. Use promo code MY25 to save 25% off your first year. Call right now.
The lie detector test continues. The results of the lie detector test over the past hour have been outrageous, but what happened backstage afterwards? It's even more shocking. She came on the show today to prove that Timothy was cheating on her best friend, Ken. He claimed the only reason Stacey was doing that is because she secretly and
But after getting my letter, I went ahead and taken but I feel better now, so I check. I just use my energy, but I know man. Yeah, I got to do I got everything. It was just I didn't have nothing. You know, that's what chest to do. So here, you just found a regular version of chest to just. So like that son, I just thought extra skills to start doing. That change of meaning. We got a bunch of them. That's what they gave me. They said, I just got really happy. I believe my own. Inside you. I know I got that to give them a sense of what you're doing.
A chance. Check out our Marty Facebook page for updates on this story in the future. We'll be right
Cystic fibrosis. It is a genetic disease that shortens lives. When the foundation was founded in 1955, children with CF rarely live long enough to attend kindergarten. Today, thanks to the foundation's groundbreaking research, some people with CF are attending college. Care is found for all people with CF. Help us out today. A speeding driver put me in the hospital. Terrorists called to leave.
So he showed me all his stuff. I never thought of him like that. I thought he probably been lost that house. And going in the street off the side of the house. He thought that I was alone.
You've got goals and you're giving it your all. Isn't it time someone gave you something back? At Diversified Members Credit Union, we couldn't agree with somebody that left. That's why we created Gap. He said, you can GNC, here to help, because that's what neighbors do. I was having fun with you. You can let me know. So, I don't know. Right? You should call him. Most of it was
Number to call to deny Social Security disability benefits. That's 1-800 call 1-800-lawyers to file for your SSD benefits. That's 1-800-lawyers. Call 1-800-lawyers.
chapter just dropped.
I'm gonna keep just because of this. Right. That's it. I'm trying not to have to worry about really my plan is to working for myself. If I don't have a degree, I could just get a bunch of money working from somewhere and I can retire. So if I keep trying to work for somebody so they can run you in the ground, you know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about your health. They just gonna run you in the ground. So I have to work for myself. If I could go and get more finance or whatever, I'll do that. But right now, we have to do that. So we somehow get finance started. Yeah. I got some other stuff I do too. You know, the skills, closet. This story and all this other stuff together. We got a whole lot of people up here right now.
They did collect over $1 million from June. Don't forget never been certified. A disability that's still family. Let our family help your family get Social Security, disability benefits, and insurance. Family helps you family. That's the person advantage. Ordinary call Sam.
They talk to people. So I'm talking to them all denied social security disability. That's they've been selling a lot of things out of court. You know, support feedback workers too, and information telling us there's no guarantee that my case will be yet. A lot of the time, it's a lot of things. On a case like mine, if they pick a school case, they
Betrayed him in the worst possible way by having sex with his girlfriend. It supposedly happened while they were celebrating Shakim's birthday. But Shakim's girlfriend, Kaisha, claims nothing ever happened between her and Carlton, and that Shakim's insecurities are the reason the couple broke up 4 months ago. Take a look.
They're not gonna take that there.
Long story short, Steve,
She takes the state. Great thing taking me to my birthday. She invited my friend and another one of my friends, and she invited two of her friends. But you did yours. You did yours a little after we had. 2 hours in, that's how you ride it. I'm sleeping now, right? Imagine you sleep. And then you gotta do the EIC. Like you, they visually looks fine. Yeah, wake up and look like elephants and tigers. That sometimes makes you go slow too. Everybody's face on. I must have seen you. I'm like, these girls in this boy look familiar. We did this, we did that. They like, you know, just party. I'm like, that's party. Like, that's not really that's party. That's like when we looked on the how many birds on the thing, where's my cat? In the old matches, so it's like, okay. So I'm like, they really made me think about like how nothing happened like that. Yeah, I'm like those first times it looks like elephant tracks. Yeah, nothing tell me. What kind of meat you got with them? Well, I'm going out with this. I mean, I do check my phone. I feel like if she checks my phone, there's no reason why I can't check her phone. It is what it is. She only had like 30 to 35 contacts on her phone. She did not have him as a contact before the Pokemon's. She had him as a contact after Pokemon's. That ain't even buzz this phone like this like that. When she talks to Leah, tell her that's what's up, what's wrong. That I'ma call her on the messenger. Right now I can't do nothing till I was gonna go back out today. I thought I was going to be able to do it today. When I went up there, I went on the account anymore to where I could do it again on the account. So she was saying, let's go back. No, so I just don't get to another phone. I said, why do that? Well, that is cheaper. It's cheaper than yours to give me another phone. Oh, no, don't do that. I don't think they use well, no, actually, just I'm ready to go back. I want to
Driver save money with the snapshot app from Progressive. How do you feel?
When I was playing the game,
Something good. He got rewarded for driving safe and money less. Sidebar, just to confirm, this is the feel-good news of the week.
I've been playing it a good
This is what we found. Yay, snapshot.
And 6 out of 10. Because that coin go up. It's going to go up.
Yes.
I just be adding on. They're on turning down that free.
Just right.
Then we gotta get rounded because we got too many of the heights. And anything that we get on, that's the Wi-Fi.
They were concerned we couldn't get coverage. It was easy with the $9.95 plan. Thank you.
Life insurance company. We guarantee this whole life insurance plan is our number one most profitable plan. It's loaded with guarantees. If you're a $9.95 return down for no health questions and no benefits. Here's another guarantee. Guaranteed lifetime coverage. Your insurance can
I know this guy. You want to carry free.
Just call the toll-free number for free information. Call 1-800-428-8776 for free information and your free Call now.
sitting there. I got some interviews about 12 months. I didn't even want to do my down.
One carat solitaires, $9.90. 2 $34.90. By Factory Direct and Save, the jewelry exchange Livonia. When you're injured and need a lawyer to come to the hospital, I'll be right there. If it's a commercial truck or a compact car, I'll be right there. When you need a lawyer to represent I'll be right there. When you need someone to fight for every dollar, I'll be right there. You got me $300,000. You don't need to be a doctor or nurse to have a successful, fulfilling career in healthcare. Medical assistants, pharmacy technicians, and those working in medical administration and billing are skilled professionals who are people just like you. They're working in healthcare and making a difference every day. You can join them in this exciting field by getting your training started right now. Are you ready to make a difference? Take the first step. Pick up the phone and call Carefree College at 888-401-2233.
When I it was too low. Shit, they was taking my checks every 2 weeks. When I pay y'all, pay for those what the heck did I do with $200? So man, and then now I'm supposed to be able to go to school because I'm out of visa. But I got a phone number and plan so I can get that. I ain't gonna have to pay no money because I'm like, yeah, first shit. I wrote some videos, but I was just girl be there in order to get the video. She got a great pass myself.
Several people, and I was the only person that genuinely gave her money very fast. And then just to me, it's like, I got it. Like, if you my man's and you my brother, I got it for you. And I'm not going to extract after this, so I'm not going to do that. Yes, I know, of course. The long story short, it was so sincere when money he really felt like he had to tell me what he was. Like, he really said, like, I can't even be taking money from you. Like, he said, King honestly, I know it's been a long time, I promise you, wait so long to tell you, I probably would have told you being given his money, but I appreciate the honesty though, I appreciate the honesty. He said, when you fell asleep, he witnessed his own eyeballs cage.
Got off the bed. She's on the bed. Going on and moving around. Just you want. Yes, the darkness.
Good fellas with Charles.
How many blocks?
Ever since it came about, it's hard to look in the eyes. And imagine that. I remember, like, this is something I knew from when I was younger. It's not like this. Like,
I want to hold you.
I know it's a long time. I know it's mother. I saw this house. I know it's 3 years before the Simpsons. Come on, like, if I don't get married,
I just put him in his bed and let him go through your nose and the thing, boy.
Like, I can't take my godfather, my kids, all that. He is divided, right? Is he
yeah, man, it's crazy, man.
I don't know.
You gotta really stop, sit up.
I will never forgive you and become that I'm right. So you're here to find out if your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, you're here to find out if your close friend had sex. Like, portray the guy. You gotta think about it. Like, I'm partying with somebody. I already don't do anything wrong. What does he look like to do that to you? But I'm like, hang with him. And he has a history of Islam. I'm not gonna choose my French. He has a history. We already had a situation where I was involved in watching both Islam, so I know my friends. So it's a similar situation to this. So I already know he's cool. So it's different if, like, I just want to be
terrible when I'm Tell Talia just in case, I'm gonna try to call her later. I don't know her number, so that's right. I'm gonna call her on the message later. So I'm gonna phone her.
Where he says he gets so drunk he passes out. He wakes up, he feels like something funny went on. Nobody did say anything. You say you didn't do anything. His ex-girlfriend said you didn't do anything. But then 6 weeks ago, he borrows money to his other friend, and he goes, "Hey man, they were making out." But how is that possible? First of all, why would he say that? I don't know why he would say that. First of all, that friend has a history of people lying. And you know that. That would be if you felt the test that you bad that you would do that.
And my phone got a virus. That's where you went.
Before this happened, you've been the best man at his wedding.
That's where you went, man. That's that type of shit. That one was good.
Did you like Kaisha? No. No, I'm saying, did you have anything about him dating someone?
I just found out this. Because I knew my kids yeah, cause I don't know, man. That probably cause I ain't been on there. Sometimes it's good, but I ain't been online to do that. I ain't even been on my computer. I said I was going to message on my computer. Yeah, let's take it to the story back. So you got my Madula's gone on his pace.
24 for roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental reimbursement at no additional charge. Plus, with car
Shield's nationwide coverage network. You can choose the mechanic or dealership of your choice, no matter where you are. If you're driving without warranty, you have to call CarShield. Yeah, you do. If CarShield called out those expensive auto repair bills, call CarShield. So what do you next time you got to be at work? Once your car breaks down, it's too late. Call 800-778-6065. 800-778-6065. At 7, you expect more from the morning.
Oh, Sunday.
Like Morse.
So you want to rent that's going to be for a week?
I know I need Social Security disability benefits, but I'll deny it. I try every day to withstand disability.
How much is cost for the time of that? Why don't you just put it straight like that?
And I want disability checks every now.
Yeah, you should go do it. But see, I don't really think you can buy it out of that. That's why it's pretty much that. If you couldn't go to the doctor for him, yes, everybody should just do that. It shouldn't be no problem with doing like that. And that's way cheap. Google it. I think Google it. And that's how you know. Let me see how much it was on my laptop. But it's not. Like I said, right now, my message is all music. I know I'll be doing stuff in the daytime, but by the time you gotta go to work, I know I should. Or like I said, I think you'd be better off doing like straight. Yeah. I think that's off the road. That's a great deal. Or that's too early. That's too early. I was gonna say another thing you could do. I know you ain't the Greyhound. You have the last bus we use like four times a day. The Greyhound. And matter of fact, it will take you downtown. It takes you from Detroit to downtown and up. That's what I did for me that one time when I was working through at home. And then, usually, one time I was catch the bus. About time I got down here and go to Dave's house. And then go to work. Something like that. And then I ended up buying a wheel. I bought a super that time. But yeah, it was another time I used to catch the bus from down here to Detroit. And hard class. I used to say, no, less than that. That's my check was like $11. And I used to sit Jamie up here all the time with Jamie. And I'm on the bus side herself up here to see a picture from up down there and then out.
Have sexual contact with children. You answered no. Did you ever have sexual intercourse with children? You said no. Would you like to get back to the same question?
Yeah, I mean, but I should be able to. I just gotta ask. I just can't. They have to do it. I gotta ask. Just ask. So I probably should see it straight away. Yeah, I sit down and do everything that I gotta do tomorrow for the day. So I was worried about it. And then we just checked that down on they just do on the price.
Did you ever have sexual contact?
Yeah, that's how I was just about to ask me. I don't know though, because you know they can keep doing other stuff that shady too. I don't know if months. Not months really. He wanted to put his old school back on the road. I don't know what it is. Strip coming that's it. He wanted to use it. He was having it in his room and all this stuff. He was in the room and everything. Playing for his car. He wanted to use it. He got on when I hear one guy that was teaching Brianna and themselves, we got to talk to you stuff but he was just talking. Choosing on Brianna and David over than me. You know, you playing with them like that. Don't play with me like that, though. Yeah, that's hard.
Turns out history speaks of this album, and it turns out that generally it's a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years.
Yeah.
60 years of quality coverage? What did you know?
I know I don't too much. Yeah, because you know, most of those people work from home. What you got? State Farm? Yeah, they mostly all work at home since the pandemic. And going on, we got sleep. We call them to tell us to go, drop electronically. You pay only that check. Yeah. Well, basically, that's how it is. There's so much stuff that they don't pay. I don't know for sure if they're going to pay. So, I don't know what it is.
Tracking snow and terrain to stay ahead of the weather. As we start to learn weather.
Christina says she's being spotted
Oh,
with an
yeah.
ally who swears she's sleeping with Kyle.
Did you pay $4?
This woman even claims to know private information about his private.
Yeah, because I had my full coverage on that product. That old boy died in the full coverage. That's what my note was. But full coverage. I was reading over here. Shit, so I used just to make it faster, more horsepower. X type. Man, I'm from my state type. I'm not X type. Yeah, to get more horsepower. And they like it a lot. No power coming in. I don't doubt that. I don't know, but I'm here. I see that's what people said where you can do it.
When we first started talking, she actually had a boyfriend. And
they could put a reducer on it. Yeah, that's what they put online to reduce it. That's great. Like it's the quiet on that. Like her about it. Straight pipe before. Matter of fact, I got my Mustang straight pipe and I got the stage straight pipe. The one I used to ride up there for the first. Yeah, that got straight. Pocket pack first.
At home at Alabama and everything. And texting her and stuff.
I don't know. Like I said, check it out and see if it's a way that they can. It's something that they can do better than
boyfriend at all. And we kind of got to know each other. I started getting to know her more because I never really pursued that.
And then just call me tomorrow.
And whenever we got to know each other and stuff, we started FaceTiming more, and we started calling every day. And she's yeah, at the moment she is still with this other guy. And we're FaceTiming, it goes from 30-minute conversations, you know, how's your day, to deep conversations for hours long.
Oh, no, it's just 3, it's just 5.
I know, it's simple back. And
they should close like about 5, 6, 7.
To be able to, yes, that is actually pretty much the reason why I kind of was like, oh, I just want to ask everybody, you know, right?
Alright, do it on the message.
The main reason was definitely her, and I'm kicking it out.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Yes, I'm moving back in with them. No, that never happened, Steve. Oh, okay. We actually she broke up with him and everything, and you know, I moved out and moved in with a friend down the road, which is 2 houses down from her. Right. And that's pretty much. So when they break up, then you pursue. Then you guys get. I mean, I got imagine immediately got together. Yeah, absolutely. Did the other person get mad or acted like he didn't, but yeah, who knows? Okay, so things happen. You're young. These kind of things happen when you're young. You're with her. How are things going? Things have always had good chemistry. We always had a good bond. We never bored with each other. Even if we're just sitting at home and laying in bed, we always. You're having sex like that, right? But you know, I used to be 19. It's just any other girl I've dated, it's always. You're 19. Right. It's just different to me, Steve. It's just different. It's just something I want. You only want to be with her. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you worry about going to the dentist? What I really mean is, do you worry about how expensive going to the dentist can be? After all, dental bills can be pretty scary. A visit to the dentist could easily cost $1,000, $2,000 or more. Well, relax. The Carefree dental card is now available in your area. Call the number on your screen and we'll send your actual card at no cost today. With the Carefree dental card, you go to the dentist whenever you need and you instantly pay a lot less. Call the number on your screen and we'll send your card with your name on it. Activate your card and you can start using it immediately. You can even see the dentist the same day. From exams and cleanings to more expensive procedures like crowns, dentures, even braces, they're all included with the Carefree dental card. Just show your card, save your money. Say you go to the dentist today without any card, and your bill is, well, ouch. Wait a minute, let's try that again. You go to the dentist today, and you show your Carefree dental card. You save $525. Now that's much better. The Carefree dental card is just $15.95 a month. So call now and make going to the dentist carefree. Call 1-800-458-5544 now. Receive your Carefree dental card and free plan information. Plus, you can also receive vision and pharmacy benefits at no additional cost. Call 1-800-458-5544. 1-800-458-5544. That's 1-800-458-5544. Don't wait. Call now. You want more drama, action, true crime stories, and of course, what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code using your smartphone's camera. Follow us on social media and join the local station. How does she come into your life on the internet? Like Instagram, Facebook. And what happens? Not 2 months ago, they sent a message to Christina out of the blue, made the profile out of the blue, and message her saying you need to come get your man because he's cheating on you. He's going behind your back, he's skipping work, he's this personal information. Yeah, like they said the size of my job, like exactly the size. And is it like exactly the size? Like, did you ever? I mean, did you ever measure it? I mean, I pretty much know the size and everything. They pretty much knew the size. Is it like it must be like I would think that most guys are just like an average size, right? Right. Are you an average size, or you must be either really small or really big? I mean, it could be a little more than average. Okay. But what I'm saying is that really proof
Oh yeah, it's really big.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about my tattoo, man, like a
You
lot.
don't have like a tattoo on it or something.
No, I don't have a measuring stick tattoo or anything like that.
Okay. So, but did she have enough information that caused Christina to be like,
Yeah, absolutely, because they knew where I work.
have you ever met this person that is not like have a profile?
No, not that. Yeah, no.
Right. So what I'm saying is, the picture, you don't see the picture. She said she's also, you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen the picture or anything.
I mean, were you with a lot of women before you were with Christina?
I mean, maybe quite a few, but not. I'm still 19, you know, not like 50 or 60 or
I
something.
mean, I got to imagine high school. I got to imagine high school was pretty small, right?
Right, yeah, so,
Yeah. Okay, so this person that's emailing you, emailing her, you think this is a real person, or could this be somebody trying to get back at you?
It could be like, you know, just some random.
It's not random.
Right.
Not taking all this personal information.
Right, but I mean, I don't know who can know that much stuff about her.
Do you think that she's cheating on you?
I don't want to say, but at the same time, I need the reassurance because of everything that's in between us and everything that's happened so far.
So, this is catfish, right? So,
Yeah, that's not good.
and so you're crazy in love with her. You don't know if she's faithful to you.
Right, I'm not 100% sure.
Have you asked her?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did she say?
I understand.
No, so, oh, wait. So, I mean, that's pretty good looking girl, huh? Right?
It's a good looking picture, I guess, yeah.
That's a good looking picture.
Not an ugly person, no.
Not an ugly person. And I'm saying, you don't know that person.
No, I've never seen that picture.
And like, so here's my other question, right? Because I'm not on social media. Why, if this person's causing you this, you know, to send you text after text after messages and really trying to sabotage your relationship? You said Facebook, right? Can you turn, like, delete your account?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, we're going to get a bottom of who it is.
Block them. You can block them, right? Why do you want to get to the bottom of it? Just block them.
Right. I guess it's because they, like, I don't know, they go around town talking about us and they do anything else and they threaten us. Like, in these messages, they've said that they're to call the coroner, they want to know that.
Well, that's exactly why you block them, because now it just gets stupid and goofy.
Right.
What if Christina fails her love test? Do you really believe that? So, if she fails, and then she goes backstage and says, "Oh, baby, I'm sorry, it's never gonna happen again." It is.
Johnny's over.
So what if you fail?
Then I would want her to do the same. That's all I'm saying.
Fine. Let's be his girlfriend, Christina.
Do you know how bad it hurt to get that message?
You look taller on the tape. I don't know why I thought you were much taller. Maybe it's just the way they shot you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I can understand how it feels. Honestly. Like, and no other girls make you feel like you have. And I honestly want to prove to you that I don't know who is on the profile. And prove to you that there's nothing more that I want you to keep this relationship for real.
There's my little nephew. He looks more like Dad every time I see him. Dad? Oh. So your message said you wanted to talk about insurance. I said I want you to talk about insurance. So those below the phone conversation might make your word. What did you know that new customers are buying at Progressive can save an average of $800? How did you?
I'm renting a car. And I told her
said she got cancer from smoking. It's my turn to take care of her. The people you love are worth fighting for. You could, for free help, call 1-800-QUIT now.
Did you know breast cancer kills more than 41,000 people every year?
Breast cancer is unacceptable.
Have you been in a car accident? You make the right call. We'll come to you if you can't come to us. We handle claims for accident victims all throughout Michigan, from our home to yours. We fight to get you what you deserve, the best results. Consultations are free and there's zero fee unless we recover for you. Call 855-75-EP-LAW.
I need my Social Security disability benefit.
The attorneys of Michigan, they know exactly what to do to get you approved. I'm attorney Adam Banton with the Disability Attorneys of Michigan. They know what to do to get you approved.
I called them and now my disability checks are coming in.
Let's help you get approved.
We're not just good, we're damn good. All day, the Disability Attorneys of Michigan. 1-800-949-2900.
How would you like 24 hours to play all of your favorite casino games stress free? That's exactly what you get when you sign up for
so sad.
But, well, for one, like, some of the information is like, it's true, some of the stuff that this person says about my past, like, nobody should know about. You get what I'm saying? And
Trying to stuff on me again. What you gonna do?
some of
No.
that they're afraid about him.
It's a small town too, right?
Yeah, but you look at what goes on in a small town, too. And
Yeah.
it's crazy,
Right,
like, the stuff
stuff on
they say
me.
to us.
Okay, so people are saying things, and I understand that I'm older,
What do you think?
more mature, but the view, I can just push all this crap aside.
Because I would want to send all the beat the hell out of them. Because, like, this is my life that they're messing with. This is my life. And if they have the balls to text me and start stuff about Carlos, knowing some of the stuff is true, then they have the balls. And if they don't, then, you know.
But it's not like somebody showing up at your doorstep. It's not somebody confronting you in parking lot at the supermarket. This is just somebody that you would go, I believe, deep, and they're out of your life.
Well, I'm not that type of person. I will not be that type of person.
So you're inviting the trouble in.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to say their name, but do you think you know who it is?
Honestly, I mean, I have, my thoughts about who it might be.
You know how bad I would love for that person?
Oh, you know how bad I would love for that person when I say?
Let's do this. So before we wrap up this, I'm going to make a plea to whoever's out there doing this to this young couple. Please come to my show.
And then we stopped messaging, we stopped entertaining because they wouldn't ever tell us who they were or meet us. So eventually, when they didn't know, I had went to the profile. They're stupid enough to put their phone number on that profile. Well, I got it because I realized that I caught it as being no answer. So it's a female, but whoever it is.
You think it's somebody he might be sleeping with?
No, I think it's because.
Are you cheating on him?
No, I'm not. And the reason I think that I think it's a group of people, to be honest. Like,
my question is, why are you here? If you don't think he's cheating,
we both have trust issues like that from our, I'm the main one that, because I entertain, when I'm
with somebody like that.
of course.
But again, and I say this, you're a girl, right? And, when you're that age, you kind of just, relationships are a little more fluid than when you become my age. So, I don't think anybody looks at you, oh, you did something terrible. You're young, you meet somebody.
Because when you first get into the dating world, you meet somebody and you say, well, this person's better for me. So there's nothing wrong with that. Right. So,
But it's just crazy, all of it. I just want answers, just answers. Like, we just have trust issues and
don't you think it could be the person that feels like he got wronged by you?
But the thing is, now they're saying a male now. At the end of the conversation, they're a male. Right. Regardless if it's a female or male, I don't see why they could go out here and show themselves.
Okay. Now, he said if you fail this test, well, we don't have anybody for it.
Yeah.
But hopefully the person at home will watch my plea and we can be back and we can, maybe come in. But he's saying if you fail, he's not with you. What about if he fails?
Then we're suffering. Like,
really?
Yes. Before we got together, we talked, before we made it official, even though it hurts, to say this, but it's going to be done quickly, because we talked, we told our feelings, we talked about how it was, we wanted it to be real, I'm tired of the fake crap, and we talked about our future and talent, everything, if it's fake, then it's done, it's just completely done.
You just would have to move on.
Yeah, it's just, I'll have to deal with it.
Okay. Christina, you up first? We asked you, do you know for sure who was behind the Facebook account that is stalking you? You answered no. While in a relationship with Colin, have you created a secret social media account? You answered no. While in a relationship with Colin, have you had sexual intercourse with any men besides him? You answered no. While in a relationship with Colin, have you had sexual physical contact with any men besides him? You answered no. Your results came back all the same to each question we asked you, and they came back that Christina told the truth. So I gotta say, I really I don't want that. I want some cheap. I know it's not gonna be good for you. Right. Yeah. But for my ratings, it'll be a little better.
The common mother is all I ever wanted to do.
Child suffered multiple injuries.
She had skull fractures.
And what were you charged with?
Abuse and vulnerable child.
One mother with everything on the line. Is there a chance you will get to see your daughter again someday?
That's why I'm doing my man.
There are fun things that can cause some of these injuries. Want the best for the Sleepwalker show? Download the free Nosia to watch 4 classic episodes of the Sleepwalker show on your phone, tablet, Roku. What are you waiting for? Come experience the Sleepwalker show live. Up close, in your face, real-life stories. Great films, kids, and Sleepwalkers right now.
Charge that you twice. Oh, her. Calling her that, not you. Oh, hello. Took the hour charge. Everybody's been looking for me.
Phone going off the hook.
Yeah, it's going off the hook. It still is. Shit. I got calls there and I get daily. I can't go a day. It only been 1 day.
You can go whenever you want.
My brother's calling me too.
But he was calling me for a different reason. He was calling me because he wanted to go to work. No, his Cadillac converter off it. What do you mean?
I've never seen that.
You gotta be a smooth motherfucker. That's looking for something today?
Yeah, I'm looking for stuff that they need to remail me.
No. Yeah, they took it. So he was cheating. He went to work yesterday. He couldn't go today. And just so happened I just downloaded and seen he was talking. Like I told him, can't you straight pipe it?
Yeah.
It costs too much.
Well, you said about the catalytic converter that I took your shit. Straight pipe. Yeah, straight pipe.
I told him, he said, I don't know if you can do it. I said, why not?
You got a crackhead? Got crackhead? Gotta be the same type of gauge.
Man, I went to college shopping that my shit straight pipe. People had like I told him, man, go on try to speak that shit. I'm just gonna read it. Look, motherfucker. Google it and see what it says. I'm listening to him. I didn't Google it already. They talking about X piping the motherfucker to give him more horsepower and shit.
Your brother.
Yeah, it's a 300. Price of 300.
Oh, yeah, X pipe that shit. X pipe that shit.
Now that's the thing. What was your alarm, bro? If I know you smoke weed, so you know.
You should have got that alarm and put the camera on it. That's what I want.
Every 2, you don't work 12 hours a day.
You see that remote control with the antenna I had up there? That motherfucker was from my van. I could turn it on a mile away and monitor it. And that's the kind of, they got the same kind that I can watch it. It has a little camera in the back of the window facing that way. Front. I need to find out where I can get that.
Oh, they should have tell them straight pipe it.
They ain't gonna say straight pipe because that's illegal.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta have a catalytic converter on these big cars, or they find you. They don't have to do a business that's so good.
Right. I said I ain't never had a problem with it. I ain't never bought no Cadillac converter. Shit. I always straight pipe my shit.
When a speeding driver disables you from working, I'll be right there. When you need me to come to the hospital, I'll be right there. And when you have a serious injury and deserve a bill, I'll be right there. You got $300,000. Call me. I'll be right there. You won't phase me. I'm like certain. The liquor won't make me drowsy. So if an allergy's attack, take a liquor. Before your symptoms take over you. Progesterone leak, find a liquor via your pharmacy.
I need my Social Security disability benefit. The system is so confusing.
Don't worry, call down.
What, who?
The disability attorneys of Michigan.
I called down, and now I'm getting my disability job.
We're not just good, we're damn good. You don't need to be a doctor or a nurse to have a successful, fulfilling career in healthcare. Medical assistants, pharmacy technicians, and those working in medical administration and billing are skilled professionals who are people just like you. They're working in healthcare and making a difference every day. And you can join them in this exciting field by getting your training started right now. Are you ready to make a difference? Take the first step. Pick up the phone and call Dorsey College at 888-401-2233. 888-401-2233. Can you help me pick a winner of this sprint?
This can help. 10-game parlay on the BetRivers Sportsbook app.
I really like this.
Totals and even player props.
You can use this for shopping.
They have forgotten that he initially signed me the lease. The house was come down. The house was
That's gonna happen when I
That right there, Maryland died a month before I moved in. Like, I gotta go.
What was causing her?
Trying to get in touch with her.
Okay. What is it?
The microwave, in the seats.
Is Judge Harrison Watson playing the house up in that board says plaintiff left the place was illegally rented out rooms, violated the policy with no people, and can't start the fire.
You said you wanted to see if you had any stuff.
$5,000 for the return of her security deposit and rent reimbursement.
Well, on June 2nd, I left for work, thinking it was a normal day.
Yep.
While I was there, about 7 o'clock, I got a phone call from a family friend. So everybody did this, so phone call kind of alerted me.
Yeah.
Answered it, and he's like, I think your house is on fire. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, Trevor, I'm talking to me right now. And he's like, no, seriously, because the blue house on your street is on fire. I'm like, that's my house. I'm like, turn your camera on. I went in the back of the restaurant at the time, and I turned the camera on. I'm like, my house is on fire. Like, I got up. And it only took 7 minutes to get there at 3. I pulled up. The house was completely engulfed at that point. The back side of it was a duplex. All I knew was that my kids made it out. 3 out of 4 of my children were home. My son, who's 17 as well, was woken up by the neighbors. He went upstairs and grabbed my fiance and our 2 babies, or your 2. You know, I took a lot of pride in that home. There's pictures, there's videos. That's the back side of the neighbor's house. That's where I left. It's a sight to see. So I went in the next day. These are the pictures that I've taken. Those are my 2 high chairs. That's our TV in the background. That's the kitchen. That's where we took the front of the head right to the fire marshal. It originated in the back quadrant by the porch and the hatchway. So under the window is what they call. He said that's where the fire originated.
The day of the fire, I was home. And I got a phone and said that your property's on fire, your property. So I went there and I talked to Steve, which is Kimberly's boyfriend, or fiance, and he told me that Kim's kids telling me the back to the porch, which is really, that's what they believe, that he can't prove it. But they stopped the investigation because they believe the kids lit it in the back porch.
Patch Insurance sent out an investigator. Once the back fell down, the porch fell down to the ground, they made a decision that they were no longer going to investigate the cause of the fire. So I have no answers on how it started or where it started. All I've been told is that it's considered undetermined at this time. We're renting insurance places and hotels. They've been for 7 weeks. Trying to obtain a new apartment. I can't go back to his. This is going to take too long to fix. I have 4 children to fix, as well as whatever prepaid month rent I had to do.
Which rent?
At that time was $1,000, but Pat made a new lease thing starting June 15th, and I was to go up to $1,100. So I paid $1,100 to an insurance company. They wanted me to pay him, and I said, well, why am I paying him if I'm not going to live there? They said I had to pay my rent, and they'll figure out whatever expenses that are out of my norm. So therefore, I paid the rent. So I'm asking for the security deposit, which was supposed to gain interest over a 3-year period, going from $1,400 to $1,939. And then in the state of Connecticut, we're allowed to double our security deposit if it's being withheld. He's supposed to pay any prepaid back as well. So a half month from 1,000 at the time of the fire is $500, as well as the $1,100 that I had to pay from June to July in order to maintain housing in the hotel.
Which tells a compelling story. Kimberly never gave me security deposit. The security deposit is a nonprofit organization with a clinic. Right. So if I don't leave any money, it's with a clinic.
Unless the provisions of them putting up the security deposit is that, again, let's assume there was no fire and eventually the lease was over or she's leaving.
None.
The return.
Even if that's the case, Your Honor, if you can see my exhibit A, property, not the house was on fire.
California, New Zone.
Looks like Sanford, somewhere up there. Everybody's here for the lunch. You see the pictures, and that's going to cost me money to get all that thing up, not more than $800. So regardless.
There's no saying how the opera has changed and adapted, especially during the COVID pandemic. Today, local voice Priya Man shows us the changes keep coming. This isn't your grandparents' opera theater anymore.
It's been 2 years since fans have filled the seats in this auditorium. The Detroit Opera House is finally reopening its doors with a brand new production.
We can't wait.
After pandemic productions in parking garages and amphitheaters, artists will return to the stage at the Detroit Opera Theater, and guests will be back in their seats.
And I really am looking forward to being able to meet our audience, to be in dialogue with our audience, to hear what they like, what they don't like, for them to be part of the discussion.
And after 50 years, they're reopening with a new name for the theater company. This sign will change to Detroit Opera House.
And in many ways, changing our name to Detroit Opera is, I hope, is read that way. That we'd like to make it feel as accessible, as rooted in the city as possible.
To enable all Detroiters and all those within the corridor and beyond to see what emanates from Detroit.
The name change reflects a desire to attract new audiences so they too can fall in love with the opera.
For us to see opera be even more rooted in the city that we're in, and to see opera truly. So to do this opera starting with tragedy but ending with love and ending with hope, and letting that be the main emphasis of what it means to come back together in the theater, I think is going to be enormously rewarding.
Then in May, the Detroit Opera Theater profiles the life and legacy of Malcolm X. Now, in order to get in the doors, you're going to have to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test taken within 72 hours of the show. Masks are required for everyone 12 and up. All the artists finally hitting the stage. In Detroit, I'm Priya Man. So exciting. Thank you, Priya. The premiere is April 2nd. Tickets are on sale right now.
Unbeatable price, professional installation, all from one company. What are the odds? A sure thing when you use Wallside. It's a home plus 5 years no interest. Is on
When it comes to Medicare Advantage choices, no single plan fits everyone.
That's why Molina has so many different plans to choose from. Even better, we have more than 40 years of experience to help you choose the option that's perfect for you. Lean on Molina to get the benefits you deserve at a price you can afford. If you have Medicare or Medicare and Medicaid, we give you more benefits, like helping you pay for food and over-the-counter items. Molina has plans with prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing benefits. We even offer a My Choice debit card to help pay for them. And Molina can help you save money by offering plans with a $0 monthly plan premium and $0 copays. Want to find the Medicare Advantage plan that fits you perfectly? Lean on Molina for confidence and affordable coverage. Call 844-773-4472. That's 844-773-4472.
We all have our own little corner of the world. Maybe it's at the end of the street you grew up on, or where your best memories were made. You can find yourself standing in a corner, staring down the road. At Ben Johnson Law, this is the corner we call home. And what we believe is best. If you find yourself standing at that corner, we're here to fight that battle for you and with you, because
All right, Major League Baseball issues a new threat as the clock is ticking on negotiations to end a lockout. The league is set today as the deadline to make sure the regular season starts on time. Owners and players started meeting a few hours early today, but we haven't heard of any breakthroughs. In fact, we're actually hearing the league has said it is willing to miss about a month of games if there is no deal. The two sides remain far, far apart on most key issues. The Detroit Tigers opening day is set for March 31st in Seattle. April 8th, as you know, here in Detroit. We'll keep you posted. Target raising pay and adding benefits to attract new workers. Some positions will now make $24 an hour. The increase applies to certain hourly workers at stores, supply chain facilities, as well as some headquarters. Baseball is also planning to expand health care coverage, making it available to employees who work just 25 hours a week. That's down from 30. Target has more than 90 stores are lining up to hold union elections. Workers at a Starbucks in Mesa, Arizona are the latest who voted to unionize. Some stores in Buffalo, New York recently became the first. Now, more than 100 locations have filed to hold union elections. So far, the union stores are a fraction of the Starbucks total. Starbucks has said it prefers dealing with employees directly without a third party in the middle, but the movement seems to be growing. Warnings about climate change are getting even more dire. Many experts really expect it. A new report says urgent action is needed now. The research comes from 270 scientists in 67 countries working for the United Nations. It calls climate change an ongoing disaster that's already putting humans and natural environments in danger. It also says the pace of global warming caused by humans is more disruptive than expected 20 years ago. And rainforests will reach from the Arctic to the brink. Taking a closer look at the report and what it means, and you can see his article at clickondetroit.com. February coming to an end, but winter, yeah, that'll be too early.
That's right, but it is 20 days away. That's something to look forward to, Karen. And with this being the last day of February, it's only 30 minutes. Snowflakes out there, right? You can see that here on Storm Tracker 4. It's portions of Monroe County out this hour, right around the city of Monroe itself. Up here toward the thumb, there are a few snowflakes that are flying closer to around Sandusky, but you see here, near the tip of the thumb, we got a few more. Same thing here in the Saginaw Valley. That makes sure to come over the next 1 to 2 hours. Nothing too heavy, but just something to keep us on our toes as we go through this evening. Most areas still remain dry. Pretty chilly out there too. Temps are in the low 30s for now, but temperatures barely budge later on tonight. Only in the upper 20s to about 30 degrees overnight. In your zone weather, temperatures down to about 25 to 31 degrees in our south zone. Our west zone as well, a little bit colder, more like 24 to 29 degrees in Livingston County, western Oakland County. Low middle 20s just to the north for places like Inlay City, areas north of M59 in our north, but remaining mostly dry later tonight. It's currently 31 degrees with windstorm winds, whether they're scenes of the weather or animals taking part in some of them. I'm sure they eventually switch after about 20 or 30 minutes. You can share photos just like that one, whether it's Macomb Township, anywhere in Southeast Michigan. Just download the local forecasters app, search FBA Is in your app store. You open it up, there's the feature of storm pins where you can share those photos. 33 right now over in Ann Arbor. Temperatures in the upper 20s and low 30s also just to our north. Temperatures right now, a bit different than yesterday. Clouds make a big difference. Right now, 2 to 10 degrees lower than we were just 24 hours ago. But winds are now switching, coming out of the north, and more or less coming out of the southeast. Very strong as well, at around 9 to 14 miles per hour. But this is going to stabilize our temperatures through the evening and through tonight. So now becoming very cold, we have another area of low pressure on the way. The temperatures remain right at freezing in the upper 20s overnight. So more clouds for tomorrow. This weak system right here provides those clouds, also provides the chance of some precipitation before Tuesday's evening. Some light rain and some widespread mix with each other. Nothing too heavy, nothing to make travel impossible for tomorrow, but just enough to make it a little slippery, especially for tomorrow after your day's commute. But overnight tonight, temperatures down to about 27 here in town, in your neighborhood as well. Sunset this evening, still getting later and later at 6:22. During the day tomorrow, the heavy effect of clouds, also rise to the 40s, around 44 degrees, with that light wintry mix in the afternoon. Another chance of a wintry mix on Wednesday, 41 degrees, drier and chillier at the end of the work week, but wetter this weekend.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We appreciate it.
That can help you. That's right. Stop wasting money on a doctor bill that just masks your ED. Use it for good. We can make the difference. Performance from Untitled.
30 years.
Every morning, I have a stabbing pain in my feet. Like sinusitis, the doctor calls it. That really hurt. One visit to fix my feet today, and the pain was gone. And even better, the custom parts once I got out did all my shoes.
And your foot pain now. Call or visit Fix My Feet today.
Yet another new Fix My Feet location. Our grand opening with a free exam. At each of our 5 locations.
Our lives are a collection of experiences, moments of happiness or times of great loss. First homes, new babies, property offered. At Farm Bureau Insurance, the experience you get with is different. Financial security to a home. Farm Bureau understands that experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
I'll have the number 1. I mean the number 1. I always do that. Mistake for you. Yep.
And for you, I'm going to have the chicken.
Today's programming is brought to you in part by the Mike Morse Law Firm.
Okay, so watch the top of your screen. The surveillance video looks like some kind of movie stunt. The big tractor trailer smashed through rails, plunged into the Charles River in Massachusetts. It happened Saturday. The state police just released the video, so we're sharing it with you. The driver was able to get out of the cab and climb on top of the truck to wait for rescue. Incredibly, he wasn't seriously injured. The truck was carrying U.S. mail, we're told. It was also rescued and put on another truck for delivery. So if you're waiting for those bills, they're still coming. So far, the cause of the crash under investigation. Well, the war between Russia and Ukraine is also being fought on social media with Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube taking sides. Facebook and Twitter have both removed disinformation accounts targeting Ukrainians. Russia is now restricting the use of Facebook in that country because corporate owner Meta won't stop fact-checking posts from the government. Now, Google and YouTube have both cut off ad revenue to Russian state media. Meantime, Elon Musk is helping Ukraine keep its internet service by activating his Starlink satellite service there. This is the behind-the-scenes story. Actually, after Ukraine's vice prime minister tweeted to Musk that while he is trying to colonize Mars, Russia is trying to take over Ukraine. Well, if you need a house call from a doctor, Amazon's Alexa will soon be able to get you a virtual appointment. Amazon is pushing further and further into healthcare by working with Teladoc Health for non-back on the device from someone at Teladoc. The service will be for customers who create an Alexa voice ID. The cost for it will be $75 without health insurance. You probably have to check for your policy for more information on how it might work if you do have insurance. Made $1 million
Going home for the holidays often brings great joy, but can also be very stressful. For those who spend the holidays with their older loved ones, this offered an important opportunity to observe their physical and mental state to determine whether they may require additional help. At AmeriKKA, we provide exceptional, faith-based care with daily activities that keep your loved ones happy and thriving. Plenty of celebrations ahead. Call 833-505-CARE to schedule your tour today.
Finally, first and foremost, we raise money for the United Nations Refugee Agency. We have pledged to meet donations up to $1 million to help refugees forced to flee their homes in the war. Lively is posted on Instagram telling followers the agency is providing life-saving aid. Did you want yesterday's?
No, I see that one. Check that one out. I'm pretty sure Street Hayward.
Well, that's Monday edition of First Floor. It's great to be back, and we are back in
I won't get to the one in Ann Arbor.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. More people confused than any other source. Local law expense. All your little tax deductions at work. Get some tricks in our tool belt. Or cause the newest hardwood tile, laminate, luxury vinyl. Carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own life. 54 heavy lifting for you. And they can get most things done in a day. They'll even clean a bathroom. Culminating at 60% off new floors. 50 floors, home improvement. Done
there, and residents are told to expect another night of heavy shelling. The world has marveled at the resolve of the people of Ukraine, who esteemed Libyan reports are showing incredible bravery in the face of terrifying attacks.
Brave Ukrainians repel the Russian advance. The invaders are meeting fierce resistance across Ukraine. They're burned out Russian colonies. CNN's Matthew Chance walked through the aftermath of a street battle in a Kyiv suburb. What kind of munitions does it take? Ukraine's second largest city shot this video diary after fighting there.
And this is the place where the Ukrainian military destroyed
This video shows tanks halted by an unarmed humankind. Kira Rudik, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, has also taken up arms.
Before I have never fought in my life, and right now I'm training to use Kalashnikov to be able to protect
thermobaric missiles. The missiles act as giant flamethrowers that suck the oxygen out of a building, killing everyone inside. There are fears about Putin's mental state. Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice says he appears delusional.
He seems erratic. He's descending into something that I personally haven't seen before.
Hundreds of thousands of women and children are fleeing to Poland. triggering a humanitarian crisis. I spoke to CBS News correspondent Christina Ruffini, who was there. When these people make it across the border, right, are you just noticing an immense sense of relief on their faces?
The Ukrainians are tough people, and so far what I've seen is just putting one foot in front of the other and just taking it one step at a time. You know, getting here is step one, right? They've got to figure out where they're going next, where their kids are sleeping, how to get out of the cold, how to get some food. And so it's just kind of a steely-eyed determination to keep going.
Children are the most tragic victims. This wounded child is on a ventilator as her mom keeps vigil at her bedside. And these mothers and their children are sheltering in the basement of a children's hospital in the capital.
Draconian sanctions were slapped on Russia today. Access to financial transactions has been shut down for Russian entities, including Vladimir Putin and his cronies. The ruble dropped to a fraction of a penny, and Russia's now banned from international soccer competition. And around the world, there have been massive demonstrations of support for Ukraine. West Trend has more.
An outpouring of love in the SAG Awards for the battle people of Ukraine.
My heart is with our international family all over the world right now.
The plight of the Ukrainian nation on the minds of everyone there.
Raw tonight is a celebration. We're all at the same time holding a place in our hearts for the people of Ukraine.
Celebrities wore blue and yellow ribbons, the colors of Ukraine's flag. Michael Douglas sported a blue and yellow pit square. At the NAACP Image Awards, Prince Harry and Duchess Meghan also showing their love for Ukraine. We would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who are against Russian aggression. A mass of humanity. 100,000 people gathered at the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. In Milan, in Times Square. Today, Russia finds itself isolated and scorned, a rogue nation right up there with North Korea and Iran. Pretty much every nation on earth has turned its back on those who are showing solidarity for Ukraine by dumping Russian vodka. And Saturday Night Live got serious, opening the show not with the usual jokes, but with the Ukrainian choir singing Prayer for Ukraine.
Live from New York.
What it's like to have the world rallied around and behind Ukraine.
I was already a proud Ukrainian, but it made me so much more proud of being a part of this culture. And he shares stirring videos from the bunker. He told the Americans he needed ammo, not a right to safety. And thanks to his resolute leadership, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is being hailed around the world.
He's a hero to his people and the world. President Zelensky's defiant rejection of the American offer to fly him out of the Ukraine administration.
Zelensky and his family, knowing that they might get killed, are staying there and showing leadership.
No one could have predicted Zelensky's rise to universal fame and praise. After all, he's a former TV comedian, played the president on TV. He also won Ukraine's version of Dancing with the Stars in 2006. Stars at last night's SAG Awards paid tribute.
I will tell you, we have a fellow actor in Zelensky who deserves some credit tonight for fighting the fight.
The president of Ukraine was a comic. You know, he was a wonderful comic performer. And we should respect that for him. And to come to the presidency is amazing. Even former President Trump, who was widely condemned for praising Vladimir Putin as a genius, is heaping praise on Zelensky.
And who, by the way, is a brave man. He's hanging in.
Zelensky's physical heroism is there for all the world to see as he shoots selfies on the streets of Kyiv to let everyone know he's still leading the fight. Zelensky's wife, Olena, is also at his side, refusing to go into exile. She's currently in hiding with their 2 children at a secret location as Zelensky fights on.
Some people are just born great. He's like that, you know, and I'm speaking from experience. President Zelensky's a hero.
Ukraine's been a popular place for couples looking to have a surrogate to have a baby. The cost is less than half of that in the United States. Well, this couple's baby was born less than a week ago, and they have had an incredibly stressful time trying to get from Kyiv back to the United States. They talked with AmeriKKKa.
Imagine fleeing a war zone with a 2-day-old baby. Jacob and Jesse Bachman from Costa Mesa, California, found themselves in a harrowing experience after a Ukrainian surrogate gave birth to their beautiful baby girl Vivian in Kyiv last Tuesday. 2 days later, they had to evacuate. I heard the explosions. What was your biggest fear? My biggest fear is that we were Poland. Due to the mass exodus, what it took them 27 hours. They shot this video of military.
We felt like because she was only 4 days old at the time, we had left it to the water. We felt like that we needed to get across the border as soon as possible. We decided to get out of the car and proceed through California, hoping to get to the border and across the border at sundown.
Did you have a stroller? How did you do that? I carried a baby and
I carried the bags.
Yup, Jesse carried baby Vivian, and that's Jacob wheeling their big suitcases for 8 miles in the freezing cold. 4 hours later, they finally reached the border on foot and found complete chaos.
Fortunately for Jesse,
but only women and children were allowed to pass to the top of the crowd and then throw it over the barbed wire fence. Give it to me. Every time I thought that something was going to get better, it actually, and I'm not a pessimistic person, but it actually don't work. The Gotham spoke to me from their hotel room in Warsaw. They are scheduled to fly back to Southern California tomorrow. This was supposed to be the happiest time of your life. It turned into a nightmare.
It was a nightmare for us, but it's so much worse for so many other people. We're lucky enough that we get to go home.
Indeed they are. By the way, Russian and Ukraine negotiators did hold peace talks for several hours today. They reached no agreement, and they say there will be more talks. Meantime, the bombs keep falling. And back in this country, he shot and killed a man, but he will not go to jail. A jury took only a few hours to decide that the retired cop who pulled a gun during an argument about texting is not guilty of murder. Here's Jim Murray.
The verdict is in.
The defendant is not guilty.
79-year-old Curtis Reeves was cleared of murder after he shot and killed another moviegoer in an argument over texting. The slain man's widow looked desolate and was consoled by her mother after the verdict. Reeves, a retired police captain, was given a hearty hug by his lawyer. The widow left the courthouse without making any comment. Her lawyer, T.J. Grimaldi.
I think it took all the wind out of her sails and completely floored her. She was just overcome with emotion, just literally could not handle what she was hearing.
Reeves spoke to reporters about that fateful day.
It was a sad day for everybody on both sides. It never should have happened. I never wanted it to happen.
Lone survivor. Reeves asked the man in front, Chad Olson, to shot him. Reeves told the jury he was acting in self-defense.
I'm looking up at this guy and he looked like a monster down there.
The jury deliberated just 3 hours.
The case took 8 years because of legal rulings, including over Florida's controversial stand your ground law, as well as the COVID pandemic. As last night's SAG Awards, Reese Witherspoon told the crowd she was happy to see them. So long after they had shut things down, it was time for Hollywood to dress up again.
Of everyone present after 2 long years of the pandemic. It's nice to see so many new presidents in so long. Lady Gaga was super chic in a white strapless gown. Nicole Kidman smelled of Tubby Keith Urban, elegant in a black gown with a white velvet neck. V neckline was the story on Kate Blanchett's black gown. Also in black, Selena Gomez and Fran Drescher will smith their eyes with wife Jada Pinkett Smith, who went all out in a ball gown, embracing her bald head. Will wore a 3-piece suit to accept his Best Actor award for Kate Richard. Jerry Chastain shimmered his gold hair, snapping his Best Acting award with the eyes of Tammy Faye. All on red
The Oscars are set for March 22nd.
It's a love story. It's an unconditional love
She said she gonna get another one.
Another one what?
Another stove.
For what?
And then Arlene said get another washing machine.
She gonna help?
Hell no.
Yeah, she is.
I could use the washing machine dryer to use, to be honest. But I think the stove just needs to be washed. Now I need to clean it real good. But she wants to get another one. And then those are updated now. Stuff. Them old school stuff.
We hustle. Daily, what's going on? What's this one? Thanks for the
air fryer.
So, they're glad video of y'all have not been watching my flashbacks because you guys videos out. I'm showing y'all what I bought the cars for. You know what I'm saying? I ain't driving a whole 9 hours. I've been doing this for a long time, guys. That's why I always tell you about travel. True WASD.com if you want to learn how to talk to respect cars and learn how to get on. I'm gonna show you how to buy and sell cars without a bill of license and all nine, so make sure y'all go to the website, check out those testimonials that are make sure y'all follow me on all social media platforms, too, TikTok and Instagram, the link in the description. Like I said, this is the third flashback video. I ended up buying a Infiniti G35. I wasn't too crazy about this G35. I still remember doing bought this G35 too. Actually, follow me on Instagram, cool. But I didn't make this much money off the, I don't know, at this time of year when I was selling these cars, man, the market is slow, kind of like, I think it was around the same time too. I think it was around the same exact time, around the time we are now. So when I bought the Infiniti for, then I actually showed y'all my other Infiniti and stuff like that. Like I say, better try to do those, man. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Appreciate y'all watching. I love you guys, man. Got some things in it. Needs to be cleaned up a little bit. This seat does not work. So, that. Everything looks good. Got some trash back there. Sorry, we need to plug in. Putting that good old plug in. Yep.
Hey, been outside. Go.
I didn't get that bitch. It was looking like, yeah, itchy. And I said we're gonna need a belt bearing. Drive passenger seat motor. Box right here. So this seat, like I said, doesn't go up. It needs a belt bearing. Other than that, car came out pretty clean. There's something actually going on with the radio too, because damn radio, man. So you got some stuff right here. I'm not sure what that's about, but it works. But even on volume 1, it's like really loud on volume 1. So I'm not sure what that's about, but if you want to sell the vehicle like this, I'm going to go get some type of glue. This bad boy cleaned up, so I'm gonna go post the bad boy online, see what I get for it. Paid $2,000 for this, so we're gonna see what we can get from it. That's it for this video, guys. Keep y'all updated. Right now, got about 5 cars for sale. I'm about to list this right now. This is my personal Civic. I think I want to get about the Civic. This one's the one. That's about it. What's up, Personal Nation? This video has been sponsored to you by WHDAcademy.com, an online course that's going to teach you everything you need to know about the auction game, all my tips on how to properly inspect cars, and most importantly, how to make money. As you can see, I've been doing this for a while, and as you can also see, I have plenty of testimonials on how I've helped others gain success in this business. So if you're interested in learning, be sure to click the link in the description below. Haven't really been getting no good deals on this car. You guys on my page. This is the stand being, by the way. I haven't been because I haven't even been getting no good hits on it. You still got the Ford and the G35 coupe. I want like 6,000 for the coupe. People been trying to lowball me. It's like $4,000, $5,000. Just because of the color I want. I want more money for it. $6,000 for it. So I'm gonna pay $2,000 for this.
Looks like you're in the dancing to the beat of my old drum stage, baby. Where Huggies, we got just what you need. And we'll keep you comping through all your...
I'm not gonna take a loss. I might just have to get my money back. So we'll see. Or make like, a couple bucks to $300 on it, but that wouldn't really be falling about this car. I guess because of the issue of their seat, radio, works.
That's not it. I wonder what that Hummer was. That's on me.
We still got the Ford, and we just want to see how it goes. The people who need to make
Let's see some Ukraine shit.
That ain't good, Brad. Supposed to be an academy and you making mistakes and shit. You know what I mean? There's plays fucked up too.
That's U-35. That's the newest me. The fuck? Oh, they captured Chernobyl. Shit, that place ain't worth shit. Ain't been worth shit since the motherfucker melted down. They can have that shit. What is this thing?
Here is our international correspondent, Paul Miguel. The rush to Kiev, their capital under attack. As we headed for the city this morning, there was little moving, apart from Ukrainian troops. But the Russians are watching from the skies, ready to strike, as they did here
just an hour outside the capital. Well, this is what we've come across on the road to Kiev. This convoy was obviously traveling to the city to be part of the defense of Kiev. This is an air defense missile system. It was hit yesterday. The smoke is still rising here. And here too, after an early morning, was a Russian missile strike that killed 2 people. It could have been many more, but plenty of locals had fled or taken cover in shelters. Yuri Shevchuk, who lives nearby, says the West must help Ukraine.
I wanted to say for you, for your governments, because that we are in need, urgently in need, as soon as possible, as much as possible, we are in need. Anti-aircraft missiles, we are in need. Anti-tank missiles, we need ammunition.
Is there any message that you wish to send to President Putin?
I wanted to say to President Putin that only one way for him is way to hell.
Well, this is what Kiev woke up to this morning. All of this destruction is in a residential area in a European city. And much of Kiev now looks like this, still standing, but bracing for impact. Ukraine's embattled President Volodymyr Zelensky took to the deserted streets, shooting a selfie video to reassure his people. I am here, he said, and we will not lay down our arms. Far from it, we found Ukrainians taking up arms, forming volunteer brigades to defend the city alongside the local police. This volunteer, who goes by the nickname Lloyd, said, I don't want to live in Russia, and my brothers in arms don't want that either. We will defend this city, or I will die. Volunteers are looking for Russian saboteurs, said to be already in the city. Nearby, we met Nino, out walking her dog and venting her fury. We demand an end to the war, she says. We can do it with sanctions. We must isolate the aggressor country and terrorize the whole world. The Russian forces at the gates, some are still fleeing the capital. For now, the city remains in Ukrainian hands, but the battle may be just beginning. Only here in BBC News, Kyiv. This evening, in a major shift in policy, Chancellor Olaf Scholz says Germany will deliver weapons to Ukraine. These are set to include 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 single-surface-to-air missiles. The government in Berlin has also indicated it could now back plans to cut Russia off from the SWIFT international payment system. Our Europe editor, Katia Adler, joins us from Brussels. Katia, how significant are these announcements?
Oh, it is really significant. I mean, we had from the German Chancellor himself, he called this a watershed moment. You know, Germany traditionally, because of its role in the Second World War, has been very wary about getting involved in military conflict. But this aggression by Russia on Ukraine has put the German government under real pressure at home and also abroad from other Western allies. So Germany will not only be sending weapons directly to Ukraine itself, but it's also lifted some restrictions on German-made weapons owned by other countries, so they can help Ukraine as well, like, for example, the Netherlands or the Baltic states, who have been waiting as well. And as you mentioned, Germany have been very opposed to rejecting Russia from SWIFT. That's that global financial transaction network. But today, ministers said they were working on a way of how they could remove Russia in a targeted way. And that, of course, is a move that is supported by the UK, the US, and other member states as well. I think what we're seeing here is, Germany, the EU as a whole, it's not exactly famed for very quick decision making, but what we're seeing right now in Ukraine is changing all of that. The EU right now is working on its third sanction package in a week. Whichever country I call, prime ministers or the president in the case of France, are talking all the time to other leaders in the EU, to the UK, to Joe Biden in the US as well. Tomorrow, EU foreign ministers meet and they'll talk about coordinating military action. And we're about to hear from the EU Commission Chief, Ursula von der Leyen, about action tonight. That will be any minute now. That's it for the moment. Thank you very much.
That's 9 cameras all over the city. Live cams. Awesome shit. Yeah, snowing. There's somebody up there. That motherfucker need to go and get some weed or pussy. It's cold as fuck.
That's like in Canada, up north. Yeah. But east or west. Overseas.
Yeah. Some explosions or nothing. I guess that's explosions. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
But the wind or what? Sound like that's the time strike is
Turn into sleep deprivation.
Улица Саперная, Киров. 2 штуки пока вижу. 3-й ползет, солдаты крадутся с автоматами на изготовку. С тяжелого стреляют в сторону домов. С гранатомета сейчас вперед. Даже 8. Ну что хотите сказать, ребятки?
Warriors and ass.
Cover the possibilities with Rebelsis. Ask your healthcare provider about Rebelsis today.
Oh, they got one. That one totally up.
It's up.
Shit, they got drones. got drones. The Russian convoy that we just looked at. Yeah.
That's why he loses.
Hope we don't see this motherfucker get killed on TV.
Oh, Putin?
No. Fuck Putin. I love to see Putin. Yeah. They're hunting for Russian saboteurs.
Smoke billows over the Kiev skyline as the Russian forces draw closer to Ukraine's capital, but their main effort still hasn't been launched. There is a continuing curfew here until Monday at least. The only people on the streets are Ukrainian security forces. They're hunting down Russian saboteurs. Sky News black SUV. We don't know why they were targeted, but it illustrates the tension here. The men were held at gunpoint and questioned. In recent days, rumors have wildly circulated of roving Russian agents attempting to bring terror to the streets and plotting a route into Kiev for the Russian tanks. The city's mayor, Untitled Chapter, says it's exactly why the curfew was introduced.
The Russians sent some troops, small troops, which actually with some time we as civilian with weapons, snipers, and shootings everywhere, and they want to make terror attack and to bring the panic to our city. It's a goal. It's a goal. We hunting of them, and we take this some people who come to our city.
So everyone is indoors and quite often underground these days. The shelling is particularly bad at night. Filmmaker Yuri is the only person left in his.
Yes.
He is a Ukrainian national but was born in Moscow. He won't move Kiev. He has persuaded his wife to go to the countryside for now.
Extreme evacuation backpack. Now we're free now, and we don't give our freedom anybody. Never. Until we die.
And that's what he's saying.
Yes. Yes. It's just because I want to be free. Normal human in a country with normal rules.
There's a new national obsession in Ukraine right now, making Molotov cocktails spread to Kiev. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has issued instructions on how to put them together. Others have been signing up to fight on their drones. At night, the bombing intensifies. An oil terminal hit by Russian missiles south of the capital. It seems inevitable there will be more missile strikes and fiery skies as this one.
Whoa there, partner. Hold your horses. If you have Medicare, you need to listen right now for an important announcement straight from the horse's mouth. What are you talking about? Medicare Part C, also known as a Medicare Advantage plan, allows you to get extra benefits not offered by Medicare Parts A and B. Extra benefits like dental coverage.
I just be trying to get y'all to get more money. Flipping out y'all shit.
No, fine. No. Mm-hmm. I'm reading something Water Snake put on there about the richest black girl in America. Looked up, got a piece of land that held oil. Oil well produces net income, nigga gross income was $112,000 a year. $300 a day from oil, the equivalent to $7,500 a day today. The equipment became famous and naturally started receiving all kinds of requests for loans, donations, and even marriage proposals at 11 years old. Sadly, though, there was a law at the time that required wealthy Native Americans and African Americans who were citizens of the Indian Territory to be assigned a well-respected white guardian. As a result, Rector's guardianship was turned over to a white man named T.J. Porter. Reportedly, W.E.B. Du Bois and NAACP got involved to protect her wealth and well-being and were able to successfully do so. She later went on to own one of the first black-owned auto dealerships in the country and reportedly enjoyed her wealth until she died.
Have all that money and that's all you do is sell cars.
I hope she did more.
How much do you weigh?
And 80 are now eligible for the final expense program. $5,000 tax-free cash for your family. Tap below to check your eligibility.
I couldn't believe how easy.
It just shows how desperate people can be just to attack you. They can go hours following you.
And a woman was stolen from a Chase Bank on South Gester all the way to her home in Fort Bend County near Richmond. That's about 30 miles. And then things started getting physical. Yeah, the man pushed her down and robbed her. KPR's 2 Samira Raincoat has a story only on 2 tonight. Samira, a terrifying chain of events here. Danielle and Christine, that's exactly right. This woman
Not going by yourself, you understand? Wait for me to get dressed.
that's when a man approached her from behind.
And so it was extremely scary.
Don't say nothing smart, because I'm in the move, my legs ain't hurting, I can get there. You know what I mean?
It's like you always have to be on your guard because last week on the errands Carefree was followed for more than an hour. First up, this Chase Bank on Kessler Road. Cleo said she withdrew $4,000 from her dad who was traveling back to Africa. Then another stop in Bel Air. I bought drinks for like my entire family, like snacks and stuff like that. When she finally got
Yeah, she not foundation.
she realized she wasn't alone. And he
Sweat, you brought me some new ones. You. Yeah, they're right there. I remember I went to that place on the way back. I want to take that jug with her. Stop at Wolverine Ashley. And bring out my car sold in. Either that day or whatever, but I want to ask them, can I get some oil for my patio? Jesus. I want to paint that black with the stove paint this year, so it doesn't rust no more. I want to paint the barrels too.
I'm taking extra precautions since that day. I carry a taser, I carry my mace, I signed up for self-defense classes, and it's really bad that I have to do all this because
Before I give my commentary about the story, let me give a shout out to Jay for posting this story inside of the Discord. And shout out to everybody who contributes to the tab, and it's greatly appreciated. I definitely check whenever I can. I get a lot of stories coming in every single day, especially from DJ and Tariq. Shout out to those two in particular. So, thankfully, this woman is not harmed in any way as far as like in a way where she could have lost her life or she could have been like deceased. That's first and foremost. Secondly, this happens too often, and banks are one of the main targets of people getting robbed, stalked by people because you never know who's watching you, especially when you're at an ATM. That's why I like to prefer to use an ATM that's on the inside of the bank rather than the outside, because on the outside, there's a lot of people walking back and forth. Inside is a little bit more secure. And I don't know if she used an inside ATM or she used an outside ATM. And I said that she withdrew $4,000 from her account because she was, sending some money, for her dad who was traveling back to Africa, and she was also, getting money for some other things as well, family functions. All you have to say is you have to be very aware of your surroundings, because you never know when people are around and are waiting to pounce on you and ready, that you're a sit-up. You're literally prey. And a bank is one of the main places where a lot of these people frequent at. That's why you have to be aware of who's hanging out around banks and everything like that. If you're not handling business inside of a bank, or you're not withdrawing any money or anything like that, I become suspicious of you. Another place that gets hit a lot when it comes to situations like these are casinos. I remember hearing a story where this actually happened at the casino that's near me, where somebody had won a good amount of money and they drove home unaware that they were being followed from the time they left the casino till they got home, and this person attacked them and robbed them, just like with her situation. And this person, the casino is located in Maryland, and they lived in Virginia, and not in Northern Virginia, which is like right across the bridge from where the casino was at that I'm talking about, which is like a 10-minute drive. We're talking about they had to drive a good same amount of distance as she did to drive home. Now that's a lot of determination to go after somebody, which means they probably saw this person in, and they kept their eye on them the entire time until they left. Because usually what a lot of people do is if they want a good amount of money in the casino, they don't stay around, they leave. I know that's what I would do, because you don't want to risk putting the money back into the machine or back on the table and you lose everything that you just won. At that point, I think you have a gambling problem. You need to call somebody. But they saw them leave, and they followed them from the time they left out that casino to the time they got in their car in the garage and drove off. That's a lot of determination. The same thing with this woman right here. She was followed to get her money, and apparently they got it. Imagine you work hard for that money in this.
Then I say nothing stupid. I give you 5 seconds.
They didn't earn it. It wasn't theirs. It wasn't entitled to that. But they take it. But that's just how people are. People, like I said, there's a lot of no good people out there. You can't trust every single person. But I'm glad that she's okay and that she's alive to tell her story. She doesn't look like she's physically hurt. She's definitely traumatized for it, that's for sure. So she said that she's actually made and goes to a range and gets herself a power tool. I like how I did that. But make sure that she gets herself a power tool for sure and know how to use it. Because the scary part about this is that this person followed her home, which means now this person knows where she lives. Or and because she's so shaken up, she may not even gotten a good look at this person. Even if it was at, in broad daylight, because in that moment, all you're worried about is trying to get away and hope that, that nothing happens, to you further that could endanger your life even more. And let this just be a lesson to everybody out there. Because they saw her as a soft target and she was by herself. There was no one else there with her. She was alone. So that's another thing when it comes to stuff like, of course, everyone's not going to travel with that to the bank. Because that's not exactly what you would call a girl's or a guy's trip who does that going to the bank. But like I said, just be aware of your surroundings. And the same thing with the casino. Now, the casino, you can go with people. But this person saw that they were by themselves. And that made it even easier for them to go after them because they're like, oh, they're by themselves, so I don't have to worry about having to fight off 2 people or 3 people or a group. So it's making it easier for me to accomplish the goal that I'm trying to accomplish. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this story live. That was actually my first drone. Not this one. It was I don't know, it's kind of brick. It was brush. This is brushless. Actually, this is a 20 plus. I did a price match guarantee at Walmart. It's already all set up. Normally, you would have a app connected to it. It would be highly general first. Without the app on it, it's not general first. Now, let's go ahead and that I came in contact with that like about 20 minutes, solid 20 minutes, if not more. So it should be simple. It should be down the satellites. I remember we were going to hit this and it's going to be pretty bad. I think there's something behind me. That's why I we're going to also and that's cool that it didn't just it is a GPS drone. Even without the app, you can see the GPS is working. That's why I set it up before I started because I'm going to let it sit there and sit the GPS will sit because there's visual confirmation because they're not connected. So now we're going to go ahead and bring it over here. I always like to look at this. I always like embodied camera. In 807Cs embodied. Some of the explorer drones, some navigator drones. So let's go ahead and look right on. Shoot straight down. Has some speed to it. I'm coming inside. Again, it's been a long time. I think we've got a long time since I've flown this. Here we go. Let's just get it over here to a flag. I'm going to stop recording. Moving around up there. Let's see. Let's try to go this way. It's moving though, so them satellites ain't super strong. But again, this is something you put in Walmart. This is something that you put in which knocked the price down. I think we have rebounds. I already got this brushless GPS drone app interface. Alright, I'll have to check. Okay, the GPS is not like a DJI drone at all. The camera, which I wish I could get going again, but I'm not hearing. There, I actually did. It started going down. You can kind of control what it takes. The camera's actually quite good. Obviously, there's no image stabilization. No image stabilization, no gimbal or anything, no electronic stabilization. But it is a solid camera. Give you a basic look at the camera here. This is that scene that we were just at when we just PS. It does definitely work. It's a little wobbly. It's not perfect, and again, there's not image stabilization. But as far as the quality of the video, it's pretty darn good, guys. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Got questions, comments, concerns, put it down below. I will do a specific video just this guy's camera because I have a little bit more footage, a little bit longer video, and
and we can just upload that maybe on some music too. So stay tuned for that. Guys, who else is out here flying this drone? How many of the guys that said they was about the drones years ago were that? Huh? Did you really like the drone? I really like this drone. It's a brushless drone, and again, I got my money's worth because I'm pretty sure I paid 100.
No, you're not. The
rest of what shorts, were there. The reason that they're doing this. I do want to answer
I will slap you with this signed check.
So let's go. But the SEC ultimately is in a position where they are trying to make sure that you don't to fight them to combat what's going on. But there's a large majority of other companies that don't. And so what I think the SEC is doing is positioning themselves to be an authoritarian ruler that says, listen, you can't tell me that you've done wrong. It doesn't mean I'm not still going to cut your head off. And that makes a lot of these different companies and projects make that new tech, new ideas, and I think that it really slows down what could be the space continuing to grow. And so I'm hoping that we do figure out and get some information from this XRP case, because if we just get this ambiguous kind of, hey, they settled, but they're redacted, we have no real clear evidence of what the answers are, and we don't get anything from it, then they're able to continue to be the bully. They're able to literally push it. This is our territory on our turf. What we say, what we say, when we say, how we say it. And I think that ultimately that just really sets a bad tone for the rest of the crypto market, because it's going to stifle innovation.
Yeah, I agree. All right, one last question I'm going to ask you, Gareth. You're definitely a chart guy here. We're seeing this insane pump. Cryptkeeper, he kind of alluded, this what they call banging the close, and it could be to liquidate your shorts. So is this kind of, is that kind of your theory as well? And why would they want to, what's the purpose of doing that?
Yeah, so it looks like that. You're getting this big surge just before the precise reasons. I don't know if it has anything to do with an options expiration coming up or anything like that, but there are lots of games that get played here. And again, it's a matter of where does the candle close on the monthly, which can actually dictate whether money flow comes in. If it's going to have a breakout, you through that level. That's been, you can see we got underneath that line, we retraced here, we pulled back, we did it again. That's going to be the line in the end, that if you can get through that, then you get some upside, maybe 52,000 even on the upside. But certainly I'm not honestly 100% the main end of month that would be pumping.
All right, I'll get into two windows and the living room.
Yeah, that's the big point, right? So that's the big point of the channel, right? So you have the high connected here. Wait 1 second, let me show my chart. Sorry about that. So the high here to the high here, the lows all connected, and that dotted line is your midpoint. It also happens to be this high pivot right here that coordinates one deal on the month. So if you get through 47, I'm looking for that dotted line is your next stop.
Every now and then I'm like, it's not all it's not all. All right, well, that is all we have time for, and it looks like Garrett,
Tell the fat ass to come down. I was so mad.
I'm doing TA. That's what I need to do.
Thank you to Tom. All these guys, Cryptokeeper always says it too, is everyone on here has a strict select use case skill. You want to take everything we say in, you want to come up with your own thoughts. Never really trust any one of us. No one should trust me implicitly. Think about it, make your own decisions, live by those decisions. And again, if anyone wants to check me out, verifiedinvestingcrypto.com.
All right, and yes, do your own research. And that is all we have time for. Frankie Candles is live. If you want to go check out his stream, I'm sure he's talking about the pump right now. So until next time, this one.
And she was like, what the fuck? Where's the turkey?
Look, girl. Up there making all kinds of noises and shit.
Oh, you already got it.
Yeah. That's how you know.
They left us behind with these people, these shady people that were no interest at all
this shit. They have the Earth Liberty. And I keep saying, these Americans, I keep saying that we won't get our shit together until we send down 2 pounds of shit that are finally, they'll be close to curtain call for the Black Friday and shit if we don't get it together. This is part of that tree that shows diversity and swirling and all that bullshit. Right? You guys know that.
You're straight.
We'll talk about everything on the show about a bunch of stuff. That seems she's married to a female. I couldn't find a picture of them together. That was an excellent struggle. That was an excellent internet struggle to find her away for Norway. But she, she asserted herself into her white brother's keeper. It was a big foul. Whatever shit. She was ashamed of herself. I don't know. I didn't listen to slander show where they get this whole big it's the usual talking heads, just sit on a set stage, fucking, super black female intellectuals sit up, espousing their rhetoric and shit, their baseless rhetoric around ideological, movement or initiative with hard black women and shit, It's not to make you, it made me sick. I felt physically ill listening to this shit. I don't know how she can call herself intellectual. But be allowed to, teach impressionable minds and shit to form minds. She's a professor of law. I'm accredited professor of law, you see that lady in Georgia, in law schools, I went to 115. I'm like, hey, your job is to teach them, teach the law. Teach classes and everything. But this kind of shit, I don't know that exposure from shit because she's not an activist or a fucking teacher. Right? Whatever, I can't get that shit. Social horror shit. And that's the problem, that's why you can't get a foothold. Listen to Dr. Tina Science and shit. He often tells about how feminist faculty at the school keeps male studies off the table. Shit keeps everything, based, from receiving any theoretician. They don't even address it. They throw their hands into this shit. And I'm so triggered because, I say everything, all these, even really young, like, when a woman is a bed with girl, the woman in the bed with a girl, or just one of those things, this is a reality of shit. It's a goddamn shame. Up here you got this female who's responsible, one of the branches of the black feminist, Cassandra, and then you get a fucking like you. This is the English that they're the fucking name. The grass. The movement is to grow your own fucking to save yourself like me and shit of the community. It's up to us to fix our own communities. It's running up there. Not because of it. Why not? There's no uplifting on West. This, mindset is part of their legacy. There's no fixing it. What else can you do? We're just gonna clean the table and shit. I wanted to get, this kind of rhetoric is going hand in hand with fucking all other shit we've been seeing around here, okay? And I'm gonna reach it. It's a fucking tragedy and shit. I was intending a rant, but I didn't do it. I was just like, I don't have the energy for this shit. I gotta think about the future. I have 2 sons. Alright, one of my sons is in school right now. And I'm just sweating bullets every day with all the bullshit that's in school and shit. And I'm spiritually committed to raising him and seeing himself as a goal. I'm gonna just introduce that shit. I'm gonna introduce that shit. So I'm gonna keep doing that. But when we were growing up in the past 40 years, these women were being indoctrinated. Most of them already were from a couple of years of slavery and bullshit. But in the house also they were being indoctrinated to throw their nose in us, not to be a partnership, to be the head of the table shit. And look what it's done us. Look what their fucking communities. What can Kimberly Shaw tell us about her ideology? Her, how it will help the community? How will it change the black community when a woman has been a backbone of it, since forever and shit? What is her ideology? What is it gonna do? All she can do is talk about her group and shit, her alphabet community group, how she feels about shit. It's all her fucking feelings and shit. It's not based on any real reality and shit. How does it help the community? How does it help black people? I don't know any of these disparate groups, these investors, these motherfucking swindlers, these toxic female misandries that just out hate everybody and shit. I want them to explain this shit. Some of these simple black intellectuals, I want them to explain how this shit helps us as a community, as a people, not women, not men, as a fucking people, as a collective. We're a people. Everything else is fucking secondary. That's what the point I'm trying to make here. How does this shit help us?
We talking about? Our boy's leader decided to punch a black woman and call her the N-word. This let's put it in the picture. His name, let me first start here. His name is Andrew Wall. He's a leader. We're talking about the Proud Boys. It comes with this program. Deep connections, supremacists. He assaulted a black woman on Sunday. This was caught in the video. He was shouting slurs. Oh yeah, 26 years ago, Andrew Wall was reportedly caught outside of a Ohio and was seen scuffling with the patriots and spewing racial slurs. What you got on camera was not the full extent of the event. At one point, his victim, 23-year-old Cameron Porter, was by with a friend when she heard Walls and others around them screaming N-words, okay? She's just walking by. Walls points his finger at Morgan as Morgan calls her the N-word and then says D-word, shut your mouth. He punches her directly in the face. According to Morgan's father, Walls dragged her into the street behind her head. Okay? This man was charged with possessing a firearm. All that, he had a firearm, intoxicated, on assault. The warrant was issued for his arrest. Wells turned himself in on Sunday evening. Injuries may lead to his assault charge being upgraded to a felony. I want you to remember, you just said a felony in front of it. It was a felony act. They decided to charge him with a misdemeanor. Okay? They may charge him with a felony. They may upgrade the charges. He could also be charged with ethnic intimidation. He has not been charged with that. That is a law that exists in that state. He has not been charged with that yet. This is the first time we have seen the laws on the news. Here's him in 2019. Let's put it up. Okay. Andrew Wall, Vice President of the Kid Chapter of the Proud Boys, set up a display and talked to students. The Democratic presidential candidate, Rachel Rook, rally came to that state. He had an open carry display. Kent State campus, September 2019. This was a counter. So, the Proud Boys will tell you in the literature that they are not a racist organization. They will tell you that they are not white supremacists, and then they will point to the handful of people of color who are actually part of the organization in order to provide protected cover for their white supremacist leaders. Well, when things like this happen with their members, Proud Boys, they do not release this stuff. They don't come out for the press conference and they announce the language of their leaders. They provide cover for them. They protect them. See, it's real simple. The people who are recruited who happen to be people of color inside of the organization, not only are you foolish, you're a fraud. And they're using you to protect their white supremacist ideology. You know exactly what they are. Attorney, why was this charged as a misdemeanor offense?
Sometimes prosecutors do this just to get something to stick, just to start the process, and they're still building their case. They're still collecting their facts. So I do imagine, well, for sure, an ethnic intimidation charge. I don't know why that wasn't automatically included because the facts are so obvious. The felony, the aggravated battery felony, maybe him kind of bringing her to the street, that depends on her injuries. I could see that being elevated too, and maybe that was why they kind of held off. But it's so disgusting. Thank goodness this was on film. I think it was your father that filmed this, and they were able to see. And yeah, as you say, I can't imagine anybody not realizing what they got.
I want to say this. I saw members of my community arrested in every single charge they could imagine. They didn't say, well, let's charge based on what you fit the code so that you can negotiate and plead down later and they get a win. Why is it that we see something very different in cases like this compared to communities that I'm from where they do opposite things?
We've spoken a little bit about our defenders in our discussion in our community. Prosecutors realize that yes, charging this white man as racist as he is, they're going to get more flack if they overcharge him than maybe somebody from a color who doesn't have support, who isn't going to have a very good lawyer here to plead down. As you said, this is systemic, and these issues absolutely play a role into what the prosecutors. It's their own professional prestige that they care about at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think community support is the same person. We already know when you go to the Cowboys, you got community support even on some cases in themselves. Because community support with some scrutiny and you have particularly based on the case. But the problem with that is it is based on a racial dynamic rather than so it's not fair in the legal context to lightly charge an individual because you are afraid of the rest of it. be the example that I want to show. I said that we need to check out the complete video on T1T. This young man's life is not even worth this man being brought to justice. He's going to get to live his life, continue to live his life, until this second appeal, which this next trial can take another 2 years. Men, we in trouble, black men. And I keep our hands all over. They just look for a reason to keep a black man in trouble these days, huh? They wait for that excuse. That's crazy. How can this family feel like the police department? Now you see why so many people say defund the police. And it's like the system has to be reworked. It's not just the police. Because even when he has a conviction, the judge steps in. And it seems like the step in is always for the Caucasian brother or sister. It just seems like. I don't know, you guys tell me. Y'all go check out the video on T1T. I think that's why these cowards want me to keep talking about me, because I actually talk about real stories and I talk about real situations that people are not used to. They may not want a formal basketball player that brings the same everything to you or tell to you. So I hope we can bring some light to this situation. I hope we can outrageous. If this ain't outrageous, I don't know what it is. That black young man life is so seemingly so worthless that even upon conviction, someone don't even have to pay their jail time. They don't have to pay what they owe. Boy. So shout out to Sergio, shout out to Campbell, shout out to my boy CMO, shout out to Steve, Mexico, boss. Shout out to Larry Kings, shout out to Miss 5041 for the sound. Always rocking shop, it's been real, ready to take out.
We interrupt this program to bring you a...
Yeah.
Everybody's fine. If I feel different, that's because I have grace. He, the invisible kind, not alignment, is not all verses. So this one, is technically a different word, but it's the same thing. So the enemy speaker was that I didn't have before, so I have to laugh. Create any enemies. And the is the enemy. For like 6 months, I have to keep the room 22 hours a day. So I get a little time to eat something. And that stops me from crunching my ice. Because I'm a big ice cruncher. So I can't eat my ice. So that would be different. No, I'm not quite ready. There's some fasting really. I also just get more comments. I don't read comments. Yes, I can drill. I have to learn 22 hours every day. Inside, sometimes I try cheese. And I want to eat cheese. So ice and cheese. So I get the sometimes baby basil cheese and feta cheese. Feta cheese. Ice is the best crunchy ice. But if it makes ice and it makes it in this little shape, it depends on how I get used to that. But I don't like ice, so I'm just control my ice. So basically, network. So basically, I do a session on people like 3 hours, the same and girls. And which was something that was necessary in the Black community. And so the reality is that there's like 30 or 40 minutes worth of interview. So we're going to tell you the lessons
What's up, you guys? It's Matt here. So the internet breaking news is finally here. Is it actually internet breaking? I don't really see, the internet breaking, Twitter shutting down, Shiba Inu going to crazy high levels, even though we did see an increase to a lot of crypto positions for a short period of time before starting to come back again. But the internet breaking news is here. It's a partnership, and we need to get into the details because there aren't many, but I could try and give you some details as to what I believe, it's really all about. And even though the announcement is here, all of the details aren't here, which kind of lines up with everything else that they tend to announce. They announce that, we'll be looking into birds, we have no details. We'll be looking into a lot of the gaming industry, this is what's going to happen here, but the details, we can't talk about that. JR, the partnership with JR, we can't talk about that until the announcement comes out. Well, now the announcement comes out, we can't talk about the details yet. We still don't have all of it. So it's just a little bit, it's not put together well, not well organized, as we said from the AMA. But just because I talk bad on a position in any way doesn't mean that I'm not bullish on Shiba Inu. I'm just upset with the route or the path they're taking for all of these announcements, and they're not really listening to the community and what we care about. And maybe this is all the plan to build up to that overall plan to focus on what the community really wants to see, which is burns. And we don't know yet. We don't know the master plan, but I'll say right now, as we look into a lot of these announcements and things that they're coming out with, so far. Anyways, make sure you guys hit that like button. Also hit the subscribe button for more videos like this one. And make sure you hit that notification bell for more videos just like this one. Let me say that. To always get an update when I post a video. I feel like all the things just blend together. But anyways, I think if you guys want any detail from me, how I'm feeling about a certain situation, especially when it comes to the announcement right away when I saw it, go on Twitter, and I do have my announcement or my retweet or quote retweet from the actual announcement over on Twitter. So definitely check that out and go follow me, give me a follow over here. Also, before we get into the detail, we're doing 12-hour live streams to where we have 51 people watching right now. And, talking about the big announcement, talking about, everything that we can talk about, and also playing ads so that we can burn off as much emails as possible. We have 143 likes, so go over there, give me a like, give me a follow, a subscribe. And if you want to become a member, all revenue or all profits go towards burning off shit, which today the live stream is absolutely insane. And maybe we'll have a separate video just on that live stream because it was insane. I mean, I don't even have any words for it. So, but let's talk about the announcement, right? Because this is what we're all here for. This big announcement that was coming on the 28th, what is it all about? Well, it's a partnership with John Richmond. This partnership with John Richmond was supposed to be internet breaking news, right? They posted something basically saying JR, partnership. What does that mean? Who is that?
predicted that it was just like a partnership with a fashion brand, Forever 21, whatever the fashion brand actually is, or clothing line, whatever it is. They basically thought, hey, they were going to partner up with a clothing brand. Maybe we'll see some burns out of that clothing brand. I don't know. Well, we're seeing a partnership with John Richmond. And the details are very scarce, right? When we get into some of this article here that does sort of break down some information, the Shiba Inu team announces another powerful partnership as SHIB steps into the fashion industry. So that's huge news, but how does that help out Shiba Inu? Well, when it helps out Shiba Inu, let's go into some more detail. Shiba Inu team announces another powerful partnership to change the course of the fashion industry. SHIB enters the fashion industry by partnering with John Richmond, an English fashion designer based in Italy. Shiba Inu recently made an exciting announcement. It's basically just reiterating itself pretty much. Exciting announcement for all Shiba Inu holders that John Richmond has officially partnered with SHIB for cutting-edge fashion collaboration. The information was made public via Twitter, which we did see that tweet, and I'll go through my thoughts, which you probably already saw. John Richmond has followed Shiba Inu's official Twitter, which is a good thing. I mean, if you're partnering, then you want to follow the people you're partnering with. The partnership is said to be launched on the final day of Italy's Fashion Week and the first day of Paris Fashion Week. The partnership will enable SHIB to step into another industry with great energy. I mean, again, just kind of reiterating, they're jumping into this industry. Or the next paragraph, they're jumping into this industry. Next paragraph, they're jumping into this industry. What else do you have to say about jumping into this industry? The lead developer of Shiba Inu on this event post a tweet said, "This is another powerful partnership about the partnership are not yet disclosed." So it doesn't make sense why you have an announcement with no further explanation or breakdown. That makes no sense. What does this really mean? They like to give like all of these little bits and pieces to things. 10,000. They're basically doing 10,000 JR Shiba Inu NFTs. Okay, that's great for the NFT market. Fashion show, Milan, Italy. That's great, right? Collection in boutiques worldwide. That's great. How does that generally help Shiba Inu in the end? Is it something that you're just getting NFTs from the partnership? The profits from the NFTs go towards, John Richmond? I'm forgetting the name already. So, I don't understand this. This is not internet breaking news. It's a partnership. Great. Not internet breaking news, especially since you didn't release all of the detail. If you have no detail, we're supposed to just speculate, and then we end up getting disappointed again when it doesn't include any type of burns, right? Because this is what the SHIB community wants. If you're talking about Shiba Inu, we care about burns. Shiba Inu was established in a large way, growing up, 2 million% as of today, right? And when we look at that, and it grew 2 million% in that year or so, a little over a year, right, from when it was launched. I'm looking for more growth. There's more people that are getting into it, and more people that want to see excitement out of it. However, the growth is stagnant because of the fact that, for one, I mean, we have, this whole like Ukraine situation and everything else going on with the government and all that stuff. Growth with the amount of coins that are supposed to be burned like this. Well, if we're going to burn Shiba Inu like this, it makes sense because this can grow to a crazy high level. Instead of Dogecoin increasing in supply, this will actually decrease in supply. But the supply hasn't been decreasing to a massive level that we thought it was going to. From the level where it was burned off and where we are now, we burned off billions of coins, but that's nowhere near, not even scratching the surface of 1%, right? It's crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy. So we're asking for a little bit more within this position. So we're not just asking for partnerships, we're asking for burns within those partnerships or establishing some sort of a burn. That's what we hope for, right? Because we want this price to increase. And don't get me wrong, I'm really excited to see a partnership, but don't think it's internet breaking news. That's going to be something that a lot of people absolutely adore. Because as you go through some of the You can see tweets that are the comments and the retweets and the quote tweets. A lot of people are not really happy about it. Because it doesn't help out Shiba Inu in any way as of right now. We don't know. I mean, we're speculating. But as of right now, it looks like we're getting more from the NFT market rather than getting anything out of Shiba Inu. Like being able to purchase to close the Shiba Inu, have a transaction tax with an option. It's more like just a partnership with NFTs to have Shiba Inu partner up with John Richmond in the NFT market and not really benefits from SHIB's growth, right? Or SHIB's past growth and now its popularity. And SHIB is not benefiting from everything in the ecosystem because it's basically standing still, fluctuating in between, 2,000 and 2,700 or 2,000 and 3,000, right? That's where it's fluctuating. I mean, I don't want to sound like the bearer of bad news, but it just doesn't seem like I should care about this partnership, in my opinion. So, and this is all my opinion. So I do want to make sure you guys know that I'm very blunt, very transparent. I don't like to sugarcoat things. I always like to be as open as possible and give you guys real information. And if you guys don't like it, I'm sorry, but this is how I feel. And if we see something that shows us different, then I'm all for it, because all the burns that they mentioned, we have no information for those burns. The Wellies burns, we have no real information when it comes to that. Burning with every purchase, the franchises, and plus you only having the potential chance to have a location.
So what?
That's to get the number of
Who knows if anybody's going to open up the Wellies? So we'll see what that price tag is like. And then, we have the Shiba Swap, I believe, burn portal that we talked about, but there's no other information on it. Burn by transaction, there's no other information on that. So I'm just trying to be as realistic as possible. But, I'm still bullish on SHIB. I still hope that they will find a plan and they will hear us out eventually. I understand that we are focused on burning off coins. But, you never really know. We'll see. But right now, Shiba Inu's price is currently at 25. It's 25.07. What I see on the usual is 25.19, so it's not really updated yet. But we're seeing about 6.7% up, almost 7% up. We do see volume is up 17%. You look at the market cap, we're very close to that $14 billion mark. Rank is still 14. I did end up burning off 500,000 coins today. But again, I'll leave it at that with a partnership. You can see, right here on my feed, internet breaking. I'm shaking my head. Doesn't seem internet breaking, right? NFTs, how is this helping kids? That's the real question. How is it helping Shiba Inu? I understand that big picture, if your ecosystem well established, but while you're doing that, people get excited about holding Shiba Inu. They don't need to burn off 90% of Shiba Inu right now. They need to just establish some sort of burn method so that people are happy with understanding the growth over 10 years or, or 5 years or whatever it is, right? Keep people happy. But there's so many people that are upset with something like this. And there's a lot of people that are actually excited. I'm not gonna say that people aren't insanely excited about a partnership. And this coin's still not zero when there's so many projects. Yeah. I don't know. There's just so many. There's positive things. This a groundbreaking announcement. See, that's what I mean. And you can't put that information out there and say this is groundbreaking. This is internet breaking. All of this stuff, and it's not. You know what I mean? It's not. Just say we have some news for you. It's not internet breaking news. We have some news for you because people are going to be disappointed. I don't want people to be disappointed. I love this position. I want people to be excited. I support it in so many ways. But anyways, I'm going to leave it at that. So make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell for more videos like this one. Also, make sure you check out some of the links down below. It does help out the channel quite a bit. And if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, feel free to go over there and follow me on Twitter. We just hit over 2,000 followers, and we're posting a lot of stuff. If you want to see all my Shiba birds, they're right here. Any posts that I have related to Shiba or CRO or whatever, definitely check that out. But I'm gonna get out of here, guys. There's a
modern medicine, I'm 6 times stronger than my husband. Looks like it's time to put my white coat on again. White coat's on, so let's answer the question. Are women stronger than men when it comes to pain? Here are the facts. Studies have shown that when women go to the emergency room in severe pain, they are less likely to receive narcotics for that pain compared to men. Most of the time, they're compared to men. 65 minutes on average versus 45 minutes on average. And if they present to the emergency room with chest pain, they're 7 times more likely to be hospitalized when they're actually having a heart attack. So yes, Natalie, women are stronger than men, only because we have to carry the both of patriarchy, sexism, and society that is for a long time. So we also have women competing with men to the point where they really believe they're stronger than men. You have mothers and fathers teaching their daughters this at a young age. Like this one right here, same way he's teaching his daughters, and they don't know anything with the basket. They continue to grow into teenagers and young adults. The girls and young women continue to see the boys and as their competition. They'll have to split in their 40s, and they have their own daughters, and they work to instill the same values in. That she's just as strong or stronger than you, and lost her life in the process. This story comes out of Mexico City. Shout out to Alexander the Great for sending this video. He also hooked his mother onto this channel, so thank you, Alexander the Great, for that. Before we get into it, take a second to make sure you're subscribed to this channel. Click the notification bell for all updates, and if you're new, include new subscriber in your comment below, and I'm going to try my best to respond to all of you. A 42-year-old woman, she was at the gym, and she ended up getting crushed while attempting to lift a 400-pound barbell. The woman was working at Fitness Sport. That's when the barbell fell over her neck as her daughter in another training facility shows the woman stepping under the barbell. When she appeared to have at least 4 weighted plates on each end, she seemed to have control over it for about 4 seconds. The video shows her drop over onto her neck, causing her to slip toward the ground. And there, along with other men at the gym, and they to her side to quickly lift the water off of her. By then, she was able to go and fell back down to the floor. She was able to escape, and they saw that she was bleeding from her head. The paramedics arrived for the nurse by this time, and she was declared dead away. If you want to see my favorite, it's down in the description. Now, get this. The owner of the gym was arrested briefly. Authorities said the owner arrested him to confirm the activity. That's what happened. You also have a lot of people online blaming the man there. It's his fault because he was supposed to be the speaker. Doesn't matter that he and he stranger, they don't really like each other, but that man is the public opinion is sharing some of the blame. Authorities are still investigating this, but in my opinion, it looks like it's an accident. The woman was trying to show her daughter that she was strong, she wanted to be a good example, and don't get me wrong, mothers should teach their daughters how to be healthy, how to exercise. But please understand, this is not that. This is not a long way about better. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can't do anything better than you. I've been on television and commercials for decades. I mean, her mother picked up the house for seconds and then she was gone instantly. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Should the man that was standing with her be responsible in any way? What about the owner of the gym? Should he be liable? Could they possibly have equipment issues? Or did she operate that equipment at her own risk? The link to see this video is below in the description. Support this channel via Cash App or PayPal. The links are also below. Ladies, stand for $1,000 is what the truth from a woman's perspective. Then you're going to want to subscribe to this channel and don't forget to like and share.
There's cheese on a burger, and then there's cheese on a corn cheese lovers lineup. Your paycheck to tune in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Free News Now. I'm Stephanie Haney, and today is Monday, February 28th. Thank you for being here for the top stories from WKYC.com and our WKYC app. This is where we share the stories that you are clicking on most, the stories that matter most to you here in Northeast Ohio. We'll start off with an update to a story that happened over the weekend, a disturbing story. A Kent man has now turned himself into Akron police after police identified him as the suspect in the video that was widely shared on social media over the weekend. In the video, a man who the police have said is Andrew Walls, who is 26 years old, can be heard using a racial slur, using the N-word. He's also seen on the video striking a woman in the face. Now, police did talk with that woman, Cameron Morgan, a 23-year-old, who went to the hospital with a left lip. She said that he suffered from strangling. Actually, another woman who has been assaulted. So now he has 2 assault charges, as well as being charged with use of weapons while intoxicated. Captain David Laughlin of the Akron Police Department told our freedom reporter Brandon Simmons that the Akron Police Department is talking with the FBI to see if additional charges will be brought, specifically the charge of a hate crime. We do know, in speaking with Oregon, the victim here, the 23-year-old, that she was out with friends on Saturday night in Highland Square when she came across a man that she said was calling people the N-word. She tried to get him to stop. That's the point where he sucker punched her in the face. Now, police spoke to the father of this man who declined to comment, and in an unusual incident, the suspect, Andrew Walls, was his mother was the victim, Cameron Morgan's 10th grade math teacher, but they did not know each other before this attack. This is a developing story, and as we get more information, we will bring it to you. After following what's happening in Ukraine with the invasion by Russia, the first round of talks aimed at stopping the fighting has ended today, but there is no agreement except to keep talking. People familiar with the situation did say that they do see points where possible agreement could come, but right now the talks will continue. This is with Russia experiencing fierce resistance and consequences from sanctions that are placed against Russia at home in Russia. There are 5 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and Russia continues to bring up the possibility of nuclear war, which is obviously something that no one wants to see. Ukraine now has largely symbolically moved to apply to join the European Union, which is not something that's likely to sit well with Russian President Vladimir Putin, especially as many people are saying that one of the reasons for this invasion of Ukraine is to keep Ukraine out of NATO, as Russia is very interested in keeping the West as far away from the Russian border as possible. Now, while the talks are wrapping up, last February, and we do not have immediate details, but Russian troops who are attacking Ukraine on multiple fronts have been advancing to the capital city. That's when the troops on the people are located. Today there was a 17-mile convoy with hundreds of the Russian military has denied targeting residential areas, but there is significant evidence and video being shared on social media that appears to be shelling of homes, schools, and hospitals, not government buildings. Now, Elon Musk has responded to a tweet from an Ukrainian official asking for Starlink service to be active in Ukraine. Starlink is the space-based system that space states have been building for years to bring internet access to underserved areas of the world. There have been widespread internet outages in Ukraine throughout Russia's invasion. So Elon Musk has posted that is operational today, and that they will be sending in the school over the weekend. This is what the email was sent to staff and families of students. Superintendent Dr. Cameron Raga. The student was found in the classroom on Sunday and then was released to his parents by police. There was an initial check by the police department that found no threat, and then out of abundance of caution, Dr. Raga offered parents to cancel classes today as well, so that Dr. Raga and Principal Bill Winkler could meet with staff and conduct an additional search of the high school. Strongsville Police Department was also once again present to provide significant support. And with the air flight practices also able to resume this afternoon. Now, this is a big day for baseball fans because if opening day could move back and the season could be shortened. Management says the deal has to be reached by the end of today in order to save a March 31st opening start to the season and a 162
game schedule. So the sides starting game is going very early, 10 a.m., 3 hours earlier than initially planned. This is the eighth straight day of talks. We're talking at Roger Dean Stadium, is currently not being used as spring training is not underway. So this is the 89th day of the lockout. Major League Baseball hasn't fixed an exact time to deadline, but bargaining sessions could stretch into very late in the evening. Close to being reached. The sides are still pretty far apart, but here's the thing. Players could stand to lose $20.5 million in salary for each day of the season that's canceled. That's a lot of money. That's according to a study by the Associated Press. And the 30 teams would lose a lot of money too. That number is a little bit harder to pick down. Now, the reason today is the deadline that was set by Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred, and he says at least 28 days of training are needed before the season starts. The union hasn't necessarily said whether it agrees with that deadline, and in the past, baseball has shortened spring training to as short as 3 weeks. So, could be a serious deadline today, could be an artificial deadline. Either way, we'll know a little bit more by the end of the day what's happening with Major League Baseball. Now let's take a look at the latest COVID-19 numbers in the Ohio Department of Health. Right now there are 1,103 people in the hospital being treated for COVID-19. Out of those people, 204 of them are being treated in the ICU, and in the last 24 hours, we've seen 729 new reported COVID-19 patients. Remember, these are not those at-home COVID-19 positives. These are positives that are coming from medical facilities and from official PCR tests. So again, 729 new reported COVID-19 cases in the last day. So it was on Friday that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention outlined new guidance calling for a break from wearing masks in certain places, and it's required coded masks with counties designated as orange, yellow, or green, and that's to help guide local officials and residents. Now, in green counties, local officials can drop any indoor masking rules and recommendations. Yellow means people at high risk for severe disease should be cautious, and orange means the CDC is designated that everyone should still be wearing masks in those places. And in Ohio, we have 15 counties that are orange right now. 15 out of our 88 counties. Those counties are Champaign, Clark, Gallia, Harrison, Jackson, Jefferson, Lawrence, Logan, Meigs, Morgan, Pike, Ross, Scioto, Van Wert, and Washington counties. Now, speaking of scientifically based information, on my 3 Things to Know podcast this week, I have a really psychologist, Dr. Stephen Albert, and we're talking about 5 scientifically proven ways to improve your relationship. We all do it all the time. Relationships are work, right? But it's tough to know where to start. So, Dr. Albert has laid out 5 ways scientifically proven to improve those relationships. So some of these concepts might be familiar to you, like the 5-to-1 ratio, that you can have high positive experiences for every single negative experience. Other ideas, sharing intentional appreciation, creating me and we time, understanding 5 love languages, and also, this is a new one to me, the importance of 8 meaningful touches per day. So we'll get into the details on all of this with Dr. Stephen Albert. And then, of course, as always in every podcast, share with you to know and email this great thing spot. And 2 of those followers, and this time, have to shout out our very own Sierra Cotton, who's a very good follower when it comes to finding things to do and ways to connect with your partner, because you always know what topics you want to highlight.
Pretty much, we've had more million-dollar wins than most law firms in the United States. Our experience is so get the Bernstein at 900 call center.
Is important on a national scale. Might not be happening here in Ohio though, but Target is raising its minimum wage up to $24 an hour in some areas. You know, some of those areas would obviously include like New York, where it's very expensive to live and the competition is tough for workers. Now it's universal starting wage of $15 an hour. It's been revolutionary back in 2017, but now other people in the industry have definitely caught up, and some of them have surpassed that. Right now, Costco's minimum hourly wage for workers is $17. Amazon's starting wage is $15, and the average starting wage for jobs in transportation and fulfillment is $18 per hour. The Target will now be keeping 15 as the baseline, but going up to 24 in Washington. Very competitive areas. Here's something that's happening
Finance Center, and Jared Allen, who's recently joined the NBA All-Star team, will make a special guest appearance. That will be on Tuesday, March 1st. He'll be at the Knowledge display from 7 to 8 p.m. and you can get students are there. There'll be first come, first served. You don't need to bring your gear because we won't be signing memorabilia, but we will be signing cards that are pre-provided. You won't be taking anything. Bring yourself and get in line early because like I said, first come, first served. And someone else who will be there signing will be William Brown, William Hunt, running back. You'll be at the beautiful UMC display. That'll be on Wednesday, March 2nd from 7 to 8:30 p.m. The Cleveland article is open right now at the IS Center, and that is through Sunday, March 6th. And something that is coming back here after it has been missed is all successful. They're coming back to Cleveland this July. It'll be July 7th through the 10th, and the Grand Food kicked off near the North Frankfurt Energy Stadium. There will be 8 replica and the stores. If anybody loves community coming to Anaheim, then that's a good thing. I'm having fun with him, and excited to see it now that I'm back here home in the Cleveland area. Tickets start at $20 for general admission. Cheaper for seniors, veterans, and military, $17. Children 3 through 12 are $17. You can get a 3-day pass for $50. If you want to go every single day, you can get early boarding and a general admission day pass for $55. The VIP fast pass for $125. You want to come right to the head of the line, and all of the test for $300. Plus, there's a greater sale at a captain's reception. That's on Thursday for $100. I know that was a lot of info. We've got it all laid out on WKYC.com, so you can check that out. The organizers of this event say there will be live entertainment, exhibits, food and beverage options, and tours aboard the fleet. That's it for 3 News Now update today for Monday, February 28th. Everybody, I will see you back here tomorrow with more 3 News Now.
With each other, we side with the white supremacists and put the white supremacists first. That's what we do as black folks. And this is global. This is not Africa. It's global. Right here in America. Oh well, other people are suffering too, and yeah, we gotta partner with them. Look at the Asians. Oh, look at the Afghan people. Oh, look at this, that. And these people come over here, you sit up here and prop them up over your own community, and then when they get in position, they like, I care about y'all, and then you want to get your feelings hurt and get upset. Everybody else understand, we come first. Our group comes first, except you. This is a global problem with black folks. Global. Then when these people show you who they are, then you want to act shocked and surprised. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Look at what they doing. Why? Why are you shocked and surprised at who these people are? You've had people for hundreds and hundreds of years. You've had black Americans telling you. You've had Caribbean brothers telling you and sisters. You've had African brothers telling you about these people. And you still not listening. So in the midst of the situation in Ukraine, like I said, this is white on white crime. This is an emergency for the Western world because they have promoted. We're gonna get to their narratives in the media too, just in this. But when it was time
for people to get out of Ukraine, them people showed Africans who they really are. Now, I want you to listen. I'm going to show you the video. I want you to really listen in what these African brothers and sisters are saying and how they're labeling themselves. Pay close attention. Let's play the first video. Just give me a second. Sorry for a minute. I don't need people coming in here talking about not my problem, not this, not that. If you feel that way about other black people, get the hell off this channel. I don't need you with that. Because you know what? I can have problems with family all day long. I can fist over family. But when it comes to white supremacists treating black people different, I'm not going to stay on cold about that. We can go back to fighting later. Okay, that picture right there is what I'm going to focus on right now. So it's about 2 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're at the Polish border. And they're letting the Ukrainians in. This is Poland now. They're letting the Ukrainians in. They're not letting the Africans in. And to the people that's come to the chat saying, not my problem, stop them. Because I don't need that kind of ignorance here. Because I'm a dad. I don't care what issue I got when somebody told me something. Somebody tell me something, I roast your behind, I go in on you, whatever. I can definitely defend myself about anything, right? But I can't sit as a black person watching a little infant baby in the cold at the border of Poland and saying that's not my problem, I can care less, acting like they wouldn't do the same thing to your black behind. It becomes a crisis in this country. You think white people would prioritize you in this country if they got in a position with a war and to get some white folks out of here? You think your black behind, this is the same thing that will happen to you in this country, and you a citizen. Don't you act so brand new that you think this won't happen to you. Because a lot of you not even in a position to leave this country if it got to this point. And what you don't know is Putin saying if America attacked them, they're going to start attacking cyber attacks against the grids and anything else. And most of you not in a position, don't even got a doggone passport to get on a plane and get out of here. You be in the same doggone position, and white people in this country will be getting their people the hell on out of here, and your black behind be in the middle of a freaking apocalyptic war place. Please don't get so brand new. And most of y'all don't know how to grow no food. You don't know how to do a whole lot for yourself. You depend on them for every freaking thing. Don't ever think something can't happen here. I can't sit there and watch that and be like, oh, well, it ain't my problem. Well, am I better than them? We all black, right? When it comes to white supremacy. I look at the bigger picture when it comes to that. That's what I look at as a dad. You act like families never fought before. You act like you ain't got into it with your mom and your daddy, your cousin, your whatever. You ain't act like you never got into it. You never act like none of us ever even fist fighting families. But then when you fist fight, all right, man. All right, we over it. It is what it is. Families do that sometimes. That's what happens. All families have fights. White folks fight each other, as you see right now. Anyway, let me clear this off the screen. I know there's a point to that because as a dad, I would be so upset. I would have freaking stormed the freaking border. I see with my kid. I'm like, look, y'all gotta do me something. I gotta get my kid over there. There ain't no way I'll be put in that position, right? Now, the reason I talked about is a hard lesson for Africans about white supremacy is because I stated that this leaving the African continent, you can't do that. Leaving the Caribbean, just leaving, always leaving, going somewhere else. You think the white man's ice is colder? I know that's an issue in the black society, even here in America. We believe the white man's ice is colder. The majority do. I didn't say all, but the majority. And when the push comes to shove, the white man don't like us like that. Some of you do want white validation, and that's cool for you, I guess. Some of you got white Jesus on the wall. Having white Jesus on the wall it should have let everybody know that you worship the white man, because that's an image of the white man. That's not even the real Christ. And you worshiping that, and then the African continent, that is sad to say you even doing that when you had spirituality and all that way before he would come along. He had to come learn from you. He didn't learn nothing on his own. He had to learn from Africans. If you study the history, all the scientists and mathematicians and scholars, all that was in the African continent. The Greeks even admit that. But that scene right there is proof like you need to go to school, but they said a lot of them were students and people that went there and kind of stayed there. You need to go to school in the African continent. You need to stay. You need to build the African continent. I understand because I've been there. Yes, your leaders have been corrupt. Your leaders have been puppets of the West. But you know what? You got to have we're going to fix Africa or we're going to die trying. We're going to die. No, hell no. And there's also something else that y'all need to start talking about. Right? Now let's have that Pan-Africanism conversation. Let's have it for real. I've been to the continent. I know what's going on over there. I'm going to be back over there the next 2 weeks. Okay? Pan-Africanism has never even been practiced. Let's call it what it is. It's a great idea. But it has not been practiced by the governments of the African continent in order to make it be a two-way street. You had a few, like the president of Ghana. He did a, sorry y'all, I don't know why everybody is messing up now. Sorry about that. All right. He had a right to a vote, but you got to be there so long in order to get that. Now, the president of Sierra Leone, you know, if you do your master clan test and you trace back Sierra Leone, you get citizenship. But y'all don't need your brothers and sisters, you know, to assist. I didn't say do it for you. Assist from the West. You have to tell your leaders, if I was to craft a plan for the diaspora to come back to help build, first of all, if you said, Phil, you put it together, how would you do it? Well, first of all, I would say we need to find all the skilled trades first. We need to find all the business people first to who's going to build the country. The main thing we need is roads, bridges, how to do roads. That's the people I would go to first. I would go to put that on. Whatever they need, we'll do it. You come to build a continent, you get the citizenship, and your whole family get the citizenship off the rip because you're coming over here to build. We need to build this first. We need the people that's going to do the skyscrapers and the houses, and we need all those things first. This is what we need, those people to come build first. Everybody else who's not building and want to come and still establish something, of course, we will check them out, right? Have a check of who they are. We don't want no people that's too corrupt that's in the West to come over there and ruin anything. Let them be the white man. But after you check, you want to build and do whatever. Then after 5 years, we can transfer you into a citizenship. That I don't want nothing for free no way. Even from Black America, I'll do that free 99. If a black person tell me it costs a certain amount of money, I'm buying it. I don't need free 99. Now, if I'm building a business and it's government-owned land, the government say, look, you got this land over here, you can put this factory, you can do this, you can do that. We own it, and we give you this land to build this. Cool, no problem. You're hiring the locals, you're building at that point. You know, you got people that know how to go to school, do all kinds of things. Bring them in to build. That's what a true Pan-Africanism would be. If you do not have the African governments on board, that won't truly work. It can work on the grassroots, but not on a nationalistic way. Okay? As long as you keep running to Ukraine, you're running to, I see you in Turkey, you're running to Europe, everywhere you are, America, wherever you run to, they're going to treat you that way. Look at the Haitians. You're ran over here. You're thinking, oh, I'm getting here like the Latino king. No. Black folks is not looked at the same as other groups. They're not. And what did Jim Crow Joe did? Hey, get y'all behind right back over there to Haiti. Haiti needs to build Haiti. And needs to open up the door and say, hey, look, brothers and sisters, what do we need to do to build this up? Y'all African and Caribbean governments gonna have to do that if you want to build your countries. You let all these other groups come to your country, that's another thing. You come down, you smiling with everybody, you serving them. Them same Ukrainians, they'll come to your country, hey, how you doing? Welcome. And it's the welcoming nature of black people. I know we friendly people, I get it. That's the gift of who we are and the curse of who we are. You smile when they come in your country. Oh yeah, hey, Russians, hey, Chinese, hey, wow, look at this. And then when you get in the country, look at the Chinese. These other groups do not like black folk. There's a minority of people who are non-black, who will rock with us and like us. And those minority of people who are individuals, I'll rock with them. Many of all these other groups have proven by their actions, they don't mess with us like that. It is black people globally versus everybody. And if you ain't thinking like that, then this is gonna happen to you. You're gonna be left in the cold in the middle of a freaking war with your babies 2 in the morning, you know, trying to feed a baby. This is what's gonna happen to you when you don't realize it's black people versus everybody. Not because we want it like that, because they want it like that. You can't point to no group in America or throughout the world that cut for Africans, cut for blacks, cut for whatever you want to call us. They don't cut for us like that. Well, how y'all gonna learn? When y'all gonna learn that? They come around you smiling, they want something. Even here in America, all these white coaches showing up at the black parents' house. Oh man, Tyrone, he plays basketball real good. What do y'all need? You really think they like you like that when they're smiling? No, they're looking at the millions of dollars they're gonna make off of Tyrone. Well, when these European clubs come to y'all house in freaking Senegal, talking about your son that's playing football, you think they smiling in his face and they like him? No, but they gonna make all kind of money off your son. Going to these European clubs and playing football. When they just had the African Cup, whatever, the Cup of Nations, whatever, we call it soccer. That's their football. They didn't want to cover it like that. They were trying to dismiss it, like lower it for what it was. Because they weren't a part of it because they were not in the African continent. Have y'all seen the way they cover y'all Africans, black people, seen that? They don't like us like that. I've accepted it. That's the thing. I've accepted it and understand it. And I don't feel bad about it, actually. I get it. Because I understand the culture of white supremacy. I understand people throughout the world think about themselves. They don't think about everybody else. Now, if you look at the coverage of this Ukraine thing in the Western media, which has been very racist, and we have played 2 clips to show you the racism, they're on code for their people. This hurts them. Now, Jim Crow Joe just bombed Somalia. Do y'all know that? Why? Why did he go drop bombs in Somalia? And that's been very quiet. Ever since Jim Crow Joe been in office, he's been attacking East Africa the whole time he's been in office. Now, when Trump was in office, he left everybody alone. This man is sanctioned Ethiopia, he's sanctioned Eritrea, now he's bombing Somalia, he wants to take the sanctions off of Zimbabwe. It's like, this dude is one of the most anti-black presidents that we've had in recent times. It's been him. Just him. Look how many he's done to black Americans since he's been in office. Say what you want to say about Trump, but he didn't put no policies together to hold black Americans. He didn't go drop a bunch of bombs in African nations. He didn't go put the LGBT flag in Jamaica on the U.S. Embassy. Trump also didn't go to Ghana and put the LGBT flag on the embassy in that nation because they're passing a new law they try to pass about the LGBT. And it's actually against the UN laws to put flags on the embassy of black folks in Jamaica and Ghana. Trump didn't do that. But you ain't black, though, if you don't support it. This dude is no different than freaking Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson was a racist, too. Now, let's get to the media. Let's get to them. They stay on code with each other. And they, oh man, I don't know why this thing won't, give me a second, y'all. I don't know why this thing is messing with me today. I don't know how many times it's going to stay on, get on my freaking nerves. Anyway, let's get to this first clip. I want to show y'all. Listen to this. I want y'all to listen.
I'm sorry, it's very emotional because I see European people with blue eyes and don't hear the children being killed every day with Putin's missiles and his helicopters and his rockets.
Hold on, before I keep going. Now let's play it again. I want y'all to hear what he said.
It's very emotional because I see European people with blue eyes and don't hear the children
for him because you see Europeans being killed with blonde hair and blue eyes. You understand? Isn't that interesting? Now, most people that hear that, this is on BBC. Most people that hear that will be like, whoa, what did he just say? Let's repeat that one more again.
It's very emotional because I see European blue eyes and don't hear the children being killed every day with Putin's missiles and his helicopters and his rockets.
Now, the guy that heard that from the BBC, I want you to watch, listen very carefully how he started explaining. Because he knew what he was saying. He said, oh, shoot. He got on code saying,
respect, emotion, there is this tension between long-term efforts to apply pressure to Vladimir Putin, such as financial sanctions, and the very immediate military threat, which you're explaining.
Now, notice how he was explaining, right? You heard what he said. Now, I'm going to stop at a certain point.
Understand and respect the emotion, there is this tension between.
He said, "Open this up for what he's saying." This dude was specific. He said, Europeans with blonde hair and blue eyes, and talking about Putin's rockets. That's exactly what he said.
Bring long-term efforts to apply pressure to Vladimir Putin, such as financial sanctions, and the very immediate military.
He ain't mention no financial sanctions, dude. He didn't care nothing about no sanctions. He didn't mention no money. He said that for me, this is heartbreaking because this is Europeans with blonde hair and blue eyes. That means when they drop bombs on them Africans, I don't care. If you drop bombs on the Middle Easterners, I don't care. Whoever. But when it comes to my people, oh no. Oh no. Hell no. This hurts. This hurts. And I want y'all to see that. Africans, black people in America, black people in the Caribbean, I want y'all to see that. They care about themselves. It hurts when something happened to them. When something happened to you, they don't care. They can care less. But some of y'all cry. Some of y'all got that on your page. Pray for Ukraine. And they ain't worry about, look, they have to think, I don't care what happened to them Africans. Them Africans, I don't care if Putin done whatever with them. It's just, I don't like the pictures that's coming out. Trust me, I can't show them here on YouTube. But if I go on my website right now, I'll show you. Well, they don't like the images that's coming out. They don't like this. When this guy said, there's a lot of video of that mess going on. Oh, it's hurting them because they're not used to seeing that.
Where is that?
They're not used to seeing it. Even with the situation with the virus. All that happened to them with the virus. So now they come from the virus to this. It's amazing, speaking of virus, it's amazing how Putin, has he been the cure to the virus? You notice we ain't talking about the virus no more? All of a sudden, all these mandates are leaving? Man, I didn't know Putin was a doctor. I didn't know that. Now, let's get to the American media. But you know, I ain't got long. I'm going to finish this. Let's get to the American media. We have a clip from CBS, not Fox News, not Newsmax, which is right wing, not OAN, which is One American Network News, whatever, something like that. Not those places who are clearly right wing. This is CBS. I'm going to play it, then we're going to go through the keywords. Let's go.
Hiding out in bomb shelters.
Hold on, let me start it over again.
Hiding out in bomb shelters. But this isn't a place, with all due respect, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades. This is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully too, city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to.
Okay, let's start it over. Let's listen to some key words here. Because this is what I talked about, the Western media's racist coverage, right?
Hiding out in bomb shelters. This isn't a place, with all due respect, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades.
Your people, sir, is the one that caused the conflict for decades in those places. It was your people. It wasn't even them. It sure wasn't Africans. That's for sure. It was your people that waged a conflict in these people's places, and then you looking down on them, right? Okay, let's continue.
This is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully.
He said it's relatively civilized and relatively European. I mean, this is, we're civilized. Everybody else is savages. And he clearly said relatively European. In other words, we white people are civilized, the rest of y'all are the savages. And this is on CBS. This is your American media, and he knew what he was saying. That's why he was like, oh, I gotta choose my words, and dude, look, we get it. I get y'all. I understand you. I'm not even mad that you said it. I'm just trying to educate black folk and Africans all over the world to let you know who these people really are. And when we tell y'all from other countries who these people are, because we've been living in the belly of the beast for 500 years, listen to us. Believe us when we say fat meat is greasy.
To a city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to.
He said in a city that you wouldn't even expect it. So you must expect it other places. I gotta get him again. He's so blatant with it.
Iraq or Afghanistan has seen conflict raging for decades. This is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully too, a city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to.
right, y'all heard it. Y'all heard it. You know, when I do my live streams or anything that I post, ladies and gentlemen, I make sure to show the proof. I don't want to just put something out there. I don't want to allow nobody. I don't even want to allow no white supremacists. I want to make sure we have the evidence in court. You got your evidence. You show your evidence. Then you start lining up, presenting your case. Now this is why black media is important. It's important because just that little clip that I'm going to show you, black folks have been circulating this. People on the ground, of course, have been shooting the video, and shout out to them. This is what I told y'all all over the world. Use those cell phones as an agent of justice. Use those cell phones as the media. You got the internet now. Because if it was up to CNN, MSNBC, and the rest of them, you'd have never saw that footage of them Ukrainians saying, you have to get off of here. Even that second video that I showed when he threw the black woman off. Let me go back to that one. That was a interesting one. Let me go back to that one. I stopped there. Let me see. Where are we at? Okay. I think it's right. Is this the second video? Right there. Okay. You see, let the white girl go on the side, but in the beginning, see, you know, CNN, MSNBC, or MSDNC, y'all been ashamed of yourselves. Y'all ain't talking about racism. Well, why we ain't talking about racism here? And then they talk about, oh, we gonna boycott Russia. Man, I don't care nothing about no boycott. I see people in liquor stores, they pour out all this Russian vodka. You bought it? Like he said when they was talking about we gonna destroy the NWA records, and he say whatever they want, they bought it. So like you ain't hurting Russia by freaking pouring out some vodka. Oh, we gonna buy some Smirnoff, man. If black folks want Smirnoff, they can drink it. They ain't got nothing to do with black people. Listen, when my people are crying, you ain't boycotting nothing. And all of a sudden now, they boycotting Russia from FIFA, which is the major soccer league, and everybody want to boycott them now. They want to boycott them because when Russia was doing that to an African country, nothing would be said. Like, whatever. Once again, these people show you who they are, believe them. Africans, when you're in the West, they don't look good at you at all. And I will be real with you. Black Americans are looked at just a little bit above you. Because they treat Black Americans a lot better than they would treat Africans. I didn't come up with it that way, but that's the way it is. I've talked to many Black expats. I even talked to other Africans that say, yeah, we know that Black Americans are treated better than other places. And it's not that because we just better than nobody. No, I think it has to do with just America's situation. I don't think it has nothing to do with that. But still, it has nothing to do with that. You should be in your own homeland. Coming to America is not your homeland. Going to Ukraine, wherever you going is the homeland. If everybody leaves the homeland and nobody wants to build the homeland, it will be a wasteland. And then when you do go back, finally, another man have colonized you because you left. Everybody can't leave. Build a continent. Listen, I've been there. The African continent has so much potential. So much potential. Oh, it's hard. It was hard here in America too. You know how many people died, especially in my community, to even get it to where it's at today? Everybody can't just leave. I said this before. If we had a place like the continent, and that's, if we had a place like that for Black Americans, man, we gonna build that thing up. We got to. This is our spot. As long as you're in these other people's countries, as long as you're in China, as long as you're in Ukraine, as long as you're wherever, when poop hits the fan, they're not going to prioritize you. And I understand, yes, some of the leaders in Nigeria was sending people to, they were telling them go to the border in Poland and the embassy and take them in. I know some of them were saying go to Romania, they'll take them in. I know a few South Africa, somebody else said them back home. But prior to that, you weren't even thinking about home. Or you get in trouble. Oh man, well, you weren't thinking about grandma. You were thinking about I'm in the West. I'm good now. No, get your behind back to your country and make that a better place. And the brothers and sisters that want to come from the diaspora, who are people of good character and bringing something to the table, no, certain people don't need to come over there. I'm with you. I would keep more people out of the African continent if I had something to do with it. They let them come in. But that's the lesson learned. So this is not me just trying to beat up on nobody or whatever. No. Oh, let me make sure that financial literacy 101. Thank you for the love offering, brother. Hold on. Kiko Hayes sounds very familiar. Thank you for the love offering. I greatly appreciate it. Let's talk. Let's build. Somebody got something going on. Let's build, man. Like I said, I've been ready to get back to the continent. So, Johannesburg, Cape Town, y'all brothers and sisters, let me know what's up. And like whoever. I'm cool. Of course, let us know you all will venture or whatever, but still, let us know. We all about building, man. We're about building. We need to connect to these resources. I know it's this. They were talking about this particular sister that has a winery out there. Shoot, I like wine. Some of you people like wine too. To enjoy. Who to say that we could source a wine from one of the winery people? One sister source from that sister. Now you got a business for wine sourced directly from the continent. Like you do coffee, all kinds of things that you can source it right back, and you can create companies, jobs, all kinds of things you can do. Now you have some people, let me see how I can address this. There are some people, that want to talk all this spirituality or whatever. You talk spirituality being building crap. Okay? Talk about spirituality while you're building, because in the Bible, Quran, whatever you want to know, God will call you to build. And in the Bible, Quran, God, Allah, called you to fight. God didn't call you to flee. You go look at the Bible, how many times did God say, go and take the enemy? Stand, fight. God has never been one to say, run. And I will give the Ukrainian people this, I've seen it. They had regular people who were not in the military and say, hey, you want to fight? We got a full automatic weapon ready for you. And you know what? They out there with the weapons. They had a bunch of women making Molotov cocktails out there so people can go throw Molotov cocktails at the Russian army. I gotta respect the Ukrainians on some of that. I gotta respect them because I see them fighting back. They didn't just lay down. All of them just didn't run. I respect them. I give respect for where it's at. Now, you can do that in the African continent. You always talk about the church and the Protestant and all of that. The Bible teaches you to be courageous. It tells you to stand with God, right? And if an enemy is barreling down on you, so you take up that arm and say, God, be with me and help me aim right to center mass. Because I'm defending my homeland, which you have called me to do. I always talk about the Bible. Some of these people tell me, "Oh, I'm going to go to a better land." When the Bible teaches you to stand and fight, when the Bible teaches you to go against evil and corruption, oh, it's the government, it's the politician. The Bible calls you to fight against wicked rulers too, in high places. You ain't reading your Bible? So the devil teach you to be in fear and run. But you don't read that part of the Bible, the Quran, right? Or am I wrong? That the Bible and the Quran teach you right? Yes, Ukraine, they do have drones, but they got regular people out there fighting too. They do. I've seen the videos. I've seen it. Some of them have died fighting too. But you know what? They have everybody in mass isn't leaving like that out of Ukraine. They're not. I've seen the videos. I've been watching them. Some of them been kind of gruesome, but they saying hell no, we ain't letting these Russians just come in here, and we ain't about to run and lay down our country. I can't feel bad like that when you see somebody. Even the president of Ukraine has been out there with them. He didn't run. So the Bible teaches you cowardice is not of God. God gives you courage. Then you wonder why you treated the way you treated. When you run and be a coward and run somewhere else instead of standing and fighting in your own homeland, but with your children, you need to give your children a better life in your homeland. Here in America, it wasn't easy. It was many people that got killed fighting. I got family members killed in my family trying to fight. But because I ain't fighting here in America, they made a better life for me. And I tell people that all the time. You hear me talking about Africa, but it's by choice. But I say let's keep it 100. I do very well in America. I don't have to leave America for a better life. I say anybody that. Don't get it twisted. I just think for me in Africa, it's just better for me personally. But I ain't gotta go nowhere to have a quote unquote better life. I don't. And the white supremacists, I know who they are and I know how to navigate them. Even when I go by choice, it ain't because I gotta go, And if it came to a point, y'all were talking about the getting time for me to talking about the draft situation. I thought that was funny too. I started mentioning some of that on Twitter, and I seen people say, "Oh no, I ain't doing that. I'll let the immigrants do this." If you are 18 to 35, and if they had a World War III, they can draft you. They can. And I thought laughing about that. I said, "Oh, all of a sudden, people that be hardcore don't want nothing to do with Africa. All of a sudden, they're like, hey, Phil, what African country you suggest I go to, bro? What are you talking about?" Oh man, look, I ain't trying to get involved with this draft, man. So, man, what's the country y'all be going to, man? How you do that? I thought you didn't want to go to Africa, brother. Man, look, I ain't fighting the white folk war, man. Look, how you get over? You got the passport, brother? Nah. You screwed, brother. You screwed. I can't go the other way? Man, you can't go the other way, brother. You screwed. Oh, man. I told y'all, like in 2018, get your passports. I told y'all a long time ago to get it. Y'all telling me I ain't going nowhere, I ain't doing nothing, X, Y, Z. But then when it get real for you, all of a sudden you're going to be trying to hit up people all day long. Hey, brother, how you do that? Where do I stay? I heard you been in Nairobi, man. Where you staying at that Nairobi? I heard you been to Johannesburg. Where you stay at, bro? Like, what kind of hotel I can stay in, man? I got a little bag, man. I'm trying to get out of here. I ain't trying to get trapped in that mess. Ain't got nothing to do with us. Like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'm with you. I'm with you. But black folk, just like in Ukraine, they'll be warned for weeks that Russia is going to invade. And instead of those black folks not taking it serious and leaving, just say, let's go leave a little while to make sure they wait till they got in the thick of it. And that's black folks' problem. You wait until the poop hits the fan, now you're going to do something. Stop doing that. If you're worried about something weeks in advance, years in advance, months in advance, jump on the jump. Don't sit up there and wait till you think of it, talking about, man, looking for people to help you. Look at this genius right here. Look at this genius right here. Hold on. Look at this genius. You're encouraging fleeing. I guarantee you, black folk don't need to go fight in no wars for white folk. Okay, they gonna start World War III, right? They gonna start World War III. We didn't have nothing to do with it, so we supposed to go. I don't know. You do you. You do you. Do you. But I know the average black person. I already know how they think. They like, I don't want nothing to do with it, right? And it's because we didn't start. You know, like the Vietnam situation that happened. A lot of us got killed in that. We didn't start that. A lot of our people still messed off through the Vietnam. No, I'm all about fighting our battles. I'm about fighting our battles, not somebody else's. I'm about fighting the wars for us and what would relate to us. I'm for fighting that. I'm not for fighting somebody else's crap. What? If a group of people that still call me the N-word and still kill my people like they dogs in America got more rights and privileges in America than black people. But do you? Do you? Like what homeboy said on Sugar Hill, you do team, I do my team. How about that? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream today. I gotta get up and get out of here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We greatly appreciate it. Videos pop up, watch them. You know, do that for us. It helps the algorithm. Y'all watching the content, clicking the like button. That helps because if you don't watch, well, things will get switched up. You know, to things that people gonna watch, right? So we try to give you news all the time from here in America, throughout the world, the African nations, whatever. Because I think we all need to know what's going on and not be in a mode where we don't know anything. That's really some of the problem it is in America. It's the misinformation that purposely done to all people in America. So we try to give you information of what's going on in these different African countries, the stories. And I see all the time, even with some of the stories on Gale present, it's the same problems in those countries that we got here in America. I told you, when I figured it out, black folks the same anywhere you go. They just maybe speak different languages. Well, they all the same. They're the same. It amazes me to see how much we are the same and different. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening, and see you on the next one.
The local 4 News update. Julie's Tavern in Roseville is closing permanently after a deadly shooting over the weekend. Happened Saturday night. Police say a 25-year-old man shot and killed a 36-year-old bouncer. A second person was hit but is expected to be okay. Police arrested the suspect, who'll be arraigned later this week.
Some people are so stupid. And what I'm about to tell you is, I guess, not shocking to us in the grand scheme of things because we know what these folks are like. But this dude worked for Estee Lauder, and he got fired over the weekend for posting this racist meme. Can you believe he blew a $10 million a year job
Run at a Kenny concert? Oh, okay.
And they claim
trying to be funny, huh?
They have.
That's why he ain't got a job now.
Saying.
Don't crack it up.
Longtime Estee Lauder senior executive, 65, is fired from his $10 million a year job after he posted a meme with the N-word about that thing we can't discuss on his personal Instagram. Estee Lauder has fired its senior brand executive after he posted a racial slur in a Sesame Street themed joke about that thing we can't discuss on his personal Instagram. John Dempsey, 65, who handled MAC and Clinique, two of the company's biggest brands, was forced out of his cosmetic company job of 31 years amid growing public pressure regarding his post of a mock children's book cover, which showed inside of Snuffleupagus, who has a thermometer in his house at a Chingy concert. The book title says, referring to the St. Louis-born rapper by that name. It is unclear why Chingy, a protege of Ludacris, whose albums include Power Ballin' and Good Star, would have a super spreader concert. Dempsey, who is divorced with a grown son, has since taken the post down. Wow, you lost a $10 million a year job just to post some stupid crap up on Instagram? Well, this man ain't. Never mind, let's move on. Today, John Dempsey, executive group president, the Estee Lauder companies, were informed he must leave the company effective this week, the company said in a public statement. So he calls himself posting an apology on his Instagram account after removing the post. I'll use this cookie cutter statement. All of the Estee Lauder companies have caused widespread offense, are damaging to our efforts to drive inclusivity, both inside and outside our walls, and do not reflect the judgment we expect of our leaders. That's what we claim. Dempsey, who reportedly made $9.6 million from the makeup company last year, apologized for his social media faux pas last week, saying that he hadn't read the meme before posting. So now he's trying to act all ignorant.
He said he didn't read it.
What it said before I posted it. You knew what that shit said, man. See, that's why your apology should never be accepted, because it is so disingenuous. You knew what that said before you posted. Now he's trying to play all ignorant like before he posted, he didn't know what it said. Woo! Man, you could have came up with something way better than that. I am terribly sorry and deeply ashamed that I hurt so many people when I made the horrible mistake of carelessly reposting a racist meme without regarding it beforehand. He posted on his Instagram account after taking down the offending post. There are not enough words to express my remorse and sorrow, so he's claiming he didn't know what it said when he posted. Oh, this. Oh, man. Nobody should accept this apology. I'm sorry. Nobody. The executive verified Instagram profile has over 73,000 followers and includes images of Estee Lauder's MAC Cosmetics and Clinique brands, as well as several other memes. I didn't know what it said. I just posted it. I didn't read it or nothing like that. I just posted it, okay? Dempsey often posts fashion and makeup themed photos as well as jokey viral memes. He was born in upper middle class Cleveland, Ohio suburb of Shaker Heights. The son of a steel manufacturer, Dempsey went to Stanford University as an undergraduate and New York University Business School to get his master's of business administration, according to an interview he gave to New York Magazine. So he was with Estee Lauder since 1991 when the company purchased MAC, a Canadian cosmetic firm. He oversees the smaller brands, Too Faced and Smashbox, local brand, and rose to executive group president in 2015. So since he's so smart, why wasn't he smart enough not to even post something like that, knowing that he could be risking his job. Okay? You didn't care at all. The company said they forced Dempsey out because our employees, and especially our senior leaders, are accountable to continue driving our progress and to respect the values of this company for the long term. I'm kind of flabbergasted that somebody in a personal care beauty business would even risk on a pretty hefty social media account joking about Professor said Mark Lipton told Wall Street Journal. Well, he was dumb enough to do it. I mean, I don't feel sorry for this dude. That was really stupid. But hey, he lost a $10 million a year job just to post something like that. Wow. Now you're gonna have to tell me what you think about this story. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family. Crops destroyed and profits lost. And farmers are struggling to keep up with new rules about THC levels that took effect in January. News Channel 5's Kyle Loren is checking in with one farmer he spoke to earlier this month who was waiting on results to come back. The small business owner hopes this cautionary tale can be a lesson for others.
This is not where a hemp producer wants to be. Seth Fuller of National Farm is having to burn some of his crop. Hemp plants that just barely didn't meet the USDA guidelines for
our second test done by the TDA has come back hot, which is above the 0.3% total percent THC.
Many people are familiar with undeniable THC. It's the compounded cannabis that gets a person high. Hemp farmers try to regulate that, and many are successful. But the new rules mean about 10 other compounds in the plant also have to be under 0.3%. Fuller calls them precursors. An example is THCA, which is an acid in the plant. It's the compound they struggle with, and now we're forced to do this. An attempt to or destroy it. Choices those with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture say are facing many greenhouse growers right now.
We realized what this would do to the producers, and we wanted to be totally transparent with what the rules said.
Denise Woods is the hemp program coordinator for the Department of Ag. She says they're trying to help as much as possible, but they have to follow the federal rules. They expect, as outdoor growers start as the norms, the number of plants that fail testing will grow to be the majority.
There's a lot of variables that no one can control. Any part of agriculture, but especially hemp, that affects the levels of THC.
Back at Nashville Farms, the rules mean Fuller has to take a hard look at his operation. About half his crop were within the federal limits. They'll move forward using those strains as their main crops. But he wants the public to see what impact the USDA on people like him who stake their livelihoods in growing hemp.
It's a very sad day at National Farms. There are a lot of people who help maintain this crop to get it to its potential. And there are a lot of people who are waiting for this crop to help with ailments. And everybody is kind of losing in this case. So we're trying to at least create a win and educate the general public and try to destigmatize as a whole.
He's hoping his next batch of hemp will turn out differently. Kyle Moran, News Channel 5.
Man, these farmers are going through it, y'all. First, the California farmers were told the U.S. government will not have farmers forced to destroy crops over USDA rules. They got to burn up their own crop. This happened in Tennessee. Hemp farmers across Tennessee are having to destroy their hemp crop that that tested over the federal THC limit. The USDA made a ruling in 2021 that all hemp must have a total of THC levels of 0.3%. Before that decision, hemp farmers needed to keep the levels of Delta-9 THC below 0.3%. The new rules apply to numerous other compounds in the plant. According to the Department of Agriculture, 42% of crops being found non-compliant with the requirement. About half of the crop in Nashland Farms, a Middle Tennessee hemp operation, was found to be over the limit. The farm grows hemp for CBD. It means many thousands of dollars lost. This crop, on the second attempt by TDA, which is Tennessee Department of Agriculture, has come back hot since over. The last couple of months have proven to be stressful and destructive for the hemp industry. The rule took effect in January of 2022. Fuller used mother plants that were historically below the testing limit, but outside factors can impact the plant's compounds. A specific compound that is what Fuller, it gave him trouble. THCA, which is a type of acid, was tested just slightly over the 0.3% required. Since they can't seem to keep the levels down, much of the crop was burned. Wow. Y'all remember when they sold those bad seeds intentionally to the black farmers? And now the black farmers can't get assistance because they're being sued by the white farmers in court, preventing them from getting assistance. When we know for years and years and years and decades, they have been sabotaged and even had their land stolen. Doesn't that come to mind right now? I'm just saying. There are a lot of people who help maintain this crop to help get it to its potential, and there are a lot of people waiting to get this crop to help with ailments, and everybody is kind of losing in this case. So we're trying to create a win and educate the general public and to try to destigmatize hemp as a whole. What a shame, y'all. What a shame. He got to burn up his crop. Not just him, but these hemp farmers all around the country. Hey. I wish I could say that for you.
What's the matter?
Don't tell me what
You take it.
please leave your comment.
Sure.
On notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family. Daylight savings time is gaining momentum, believe it or not, nationwide. And I can believe it. Look, even as a child, I used to hate the time changing. especially when you had to go to school. Oh man, I used to hate it. So freezing the clock nationwide pushed permanent daylight savings time gained momentum. The more Maryland delegate Ryan M. Crosby lets himself consider the groggy, discombobulated misery of adjusting to daylight savings time, the more ridiculous it seems. Frankly, I've always hated changing my clock, he said. If you sit down and think about it, I bet you do too. Got that right. Why do we do this? Do you have kids? Do you like getting your kids up early? And so Crosby, a Democrat in St. Mary's, steered Maryland into a nationwide debate that in just 4 years spread to Congress and legislatures in 41 of its 48 states that observes daylight savings time this month. Crosby won over the state's House of Delegates, which voted to permanently shift daylight to an extra hour of sunlight lands in the afternoon year-round, pending congressional approval. Well, good for Maryland for really taking a stand on this. Because there's still too many states that talk about doing something, but they're really actually not doing a thing. The national surge to make daylight savings time permanent unites unlikely bedfellows who say Americans can transcend our political divides to abolish the 20th century old, so this thing's been around for 100 years? Practice of changing our clock, so it's been a century of doing this. That's way, way too long. Research has linked the time shift to an uptick in everything from heart attacks to miscarriages and fatal traffic accidents, workplace injuries. But debate rages over whether the healthier solution is to abandon daylight savings time or to make it year-round. Most proposals, such as Crosby, favor locking daylight savings in a permanent to shift the sunshine later. The trend that alarms sleep experts fear long-term health problems will arise if the country permanently divorces our schedules from our natural now. No, it won't. No, it won't. Okay, no, it won't. This ain't gonna throw things off like that. I don't agree, but these health experts need to go somewhere and sit down. One study notes our bodies never adjust to daylight savings time, reducing our sleep by 19 minutes per night until standard time is restored. So far, 19 states have passed bills to switch a year-round daylight savings time should Congress allow it, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. Another 22 are considering it this year. It wasn't something I scrambled. The holes getting votes for, Crosby said. People hear about it and it makes sense. Proposals often call for states to move in tandem. New England or the Mid-Atlantic region, for example, collectively springing forward in March and never falling back and on as soon as the Federal Uniform Time Act of 1966 is amended to allow it. So it looks like a lot of people are in favor of doing this. Whereas one Connecticut lawmaker who has been pushing to shift since 2010 put it, coming off of that thing we can't talk about with people who the way that we earn, people want the extra hour of sunlight. This is according to Rep. Kurt Vale. So why not talk about things that we all can agree on? Daylight savings time is the perfect issue for that.
Yates, a Democrat running for a crowded primary challenge Rep. Lauren Boebert of Colorado. It's understandable. It affects your daily life. It's a solution, and it isn't getting done. The country adopted daylight savings time a century ago, and not as a popular myth tells us to benefit farmers. In 1918, the U.S. followed European countries that shift the clock during World War I in an effort to save fuel during evening hours. The historian Landon, partly because farmers hated, then reinstated during World War II. 1966 standardized daylight savings time in local governments. They were set on local time. There was craziness at one point. Iowa had 23 different daylight saving time dates. That's crazy. 23? The nation moved to a year-round daylight savings time once during. It quickly fell out of favor as the country endured even longer winter mornings. Well, if the farmers hate it, why did you stick with it? Okay, so, you get the point that most of the country don't even like this thing. And my thing is, if you didn't like it, why did you let it go on for 100 years? Let's say. Like, y'all, please tell me what you think. I believe it's on March 13th of 2022. I had to look that up like a year ago. So, y'all, please tell me what you think about this. I'm definitely opposed to all of this clock switching. I don't see it as a necessity. I don't see what it's doing. But please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Thank you. Strangers painted downtown statues of the park and used their food to get ready for the party long before people start the day and long after they've called it a night. They know that the work doesn't go away, the pain doesn't stop, and neither will wait until things get what they deserve. You need to get the job done. That's the first thing you do. We're ready to help you right now. Don't
neighborhood in Michigan finally will allow black people to move in. Ann Arbor, yeah, you guessed it. Okay. There's a racial covenant in Ann Arbor, which means if you are not white, you cannot move in. It was actually on the deed, okay? So let me get back down to the story. The racial covenant in an Ann Arbor neighborhood deed was finally repealed by civil rights members and community groups. The restrictive covenant existed since 1947. Let's put up a picture of the community.
Oh yeah, I just read about
that. Okay? Now, you may be thinking, wow, Doc, that seems really, really unnecessary. And maybe this is just a one-off. Let's put up the map. You see, in the county, all of those sections that you see that are orange actually have racial restrictive covenants for their communities. Isn't that something? Ann Arbor's Hannah neighborhood had an illegal whites-only policy that existed in the subdivision's deed. Now, here's why this is important. It was in the deed of the subdivision. The subdivision dates back to the 1940s. They did not bother to change it, to update it. Other movements have attempted to. It failed. This time, it was successful. Now, here's why we talk
you can unravel something that exists by design is to intentionally. You can't wait for something that has been designed to simply break down. You must intentionally deconstruct the construction. And that's why you see this happening in armor. The story gets deeper. No different than there being a sign in the entrance to the subdivision that says "Rights Only," said Michael Steinberg, Civil Rights Litigation Committee. Neighbors joined members of the University of Michigan's Civil Rights Litigation Committee. It's time that we examine our past, examine how past practices have continued to shape our community and have impacted our residents, said Erica Briggs, an Ann Arbor City Council. When you don't say Ann, I'm glad you're all on the right side of this issue in 2023 too. Good for you. They discriminated against black folks for being able to move into that community who were qualified by way of median income, etc. They said, "Oh, we don't care. You're black. We don't want you." How do you think that shaped the population? How do you think it shaped the community? How do you think it shaped the politics? How do you think the politics being shaped the policies? How do you think those policies being shaped outcomes? See how it's all connected. I'm happy that we finally made this change. I'm excited to see us kick this off for our credit because we have a more as demonstrated. We see this as an opportunity for neighborhoods to really affirm their values and to communicate our reckoning with this history. We're not racing. We are affirmatively stating all are welcome, said Nina Verdes, a University of Michigan student attorney. The rights and community groups are continuing to work on revealing racial evidence in other Michigan neighborhoods too. Let me take you back to 1948. Shelley versus Crane, 1948, U.S. Supreme Court case held that restrictive covenants in property deeds prohibited the sale of property to non-Caucasians. They said it's unconstitutional, that it violated the equal protection provision of the 15th Amendment. And here's one of those instances where there's a policy, the Supreme Court ruling, let's call that a policy. That policy should have been universally adopted by every covenant community of breed in the United States of America is participation. But you see, culture keep that policy alive. See how it works? Culture eats policy in the week. The actual implementation of fairness may not be reflected in this labor. What are your thoughts on this?
I agree. So this was left in the covenants, even though it became illegal after that Supreme Court decision. It became unenforceable. So I think here what really matters is that words matter, right? We wouldn't be doing this, you wouldn't be doing this if what we say, how we communicate doesn't matter. So when these became legal in 1948, a year or two after this was even adopted, the subdivisions changed their language, and I'm sure many subdivisions around the country, you highlighted a bunch in Michigan, where this was nationwide, didn't change their language, and so they're still communicating that they wanted rights only. And that's what's so important, even though it became so good, they are taking this off, even if it's how progress was limited in our country. And it's good for people to know if they don't know how this happened.
Yeah, it was a racist subdivision created by a racist architect who's the other part. This is equivalent to, let's say, a restaurant still having a rights only sign. We know that's not legally enforceable. But technically, they can put up a sign that says that and be covered under their freedom of speech and expression as long as it is not enforced. So imagine being a black person, you go to a restaurant that still has a rights only sign, and they say, "Oh no, we just came around because that was one of the first signs we had when we established
last night. Yeah, that's deep touch.
We're not doing nothing with you today. You get out of here. So y'all, some of the known troubles are just going to block them from coming in here completely. Let me just do that. Some of the known trolls who want to come in here and just try to get attention, we're not going to let that happen. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Just doing a quick chunk today, talking about what's happening over there in the Ukraine. I want to get the family to chime in and give me some of your thoughts. Every day with this Ukrainian conflict going on with Russia, I see some of the Black Democratic shields putting on the cape for the Ukrainians. I see some of the Congressional Black Caucus members putting on the capes for the Ukrainians. I see a lot of that going on. A lot of people got the capes on for the Ukrainians, but what I'm seeing from the Ukrainians, they're over there just being as anti-Black as they can be. You got those African immigrants over there in the Ukraine, and they're treating them like garbage. The Ukrainians are in the middle of a war. They are over there in the middle of a war, practicing anti-Black racism. So the question to the family, should we take the high road as the Democrats and the Obamas told us, when they go low, we go high? We're supposed to take the high road in the middle of their so-called suffering. And are supposed to be sympathetic towards them? How do you? I'm going to keep it a buck. They can hold their own nuts. When it comes to me, I don't feel nothing. Yeah, if you're going to sit over there and you're in the middle of a conflict and you're going through something, you can still muster up the strength to practice anti-Black racism. Yeah, you can hold them over, you can hold them nuts, and you can hold them tight. Don't nothing. Look at Darren in here. I say Darren is a PhD candidate, but he's from Temple University. Let's get our brother Darren. Darren, let's get Darren stop there. Chop up some game. What's up, Darren?
Hey, my brother. How are you, man? Big fan of yours, man.
Thank you so much, Darren.
I'm from Philly.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying, I just want to say one thing, too. That the chick that tried to come at you about reparations, I had to go in on.
No doubt. So how do you feel about the Ukraine? Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know if you were getting carjacked over there, but yeah, those sounds, that's in the flow of everything. So I got to get some more people in here. I want to get Brother Nick in here. Let's get Nate. What's up, Nate W? Let's get Nate in here. If you can turn your microphone on, Nate, that'd be great. Hey, what's up, Nate?
Hey, how you doing, brother? So, what's up? So, in point true with Ukraine, yeah, we treat them how they treat us. But I was going to give you a quick heads up. You're playing with Red the comedian, Red Grant.
Yeah, he ran for mayor in DC, right?
Yeah, that's my man.
Yeah, I've already donated to Red's campaign. That's my guy. I've been chopping up with him. How's he doing out there?
I think the elections are at June or something to that degree. Okay, so I'll make sure you're aware, so you know.
No doubt. If you're aware, that's it. What's happening?
Yes, sir.
We're going to do some promotion for Red when it gets closer to the election day. All my DC people, my brother Red Grant is out there in DC. He's running for mayor. And if Red can get in office, that would be great. He's a DC native. He has a lot of DC. We're talking about the Ukraine and what's happening in the Underground Railroad. Underground Railroad, chop it off on TV.
Just wanted that say.
Microphone on Underground Railroad.
Put it on.
I think it's crazy how the Americans are getting so worked up with this Ukraine. They're clocking well over like 20, 30 murders a day. Nobody seems to care about that. All the politicians and whatnot in this country. It just seems the world's getting corrupt with violence and evil now.
Okay, but let's talk about you. Specifically talk about those cities. And we need to figure out.
It is definitely nationwide, but unfortunately those cities seem to be clocking some of the highest numbers. I mean, Baltimore's clocking a murder a day right now in 2022. That's already up to 47.
Okay. So why is that? Let's slow them down. Let's find out why. Why is that?
I just have the answer, Jim.
Okay, so we don't have the answer. We're not trying to get the
opinion on the Ukraine situation. My opinion on the Ukraine situation. I don't think we should be all worked up over Ukraine when we have more people dying in this country on a daily basis.
Right. Now, what city are you in, sir?
Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown, Ohio. I'm very familiar with that. You are Caucasian male, right?
Mixed.
Okay. Mixed with different parts of European, right?
I'm not fully black, and my mother's Hispanic.
No. Okay. So you are
Actually, I'm a mixed person. I'm not black.
No, in the system of white supremacy, there's no such thing as mixed.
Underneath that's system. So
you're either white or you're non-white, bro.
Just like a mixed breed dog. If you took a pit bull and a husky and put them together, it wouldn't be a pure, it wouldn't be a husky, it'd be a mixed breed dog.
It's no, in the system of white supremacy, humans don't work that way. Yes, sir, you're in Youngstown, Ohio, which is one of the most racist cities in Ohio. Yes, it is. And it's racially segregated. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know anything I do know about Ohio, sir, in Youngstown. And there's so many white supremacists in Ohio.
Youngstown is a lot of niggas in Youngstown. Got them for you.
Last time you were there?
Sir, I was there a few months ago. Well, not a few, a little over there.
We're in the northeastern part of Ohio. Columbus is in the middle of Ohio.
And I have a lot of family members in Ohio. Half my family is in Ohio, so I know Ohio very well. Yes, I do, sir. And it's a white supremacist enclave, isn't it? White supremacist groups out there. Okay, you're not familiar with the Proud Boys? And there was a situation. Well, sir, there was a situation Washington this weekend where one of the Proud Boy leaders stopped a black dude there outside of one of these little white supremacist bars. I think this was an Akron. This was an Akron. They just arrested the guy. He ran up yelling nigga, 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 and socked a random black woman in the face. He's the leader of one of the Proud Boy groups out there.
That's crazy. Usually I feel like it's a lot of jail time.
Okay. So you said you didn't think there was no white supremacy out there, but then you started to deny.
You heard they claim not to be.
But you don't acknowledge the white supremacy out there. You acknowledge all the violence that these predominantly black people. So you don't, white supremacy don't exist, but